Chapter 4292. The second is here. Jiang Wushuang, go and die. Go and die. Prisoner Long grinned, sparks of excitement flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth suddenly cracked, 2 rows of cold teeth were exposed, and he bit in a blast at Jian Wushuang. Boom. At this moment, the prison dragon seemed to turn into a black dragon, exuding endless dragon power. A stinky wind came out from the prisoner's mouth. The sword ons flickered in Jian Wu's eyes, and he split a few open sky swordsman's hands, splitting the giant mouth that the prisoner pressed down. The prisoner yelled. His white pupils twisted, and then he laughed loudly. Sword Wushuang, is this your strength after the breakthrough? I don't think so. He stretched out his palm far away, bending his 5 fingers slightly, as if holding Sword Wushuo in his palm. Absolute gravity. With these words falling, like this side of the world, all fell into the hands of the prisoner dragon, turning into an exclusive control of the kingdom. Rumble. The prisoner's 5 fingers clenched slowly, and at once, countless mountains and lakes were moved and squeezed towards the sword unparalleled. Wu Jian saw this. His pupils could not help shrinking slightly. 10,000 years ago, he died on the technique of prisoner dragon. This time, this technique reappears. Compared with the last time when the sword was unparalleled, the squeezing gravity is much stronger. As if the whole world is directed at Jian Wushuang, the force of the violent world wants to squeeze Jian Wushuang into a meat sauce. Is it similar to the heavenly art of thinking about the kingdom of God? Jian Wushuang's thoughts flashed wildly. He could feel that all the surrounding void had been transformed into the realm of the prisoner dragon. Under this squeezing gravity, he felt that both legs were poured like molten iron and became extremely heavy, and even moving one step seemed extremely difficult. Ha ha ha, sword unparalleled. This is the realm of the realm that I realized when I was still in the supreme divine realm. Feel it. The prisoner dragon laughed wildly. His eyes sparked with excitement. Huh. At this moment, a few light beams swept from a distance. Xian Guang fell, transforming into a figure of Overlord, Jiuxing Shengzi and other figures. The leader of Shaoshan is also mixed in it. Not good. The situation of Jian Wushuang is not good. I will help him quickly. When the Overlord's face changed, even if he wanted to do something, he would help Jian Wushuang. It is rumored that this prisoner dragon was the supreme divine realm. Due to the failure to compete for the crown prince of the dragon tribe, he was deprived of the supreme divine realm, fell into the ultimate dominion, and was expelled by the dragon exile. Although Sword Wushuang is strong, but faces a supreme, after all, it's a little worse. Jiuxing Shangzi and Imo Luohuang Imo looked at each other. Their faces were equally dignified. I was just when the 3 of them planned to make a joint shot and blocked the prisoner dragon 1 or 2 for the sword unparalleled. The leader of Shaoshan was looking at Jian Wushuang, and she said in a deep voice, Master Overlord, Lord Sun, Master of the clan, please believe in Jian Wushuang. This is his own battle. I think he should not want others to intervene. But the Overlord frowned and wanted to say more. I saw the leader of Shaoshan smile with a smile and said, Master Overlord, believe in sword unparalleled. I know him. He is a man who can create miracles. After hearing the words, the Overlord was ready to step out and slowly closed it back. Shake the mountain. You're right. This is his battle. Facing Wanjin's gravity, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and had to say that Prison Dragon was the most powerful among the ultimate masters he had ever seen. Even if it was the king of 9 calamities, when he was in the ultimate mastery, his sense of oppression is not comparable to the current Prison Dragon. Of course, this is also the reason why Zhu Jiawang never really shot at him. If Jian Wushuang has not yet broken through the ultimate realm, maybe it has really fallen today, but the current sword Wushuang is invincible in the ultimate dominated realm. Godbody, now. Jian Wushuang spit out 3 words. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's deities began to skyrocket. A round of Xianhui surrounded him, countless nebulae rising from the soles of his feet, and a force from the deepest part of his soul burst out. For 1 mile, 2 li, 3 li 50,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 70,000 miles. In a blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang turned into a chaotic giant standing 70,000 miles tall, with a sky above his head and a foot on the ground, looking at the sun like a projectile and the galaxy like a bathtub. It seems that as soon as he raises his hand, he can break the universe and step on his feet to teach Shinjo Shun. However, this is not the end. His body is still skyrocketing. 80,000 miles. 90,000 miles. It was only when the sword's deity's body soared to 98,000 miles that it stopped slowly growing. At this moment, the sword is unparalleled, and the cheeks are covered by the endless fairy nebula. It is unrealistic, like a demon in chaos, and like an ancient fairy king. In one breath, a thunderous thunder and a space storm are raised. Under the body of the sword warrior's 98,000 miles, the weight was almost insignificant, just like a string. Trying to bind the mammoth giant, it would not have any effect. The next moment, Jin Wushuang calmly said, Yong Yi. Howl. The Wu weeping Excalibur instantly disappeared and became invisible, turned into countless thick, black mist, and rushed towards the prison dragon. Time and space seemed to stagnate at this rate. What is this? The prisoner whispered a low voice. He was not surprised at the sword-like 98,000 miles body. As one of the strongest races in the universe, the dragon race's former successor candidate has a wealth of knowledge and naturally knows special creatures. Can open the body. I was just confused by the tide and black mist that kept coming to him. This black mist was clearly visible but could not be touched, but no matter how he blasted out the magical power, he wanted to break the constant black mist, but the magical power that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth was straight from these dark powers. The fog passed through. Next moment, these black mists came straight to him, weaved together to form a dark ball, which wrapped him in it. Shrgia, the world in front of him, changed dramatically in the blink of an eye. Wu Jianwushuang disappeared, the 18th city disappeared, and what he could sense and see could be the deepest eternal darkness. A deprived force slowly crawled towards him, as if in the dark, with both hands, began to deprive him of everything that belonged to him. His cultivation, his strength, his longevity, and even the blood of his dragon. Under this deprived power, his breath gradually began to languish. At this moment, even the outside world can feel that the breath of life belonging to the prison dragon is gradually weakening. Is prison dragon finally dead? He smiled on the faces of everyone, congratulating them. Yin Jian Wushuang, who stands above 9 days and is shrouded in countless fairy hui nebulae, makes people's faces invisible, but expressionless. He could feel that a horror that was enough to make the world tremble in 9 days and 10, and the surrender of all the nations, was rising in the kingdom of the night. Starting a Shinya 1 Wang Omega Omega Omega, Kai 1 Zi Sha, Koem, that is the dragon, the purest breath. Take a dragon and start to really wake up. Chapter 4293. The first is here. Tear it. I saw a sound like glass shattering inside the black ball. On the surface of the black ball, a crack gradually opened. A breath of terror that could not be described in any words gradually rose up. What happened? This breath. This is the breath of the dragons. Long Wei. This is the dragon clan, the most pure Long Wei. Yiba Wang, Jiuxing Shengzi, and others, before the smile on their faces had faded, they suddenly solidified on their faces, and they were all replaced by shock. Huh! Finally, after a loud bang, sword unparalleled eternal kingdom, shattered. I am so black and long, like a giant mountain, like a dragon, soaring into the sky. The dragon's body was covered with palm-sized scales. The scales exudes a dark luster. There are dark clouds entangled between the 5 claws, and the 2 dragon horns are branched off, like a piercing sky. Sword, curved sharp. Wu weeping sword flew backwards, was held in the hand by the sword, and the sword trembled for a while. The sword was expressionless and expressionless, looking up at the dark dragon. The 9 dragons, one of the strongest races in the universe, was born to be the rule's realm. Faced with people of other races, it has inherent blood suppression. Jian Wushuang, you are the first person to force this seat to use the body, You should be proud. Prison Dragon's eyes were indifferent, slightly twisting the huge body in the clouds. Looking at Jian Wushuang, said coldly. After finishing speaking, the 5 dragon claws of the prisoner stepped in the void and immediately slammed into the sword unparalleled. After this collision, the speed was extremely fast, and the void was directly drawn out a horrible burst of sound. Wu Jianshou twisted his neck and stretched out the big hand covering the sky. 5 fingers like the mountains condensed into a fist and also smashed towards the prison dragon. The prisoner dragon and sword are unparalleled. One is 10,000 feet long, the other is as high as 98,000 miles, and under a collision, the entire 18th city suddenly seems to be caught in a doomsday madness and shakes frantically. Countless palaces and halls collapsed, and countless grounds opened up. In this place, the entire 18th city seemed to become a chaos, with violent divine power and coercion spreading unbridled, destroying the site wherever it went. Too strong. Is this still the battle between the ultimate masters? Also the ultimate master, but I waited in such a fight, even without qualification to intervene. Puppet King, Jiuxing Shangzi, and others all looked up at this scene and were astonished. Even the Blood Sun is stunned, his throat rolling for a while. As the former 9 giants, the top arrogant in the universe, they stood at the pinnacle of dominating this realm, but at this moment, they were all horrified. Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon fought far more than they understood. Category, compared to the 4 words of Supreme, emerged in their minds. Whether it is Jian Wushuang or Prison Dragon, although it is the ultimate dominating realm, it has absolute strength comparable to the Supreme. One is a dragon family who fell from the supreme state of God, and the other is a special life with a perfect level of chaotic creatures. Such a battle is rare in the world. The 2 men, Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon, continued to collide over 9 days. Each collision was a blast of air. If the 2 were not in the ancient sky, they were fighting like this in the universe, afraid of one star. Domain will be blown. Sword unparalleled, you will die today. The prisoner yelled. The 5 claws were like 5 sharp swords, directly penetrating the sky and grabbing at the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, Jian Wu's eyes flashed with murder. He knew that only one of them could survive today. Prisoner, it's you who is going to die today. Jian Wushou grabbed his backhand and directly grasped Bai Shan. A rolling mountain range was lifted between the 5 fingers, containing the surging divine power, and smashed into the prisoner's head severely. Zhisha, under the battle between the 2, they are a few steps back. Every step they took, the 18th city trembled like an earthquake. The buildings in the 18th city have all disappeared. Millions of miles across are ruins. Talented power, long way. The prisoner dragon opened his mouth and snarled, and suddenly, a mighty coercion came from the depths of the bloodline, and came suddenly. The 9 dragons, also known as the heads of thousands of nations, face innate repression against other universes. Under this coercion, even the distant overlord, Jiuxing Shengzi and others, felt that they wanted to bow down and bow their heads towards the prisoner dragon. Is this the power of the dragon race? Overlord and others narrowed their pupils. Wu Jianshou snorted coldly and said the same. The talent is amazing. The life is shocking. A force from the deepest part of the soul suddenly centered on Jian Wushuang, spreading around. This is also the power of coercion. Under this coercion, time and space seemed to freeze up. The next moment, the coercion of the prisoner's dragon family and the sword courage of the perfect layer of chaotic creatures from Jian Wushuang suddenly collided together. Although these 2 coercive pressures are invisible, at this time they seem to have condensed into substance, turning into 2 opposing gas fields, constantly squeezing and colliding. Dongzhong in the void, there was an unpleasant friction sound. Immediately, everyone saw that the coercion of the dragon family, which belongs to the prisoner dragon, turned out to be repressive step by step. How strong is the pressure of the dragon family? How can it hold the perfect chaotic creature? Under the shock of Jian Wushuang's life, Prison Dragon felt for the first time that the blood in his body felt a sense of submission. That is from the higher life, overlooking the lower life. "I prisoner dragon," I said. "You died today," Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The voice fell, the sword stepped without a step, and two big hands grabbed at the same time, directly grasping the dragon tail of the prisoner dragon, in a most primitive and brutal, but also the most domineering gesture, smashed crazy. The thousands of long prisoners of dragons were caught in the hands of the sword unparalleled, and the competition was like a loach, without any resistance. With the roar of the prisoner dragon, a golden dragon's blood spilled from the air. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but stunned. Sword warriors. A deafening roar made by the prisoner dragon was actually a wild quake, and he broke free from the sword without hands. Immediately, his 5 claws stepped from the ground, pulling away from Jian Wushuang, staring deadly at Jian Wushuang. A pair of huge eyes, no other emotions, all turned into madness and violence. Mystery, pillar of fire dragon, breath of destruction, the prisoner yelled, and opened his mouth to spit out the burning syrup. This syrup is terrifying to the extreme. Just a dripping spark, it directly burns a bottomless pit in the ground. Chapter 4294. Second more. At the same time, in the 10th city, Lord Lon is located. The blue adult in blue, with a blue veil on his face, was carrying his hand. His beautiful eyes narrowed, and he looked toward the sky far away, as if her gaze directly penetrated the entire ancient road of the starry sky, and saw the two men who were fighting in Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon. Interesting. There was a smile on Master Lan's face covered by the veil, and he said to himself, "Master, this time, I can find you 2 good seedlings." After speaking, there was a touch of groaning in Lord Lan's eyes, a wave of his right hand, and a black light mirror appeared in her hand. The black mirror rose in the wind and shot straight towards the 18th city. In such a war, all the nations of the universe should observe it together. A faint utterance came from her mouth. Next moment, in the depths of the universe, no matter whether it is the Taishu Temple, the Great Sun God Kingdom, the Great Phone Kingdom, or the Life Temple, all the high-altitude forces appear in the sky. In the picture, there is a giant like a chaos demon and a dragon covering the sun and the sky. They are constantly fighting. The sky is falling apart, and the sun and the moon are shattering. These two people are impressively swordsman and prisoner. Taishu Temple. The Emperor Bingyu was sitting on the throne. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He stepped down and appeared in the middle of the Taishu Temple instantly. I saw there was a twist in the void, and then a battle picture appeared. Sword unparalleled? Bingyu Temple shook his eyes, and there was a coldness in his eyes. Did you actually use the body of the prison dragon? It's no wonder that the Temple of Life valued him so much, even at the expense of my 2 virtual temple. If this son does not die, he will suffer later. Inside the Temple of Life, Supreme Bloodwave and Supreme Axe, including the Supreme, also invariably raised their heads and looked into the void. The pictures about the battle between the prisoner dragon and sword unparalleled also passed to the Temple of Life. Bloodwave Supreme looked at Jian Wushuang, who was suppressing the prisoner dragon with a smile on his face. Big Axe, this little guy has become a lot stronger. He smiled sideways at the great axe. The Supreme Axe looked up at this scene, and when he heard the words, he nodded softly and laughed heartily. Blood. I see the current sword unparalleled, which is stronger than the 9 kings who originally dominated the realm. A few points. Bloodwave Supreme did not answer, but in his heart he passed a touch of identification. In the entire Palace of Life, only he knew that the King of 9 Calamities was a special life with perfect levels, and the sword was unparalleled, but beyond the perfect level. Life. Big Axe, it seems that the 2 of our old guys have to work harder, or they will be surpassed by these younger generations sooner or later. Bloodwave Supreme laughed. Ha ha ha. Isn't that okay? Giant Axe laughed, and Gafu Supreme, who sat in the void, didn't say a word, but after raising his eyelids and glancing at the battle picture, the old face with the same expression for a long time appeared to smile. The deepest part of the universe. Diwu Shrine is located. They also received the battle pictures of Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon. At this moment, In a large hall, the halls of Diwu Temple are staring at Jian Wushuang with an ugly expression. In the first place in the hall, a majestic middle-aged man wearing a black gold crown and wearing a black gold dragon suit glanced coldly at the eye of the cadre and asked, "When did this sword, Wushuang, come out? Why isn't this seat known?" The hall is supreme, and nothing is said. It was not until a long time ago that I saw a supreme man in black. He hesitated and said, "Master Hui Huadian, I had met this man when he was in the Nine Dragons Star Wars, but this person is still in the third level of fashion. He is dominated and low in strength. He did not expect that he would have reached this stage in just tens of thousands of years." "Oh." The owner of Diwu Temple narrowed his eyes, then asked indifferently, "Extreme Blackhawk, why didn't you kill him in the first place?" Hearing the words, the Black Eagle expressed a resentment on his face and said, "Master Dian, when I was about to kill this man, the king of Jioding Pavilion shot and rescued him." The heartbeat of Judi Pavilion? The main voice of the main hall of Diwu Temple said to himself. A coldness flashed in his eyes. After a long time, the master of Diwu Temple fell on the Black Eagle supremely. His voice said coldly, "Black Eagle, now this seat makes you immediately rush to the gate of the ancient road that dominates the sky. Once the sword is unmatched, you will kill him." In the Palace of Life, there has been a king of 9 calamities, but another king of 9 calamities must not be allowed to appear. Otherwise, my Diwu shrine will soon be a disaster. You understand? The Black Hawk looked at the cold eyes of the master of the Diwu Temple, and his heart suddenly became cold, and he quickly arched back and said, "I understand." The words fell, and the Black Eagle Extreme didn't dare to delay. As soon as he stepped, he left the Diwu Temple and blasted towards the starry sky. Inside the Diwu Temple, it became silent. The master of Diwu Temple raised his head again, looked at the sword Wushuang in the battle picture, and there was a flash of killing in his eyes. Xingkong Ancient Road, the 18th city. This is the dragon's pulse of Yanlong, the strongest supernatural power. If I guess correctly, the prisoner dragon should belong to the dragon's veins. The sword is troublesome. This devouring breath is the killer of Yanlong. I have read the record that a supreme Yanlong of the dragon family, under one breath, directly brings 10 large star fields with hundreds of millions of souls. It turned into ashes. Overlord and others stared at Prison Dragon and whispered their faces were filled with anxiety for Jian Wushuang. How Emperor clenched his fists, a heart even mentioned his throat. Master Bloodsword will be fine. Definitely not. He kept telling himself like this in his heart. Over 9 days. Jian Wushuang, you are really strong. But this is the strongest master that this seat has ever seen in all ages. Even if this seat is still in the supreme divine realm, it will be tricky if I meet you. A sigh of admiration emanated from the prisoner's mouth, but the coldness in his eyes did not decrease by half, but grew colder. He knew that if Jian Wushuang was immortal this time, it would be him next time. Countless syrups poured from the deepest part of his body and then condensed in his mouth. It's just a pity that you met me. Okay, let's die for Swordsman. Mystery, Pillar of Fire Dragon, Breath of Destruction. Boom. A line of fire that ran through heaven and earth and destroyed the world's pillar of fire burst out from his mouth. This pillar of horror was extremely horrible, and the smell of destruction was enough to make the world tremble and chaos boil. This is the last magical power of Prison Dragon, and it is also the best killing trick he prepared for the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang's black hair flew, and the whole face was reddened by the firelight. He watched this sweeping the sky, destroying the raging pillars of the world, and the divine body began to shrink until it returned to normal appearance. Next moment, his 5 knuckle fingers, holding the hilt of Wu Weapon's Excalibur, calmly spoke, "Prisoner Dragon, for nearly 10,000 years, I have specially prepared a sword for you. This sword, you are optimistic. The name of this sword is Breaking Dawn. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival today." Chapter 4295. The first is more. Laugh. A little bit of golden light appeared. When the sword Wushuang's voice fell, I saw the Wu weapon sword in Jian Wu's hands slammed upward. At the same time, He and Wu weapon sword turned into a golden sky at the same time, rushing towards the gushing flame. The speed of this golden light was extremely fast. Like the same lightning, it divided the sky into two sides and hit it on the pillar of flame. Can't use any words to describe the horror of this sword, the pillar of destruction that exudes the scent of destruction. After encountering this golden light, it was broken directly from the middle like a sword-stabbed tofu. Fengrui. There is no other special place in this sword, only the sharp edge that cuts off the heavens and the earth. If Yongye is the deprivation hidden behind the darkness, then this sword is crushed and crushed from the front. In the void, there were sounds of howling. Overlord, Jiuxingzi and others felt the dazzling golden light, and they all couldn't help violently retreating backward, and reached out and covered their eyes. At this moment, under the dazzling golden light, the sun hanging over 9 days seemed to dim. With a muffled sound, the Tongtian Yenju was completely separated by the sea, breaking as many as possible. How is that possible? Prison Dragon's pupils shrank, and for the first time an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. However, he hadn't waited for his response. The golden light flashed past his neck like a golden lightning. Behind the prisoner dragon, Jin Guang, the sword warrior turned into a halt. Then Guang Hua dispersed, revealing his black hair and his expressionless sword warrior. The fierce squall wind, the sword Wushuang and black hair hunting. The sword Wushuang expression indifferent, turned slowly. The crowd looked at this scene and couldn't help it. Seems like nothing happened? Just then, roar. The prison dragon issued a fierce roar, and at his neck, a bloodline suddenly emerged, and endless dragon blood spewed out. Kongdang. The whole faucet slammed. This sword directly slashed the head of the prison dragon. This is not the end. The sky and the earth began to tremble violently. Rumble. In the horrified eyes of everyone, I saw that the earth and the sky were beginning to split. A huge sword mark gradually emerged. Under this sword mark, the entire 18th city, 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers, are penetrated by a sword mark, divided into two sides. Breaking a sword not only cut off the prisoner's head, but also split the 18 cities into two sides. Destroy the city with one sword. Hiss. There was a sound of breathless breath. Overlord, Jiuxing's son and others were all shocked and shocked. Only the master who stays in the ancient sky can know what concept can create such a terrible power with one sword. This sword is enough to kill any ultimate master in the world, said the overlord, Shenshang. He is a rare immortal tyrant in ancient times, and his defense is amazing. Even if he had a battle with the prisoner dragon at first, relying on the power of the immortal fighter body, the prisoner dragon would take him at 1:30 without using the killer. No way. But now he is absolutely certain that, even if he tied 10 together, he couldn't stand the sword. The Blood Sun, already Hurricane, fled madly, for fear that Jian Wushuang will settle accounts with him after the fall. At this moment, it is not only inside the ancient sky, including the starry sky, countless top powers watching this battle. All of them have skyrocketed in their eyes, with a stun in their mouths. This sword is enough to match the Supreme, said Bloodwave Supreme and Great Axe Extreme. Even Governance uttered a flick, a look of surprise on his face. This sword, somewhat familiar. Immediately, Gav Supreme seemed to remember something, and his eyes flashed thoughtfully. Within the solar star field, this is the habitat of the Jinwu tribe. The battle of Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon is also shown here. Emperor Jinwu had a somber expression, clenched his fists tightly, and said nothing. Suddenly, a low, majestic voice sounded behind him. Liner, don't bother to find this person anymore. He is not your enemy. Emperor Jinwu heard this and quickly turned around and arched. Father! The person who spoke just now is the Emperor Jinwu. Well, this child's climate has been formed. With this sword, we can see that if this child has not fallen unexpectedly, he will have a place among the people at the peak of the universe in the future. The low and majestic voice passed again. Come. But the child almost died in his hands. If this revenge is not reported, the child will not be reconciled. The Emperor Jinwu clenched his fists, and there was a dare of struggle in his eyes, and he bit his teeth and returned. Stupid! You are the son of Emperor Wu Jinwu. There is no such thing as energy structure. What has happened? The Emperor Jinwu gave a cold hum and continued to whisper. Of course, you don't need to be afraid of him, as long as you don't deliberately offend and provoke him. After all, you are the emperor of the Jinwu family, and you cannot lose your identity. Z dare to provoke you. Huh, as long as I live, no one in this world will deceive you. Baby, I see. Emperor Jinwu took a deep breath. A flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes, bowed his head and replied with respect. Well, pick it up and put it down. That's the attitude of the Jinwu Emperor. Emperor Jinwu's eyes flashed a sigh of relief, and then the words turned sharply and said lightly, Keep watching. The group of dragons are probably unable to sit still. Starry Sky Ancient Road. The prisoner's head was cut off by Jian Wushuang Yijian. When it didn't die easily, the dark golden dragon blood kept pouring out of his mouth. He stared at Jian Wushuang without saying a word. I, prisoner dragon, I said. You died today is not me. My sword. Wushuang talked and said. Jian Wushuang stepped down from the air step by step, looked down at the prisoner dragon, said indifferently. The prisoner stared at Jian Wushuang, and when he heard the words suddenly smiled. There was a strange look in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, believe it or not, you can't kill me, is it? Jian Wushuang's expression was dull, holding Wu weapon sword backwards, walking towards him step by step. Countless divine powers, beginning with no hands condensed in the sword. You don't believe it? The prisoner laughed lowly and shook his head and said, Swords are unparalleled. You won't understand. We dragons can only be killed by the dragons and buried in the tombs of the dragons, even if I am expelled from the dragons. Will change. The sword is expressionless and double-sided. Raising his arms, Wu Weiss Excalibur severely cuts off the prisoner's head. Ding! However, at this moment, a huge resistance came out from the prison dragon. Chapter 4296. Second more. Under the resistance, Wu crying Excalibur in the hands of the sword seemed to be chopped on an invisible wall and could not fall in the slightest. Jian Wushuang, I said, you can't kill me. There was a hint of irony on the prisoner's face and a fearless smile. Next moment, then he saw a huge false image that emerged from behind him. This phantom is wearing black armor, and the black armor has a mysterious pattern. The shoulder is formed by 2 dragon claws, which is actually the head of the dragon. The expression of this dark shadow was indifferent, and he slightly glanced at Jian Wushuang and said indifferently, Human, I am the Dragon 9 Enforcer Long Jiao. People of the Dragon Nation must be handed over to the 9 Dragon Nation. I will limit your time for this time. Inside, the prisoner dragon will be sent out of the ancient starry sky. Our dragon family will send someone to pick up the prisoner dragon and bring him back to the dragon family. Dragon Enforcer? Jian Wushuang's eyes froze, and as if he was oblivious, the magical power of Wu crying sword in his hand poured in madly, and then he was pressed inch by inch towards the prisoner's skull. Click, click. In a moment, there was an overwhelming sound in the void above the prisoner's head, similar to the sound of glass breaking. Suddenly, the faces of the prisoner dragon and that dragon law enforcer changed. Human being, I'm talking to you. Haven't you heard? The ghost of the dragon enforcer narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were filled with fierce coldness. Noise. Jian Wushuang sneered coldly, and Wu weapon in his hand continued to stab towards the prisoner's head. Presumptuous. Human, are you challenging my majesty now? Are you provoking the majesty of the dragons? Seeing this, the dragon enforcer was extremely furious and opened his mouth sharply and scolded. I finally give you 3 breaths now. Now, immediately. Stop the action in your hand. Then send the prisoner dragon out of the ancient road to the sky. Obediently my dragons come to impose sanctions. Otherwise, all consequences are at your own risk. 3. 2. You are too noisy. Without waiting for him to finish, Jian Wushuang directly backhanded a sword and shattered the phantom of this dragon enforcer. Emo said that you are just a shadow of consciousness and do T have any divine power. Even if you are in person, you say T stop the person who I want to kill. Jin Wushuang sneered and turned over in his hands. Wu the weeping Excalibur stabbed at the head of the prison dragon again fiercely. Prisoner, you will die today. This time, the prisoner's face finally changed greatly. Jin Wushuang, hurry up. Do you know what you are doing now? Prison dragon added angrily. Jin Wushuang heard the words, a radiant of curvaceousness evoked in the corners of his mouth, and said lightly, are you afraid now? The prisoner's expression was iron blue to the extreme, and he heard the words and said, sword is unparalleled. Do you know what will happen to you if you kill me? That dragon law enforcer represents the majesty of the dragon, and you confuse his consciousness. The shadow is broken. The dragon will never let you go, and absolutely allow someone who provoked the dragon to survive. After a pause, Prison Dragon's face slowly eased and continued. For the sake of today, you will have a chance to live only if you let me go. I promise that when I return to the Dragon Clan, I can say a few words for you. How is it? Nothing. Jin Wushuang chuckled a little laugh, and then hesitated again. The Wu crying sword in his hand was severely stabbed and inserted into the prisoner's skull. Roar! With the painful roar of the prisoner dragon, he began to struggle violently, banging wildly around. Jin Wushuang held the hilt of his sword with both hands and inserted it into the Wu crying sword of the prison dragon's head. A sharp sword force continued to explode, depriving the dragon's own power in the prison dragon's body. Just shredded. Countless dragon blood splashed on Jin Wushuang's face. Jin Wushuang did not react at all, facing the sorrow of the prisoner dragon. His heart was indifferent to the extreme. Overlord, Jiuxing Shengzi, and others watched this scene and were scared long ago. His lips trembled and said, slaying dragons. Jin Wushuang is slaughtering dragons. I don't know how many years have never flowed out of the universe. Who dares to kill the dragons? This is the dragon family. The people of the dragon family are put under the control of the dragon family. This is the rule set at the beginning of the universe. Jin Wushuang dare to break this rule. Even if it is to virtual temple, to deal with the prisoner dragon, it is only to suppress it without killing him. The consideration is the reaction of the dragon race. Now, Jin Wushuang first crushed the phantom of the dragon law enforcer and slaughtered the prisoner dragon. Not only are overlords and others being scared silly, even at this moment in the universe and the top powers, looking at this scene, all eyes flash to the extreme. Well, this sword is unparalleled, really stupid. In the Taishu Temple, Bingyu Supreme snorted, and his heart had already been sentenced to death for Jin Wushuang. Dragons have inverse scales, and they die immediately. The dragon's inverse scale is his high majesty. Whoever dares to challenge the majesty of the dragons must be prepared to die. In the temple of Diwu, the owner of the temple wearing a black gold crown and a purple gold robe also had a smile on his face. It is unforgivable to commit evil in the sky, and it is impossible to live in evil-doing. Now it seems that without my Diwu shrine, this little guy in the temple of life will already die. Suddenly, throughout the universe, there was a discussion about Jin Wushuang slaying and slaughtering dragons. Someone sneered, and Jin Wushuang was arrogant and motivated. Others are sighing. If Jin Wushuang releases the prisoner dragon, relying on the behavior of the prisoner dragon, the dragons themselves will not let the prisoner off easily. However, Jin Wushuang took himself up. There was a hearty laugh in the temple of life alone. Ha 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 ha, this little guy doesn't even give the dragon's face. It's really different from ordinary people. I really like him more and more. Bloodwave Supreme laughed indifferently. However, the giant axe seemed to be a little worried, and he said, Blood waves. In this way, I am afraid that the dragons will not let the sword unparalleled easily. Bloodwave Supreme heard the words. His eyes narrowed and sneered. Jiang Wushuang is a person in the palace of my life, and he is also a half-disciple of this seat. If the dragon family finds trouble for him, my Bloodwave will take care of him, yes. Why fear? The giant axe heard a bitter smile and shook his head and said nothing more. In the universe, Discussions about Jian Wushuang have been one after another. And in Xingkong Ancient Road, the 18th city, as the sword of Wu weapon sword continued to erupt in the skull of the prisoner without hands, finally, the struggle of the prisoner gradually became smaller. At the last moment he was about to die, the prisoner's face was no longer struggling, but instead stared at Jian Wushuang. He said viciously, "The sword is unparalleled. It doesn't matter if this seed is dead. Don't worry, it won't be long before you will come down to accompany me." Huh? With a bang, the prisoner's body completely collapsed, starting from the tail of the dragon, dissipating inch by inch. Chapter 4297. The first is more. The prisoner is dead. Under the eyes of everyone, the body of the prisoner's dragon completely collapsed, starting from the tail of the dragon, dissipating inch by inch, and finally like a sand painting brushed by the wind, turning into dust and dissipating in the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the entire ancient sky turned into a dead silence, leaving only a heavy panting sound. Everyone looked up, staring blankly at the black figure standing in the void. He was indifferent, holding a sword in his right hand, and his brow face was so cold that he could not see joy and sorrow, but it was such an ordinary skinny figure. But now in their eyes, it looked like a Lingshan, brilliant visually. There are many invincible in the universe, but only at this moment, both sides of the sword can be called true invincible. I knew that he can always do miracles. Leader Sheikh Mountain exhaled a long breath. It wasn't until the prisoner's death that his heart really fell. How Emperor dominated his face with excitement, his clenched fist loosened and held it, and the Lord Bloodsword was always the same Lord Bloodsword, never disappointing. Laugh. Along with the death of the prisoner dragon, a Qinghuan ring was also broken. Among them, countless treasures broke out, and the most conspicuous was dozens of sealed monuments. The sword's eyes flickered, and the countless gods' source stones, as well as dozens of sealed monuments, were collected into the ring. Immediately, Jian Wushuang stepped down from the void. When he flung his sleeves, the two black chains interspersed in the shoulder blades of How Ember dominated them, and all of them were broken immediately. Before the How Ember dominated off the stone frame, there was an invisible force to lift him up. "Thank you, Lord Bloodsword." How Emperor dominated his body and shivered. His eyes could not help a flush. No one knows how much he has been tortured in the past 10,000 years. The feeling that the body is constantly being crushed and reorganized, and the soul is burned by flames. If it were changed to another person, it would have collapsed long ago. The reason why he persisted for so long was that Jian Wushuang sent a word to his brain before he died. "Wait for me." Because of these short words, he waited for Sword Wushuang for 10,000 years. Finally, he waited for Jian Wushuang. "You don't have to call me Lord Bloodsword, just call me Sword Wushuang." Sword Wushuang looked at How Emperor, with an apology in his eyes. If it was not for his own reasons, How Ember would not have flew into trouble and was tortured by the prison dragon so long. The next moment, Jian Wushuang's right hand rested on the shoulder of How Emperor's dominator. A gentle divine power followed the right hand of Jian Wushuang and poured into How Ember's dominion. He would heal his wounds and restore his power. How Ember, from now on, in this ancient starry sky, as long as I am there, you will not be bullied anymore. "Thank you, Bloodsword Master." How Emperor slumped down on his knees, grateful. Jian Wushuang shook his head. It is estimated that How Emperor could not change his mouth for a while, and he didn't force it. He turned to the king and said, "Come here. I want to reset the order in the ancient sky."
Yes.
Overlords, Jiuxing Shengzi, and Maluo Shao Patriarch heard the words and looked at each other with a bit of embarrassment in their hearts. Today, Jian Wushuang's strength is enough to sweep the entire starry sky alone, and no one can balance him. Jian Wushuang already asked the first person in the ancient road of the sky. If Jian Wushuang wanted to kill them like a prisoner, they wouldn't have halfway. "I hope the sword is unparalleled. It won't be the second prison dragon." Overlord and Jiuxing Shengzi all sighed in their hearts. Within the forces of the universe, as Jian Wushuang slayed the prisoner dragon, the picture reflected on the void suddenly came to an end. In a hurry, The entire universe is in an uproar. The sword Wushuang has a complete reputation and sensation throughout the universe. Everyone knows that in the realm of ultimate domination, there is a remarkable character. At this moment, the Temple of Life was boiling. Jian Wushuang slayed the prisoner dragon, sealed the gods in World War I. Jian Wushuang asked the first person who dominated Shinkong Ancient Road, and no one can check and balance. Since ancient times, the dragon slayers in the same realm have only one sword. Jian Wushuang, who will become the second person to dominate the realm after the Nine Kings. The disciples of the Shrine of Life are all excited to the extreme, and they are running around to tell each other. The Temple of Life, which is one of the top forces in the universe, has been silent for too long, but this time, the Supreme of the Blood Wave and the Great Axe first killed the Taishan Temple and informed the entire universe that all disciples of the Temple of Life would not allow disgrace. After the sword Wushuang slaughtered the dragon successfully, asked the first person in the ancient road of Shinkong, they felt the power of the Shrine of Life like never before. How lucky and honorable! These 8 words are deeply imprinted in the minds of every disciple in the Temple of Life. At the moment, within the 6th mountain, the frost-like frost that just passed the gate looked at the high-altitude disciples of Life Shrine and found that they were all excited. They could not help but frown and stopped a shrine disciple, wondering, dare ask what happened in the shrine? Everyone was so excited. The apprentice of the Shrine of Life heard that the eyes turned. The news of the sword's death was unveiled some time ago, and the blockade was ordered by the Supreme Master of Blood. Now the sword has returned without double life and asks the ancient's first person on the road, should I be able to say it? After clearing his throat, the disciple of the Shrine of Life shouted in congratulations. Ma'am, you don't know. Your husband is unparalleled, and now he is the first person in Shinkong Ancient Road. Okay. Lung Rushuang frowned, his heart darkened, and it seemed that he had missed many things during the period of retreat. Immediately, she asked, could you tell me this in detail, brother? Of course. The battle about Jian Wushuang and Prison Dragon began to spread out at an extremely fast speed to all parts of the universe. For a while, all parts of the universe were full of discussions about Jian Wushuang. For those who have good things, Jian Wushuang is under the supremacy and dominates. At this moment, in a lonely star field in the universe. This star domain name is a virtual wind star domain, and it is not ranked in the major star domains in the universe. Resources in the star domain are scarce. Few strong people are willing to stay. The highest one is the ultimate master. In the virtual wind star domain, the largest astral realm is in the Sanyang astral realm. A mountain peak towers into the clouds, and its top is surrounded by clouds and mist all year round. There has been a rumor in the mountain astral world that there are immortals living on this mountain peak. A young man with a good-looking face and a pretty playful young girl who was born with eccentric spirits were sitting on the edge of a mountain peak, shaking white tinder and jade-like thin legs. If Jian Wushuang is here, they will recognize that these 2 people are in the ruins of Tai Luo, and the water who has had a relationship with him dominates his disciples. Chapter 4298. Second more. Sister Qingxi, are you thinking about that person again? Rangu sat next to her with a butt, glancing at her, and said narrowly. Qingxi heard the words, and that pretty face could not help but suddenly became red, angrily. Brother, what are you talking about? Don't bullshit. She opened her teeth and danced like a bravery tiger. When Rangu saw this, he laughed suddenly. I didn't say that person's name. How do you know who I'm talking about? After saying that, he reached out and rubbed Kinx's hair, and smiled and said, although we don't have much contact with the Bloodsword brothers, but I can see that he must be a Dragon Phoenix character. Why is it liking him? Shameless. After a pause, he continued, again, the master has already said it, and is willing to find the Bloodsword brother for you. Qingxi heard that her face was flushed with red, without refuting it, but she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Rangu. The 2 jade hands squeezed the corners of the clothes tightly. At this moment, a ray of light came from the sky. Rangu and Qingxi quickly got up and stood up. Master is back. Xian Guang dissipated. revealing the figure of an old man, who was the master of the water who had swords and had no friendship in the ruins of Tai Luo. Master, Sister Qingxi is thinking about that person again. Have you heard about the Bloodsword brothers? Rangu said with a smile. Master, don't listen to my brother talking nonsense. Qingxi gave Rangu a white look, but deep in his eyes, the color of expectation couldn't be hidden. However, today's master of the water has a strange expression. He looked at Qingxi with a complex look and slowly said, Qingxi, stop on the matter of Bloodsword. You don't have to think about it. What? When Qingxi shuddered, he quickly raised his head and looked at the master of the water witch. The water witch dominated his expressionless face, and after speaking, he said nothing, striding past them. Master, why? Rangu's face was anxious, and she shouted towards the back of the water witch. Hearing the question, the water witch dominated. No reason. The water witch master stepped into a compartment. Alas, the door of the compartment was closed tightly. Outside the room, Qingxi bit his lower lip, and a mist of water gradually poured into his eyes. Rangu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but at last she sighed, shook her head and said no more. He knew that if Master said so, then there must be a reason for that. What they didn't know was, in the chamber, the water witch dominator was looking through the window, looking at the two with his hands, with helpless expression. How could he say that if the situation was not enough? Xiao Shi, it's not the reason for the teacher, but the blood sword. It is really a big man like a dragon in the sky, not someone like me who can climb up high. Cut it out and pull it off for you soon. The news that Jian Wushuang beheaded and killed the prisoner dragon, like a tornado, scraped across every corner of the universe. Diwu Temple, Taishu Temple, Judy Pavilion. The major forces are all because of the movement of Jian Wushuang. According to rumors, Judy Pavilion has upgraded Jian Wushuang's treatment to Judy Pavilion to the highest level. The dragons that people are most looking forward to are unexpectedly silent. Everyone had predicted that the face-lost dragons would launch a stormy storm against Jian Wushuang. However, the dragons did not, as if nothing had happened. They did not mention the word Wushuang. But everyone knows that the more the dragons do, the more terrifying things are. As one of the strongest races in the universe, the dragon race is absolutely impossible to stop. The dragons are just brewing a shocking storm enough to shock the universe. At that time, this storm will not only be targeted at Jian Wushuang, including the Temple of Life behind the Sword Wushuang, Supreme Blood Wave, etc., will not be spared. At the same time, in the deep sky of the ancient road, the 18th city. The 18th city, which had been turned into ruins, has gradually begun to recover under the protection of the rules. Inside a temple, the sword sat cross-legged and was silently packing what he had gained after beheading the prisoner dragon. There is no need to mention the magical medicine and the source stone of the universe. The prisoner dragon is the supreme divine realm of the dragon family, plus the plunder of the ancient road in the sky for 10,000 years. Calculation. There are no less than 1 billion stones in the universe alone, and the magical medicine and some top-notch arcane treasures are piled up like garbage. Regarding these things, Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. The treasures brought out by him in the Terra ruins were enough to make him use up for several chaos periods. No matter how many of these things, Jian Wushuang is just a number. It was the monument that made Jian Wushuang very tempted. In this 10,000-year period, Prison Dragon actually collected 85 Fengshen monuments. It can be said that in addition to the Fengshen stele in the hands of Bawang, Jiuxing Shengzi, etc., all the others have been put into the hands of prisoners. Of course, now all of this naturally belongs to Jian Wushuang. The prisoner's search over the past 10,000 years has only made a wedding dress for Jian Wushuang. 85 Fengshen monuments, plus the 6 Fengshen monuments in my hands, I have 91 Fengshen monuments. It is not important whether or not to take them. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and there was a thought in his eyes. If nothing else, now it can also be said that his sword Wushuang has received the invitation letter for the Cosmopolitan event. All that is needed is time. Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang continued to search for the relics of the prison dragon. Soon, 2 treasures caught the sword's attention. One of them is a bronze ancient tripod without a foot. This bronze ancient tripod is square, and the tripod is covered with mysterious and obscure runes. The tripod that should have stood on 4 feet seems to have been cut off one by one, leaving only 3 legs. Quite incomplete. However, after Jian Wushuang's turbulent and strong divine power fell into this ancient tripod, it turned out to be like a stone ox entering the sea. He could not detect anything and could not distinguish the grade. You have to know that with the magic power of Jian Wushuang now, even the cosmic law of the ultimate powers such as Wu Wei's divine sword, you can instantly find out the reality and control. The origin of this bronze ancient tripod is afraid of extraordinary sound. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. His eyes flashed with contemplation. It's just that what exactly this bronze ancient tripod is, we have to wait to verify it later. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang ignored the bronze ancient tripod for the time being, put it into the ring, and looked at the second thing that caught his attention. That is a black dragon token. Chapter 4299. The first is more. This is. Jian Wushuang picked up the token and narrowed his eyes to look. I saw on this token that the position of the handle was formed by a spread-out, 9-finger dragon claw, and the tip of the token was a huge dragon head, which was roaring and roaring. Although it was a carved dead object, it was invisible. China gives people a sense of palpitations, as if there is a dragon devouring the sun and the moon, staring at Jian Wushuang stubbornly, forcing Jian Wushuang to release this token. Seeing the sword unparalleled, a snorting noise came from the nose, and the majestic divine power flowed out immediately, wiping out the breath left on this token by no one who knew it. Immediately, Jian Wushuang looked carefully at the token again. I saw the token, and a small line was engraved on it. The 5th generation of Yanlong, Long Han. Is this the true name of the prisoner dragon? Jian Wushuang flashed a thoughtful look. As one of the oldest races in the universe, the dragon race has been breeding from the first ancestor dragon at the beginning of the universe. So far, it has spawned an unknown number of chaos ages. However, it is extremely difficult for the dragon race to have children. It is nothing but, apart from the phenomenon of returning to the ancestors in general, the algebraic strength closer to the ancestors will be stronger in general. And this prison dragon, Wanacom, is the 5th generation of dragons. If I'm not mistaken, this dragon text token should be a dragon order. The thoughts flickered in the eyes of Jian Wu, and the habitat of the dragons has always been the biggest mystery in the universe. Some people say that the dragons are 90,000 miles in the deep sea, some say that they are in the center of the earth, and some say that they are above the 18th heaven. No one can give a real answer. After all, from the beginning of the dragon clan, there has never really been a dragon clan, falling to the outside world. Therefore, the news about the dragons is naturally little known. Perhaps, I can use this token to find the location of the dragons. Swordless fingers rubbed this slightly warm token. For him, the dragon is indeed powerful and can definitely cause him a devastating blow, but the dragon will never devote all his strength to deal with it. He is unparalleled in his sword. So let alone say how much turmoil will be caused in the universe, it is too disgraceful. At most, that's just sending a law enforcer. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang reached out and touched the sandalwood sword box set aside, a flash of coldness in his eyes. This Taro Excalibur started from the time he got the Taro ruins. Counting the time, it has been 20,000 years. For 20,000 years, the sword Wushuang will instill the temperature of the sword every day, and it is sealed in the Taro Excalibur. Until now, the sword Wushuang does not know that this Titan Excalibur has never been out of the sheath. How many swords? That is an astronomical figure that Jian Wushuang is all frightened. After thinking for a while, Jian Wushuang backed the sandalwood sword box, wore a black waist robe, and a black wide hemp hood, and stepped out of the temple. The 18th city, which was turned into a ruin because of the battle between Jian Wushuang and the prisoner dragon, has been repaired. Except for the sword marks that split the entire 18th city into 2 sides, the 18th city has already it seemed like nothing had changed before. In the 18th city, in the king's palace previously established by the prisoner dragon, the overlord, the 9-star holy sun, the leader of the shaking mountain, the master of the Hao emperor, and so on, stood silently on both sides of the hall. Jian Wushuang stepped in, took a natural turn and sat on the throne at the deepest part of the hall, then glanced across their faces, expressing a deep expression. Dear everyone, now the 18th city has been restored. It's also time to replan the rules of the 18th city. Overlords and others heard the words. Their hearts were shocked, and they understood that the sword Wushuang was about to perform an action. They glanced at each other silently, all sighing in their hearts, just hoping that Jian Wushuang would not go too far like a prison dragon and just take away the few monuments from them. There was a touch of excitement on the faces of Shaking Mountain Leader and Hao Ember. This ancient road with stars and sky gathers the arrogance of the entire universe. If they can bring them together, they must be a top force in the future. You should know that these arrogances are not the chief disciples of their respective sects, or the princes and sons of a certain powerful force, and they all have the hope of breaking through the supreme. If Jian Wushuang has a good relationship with them now, then Jian Wushuang will truly be in the universe is invincible. Jian Wushuang sat on the throne, glanced across their faces, took a close look at the thoughts in their hearts, and said lightly, Dear everyone, this seat wants to form a large force in the ancient road of the starry sky. Named Jinming, what do you like? As soon as this remark was over, Bao Wang and other people's faces were slightly changed, and there was a faint expression in their hearts. They looked at Jian Wushuang's indifferent expression and suddenly came to understand Jian Wushuang was not asking them, but giving they issued a notice. After a long time, Jixing Shangzi carefully asked, Jian Wushuang, what do we need to do? Jian Wushuang heard the words and said lightly, It's very simple. If you join the Sword Alliance, the magical treasure is countless. I can even take out that monument. If I don't want to join, I will not force it. As soon as this remark came to an end, a few of the overlords heard the 3 words Feng Shanbei. All moved in their hearts and continued to ask respectfully, Jian Wushuang, if I wait to join the Sword League, what do we need to do? Jian Wushuang heard a slight smile and replied, You guys, I know what you are worried about. I am not a brutal and inhumane like Prison Dragon. The original intention of forming the Sword Alliance was to help and help each other. Shinkong Gulu, there is also a mutual response. I know that you have ancestors behind each other. Therefore, my Sword Alliance is not a compulsory ancestor but more similar to an alliance. It's just that when everyone is in trouble, they can help each other. After a pause, Jian Wushuang continued to say, Of course, this statement is unwarranted, and you must take an oath of law and incorporate its rules into your own rules. If you violate this oath, you must not practice it in your life. In the end, Jian Wu's bilingualism became calm. Overlords and others heard the words and looked at each other with a flash of thought in their hearts. If that's the case, it is indispensable. After all, Jian Wushuang's strength and talents are already here. It can be said with absolute certainty that as long as Jian Wushuang has not died halfway, he will definitely achieve amazing results. If he can have a good relationship with Jian Wushuang, then whether it is for himself, it's definitely a good thing, whether it's the ancestor behind him. The most important thing is that almost all Fengshan monuments are in Jian Wushou. If they want to obtain the Fengshan monument, they must rely on Jian Wushuang. A few moments later, several people nodded at the same time, kneeling down in a hurry. Chapter 4300. Hey, the second is here. Ill wait. See Sword Alliance leader. In the hall, at the same time, the voices of Overlord, Joshing Sun, and others sounded. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head. A touch of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and said, No need to be polite. Get up. For Jian Wushuang, now he holds 91 Fengshan monuments. But in fact, there is nothing to give up some Fengshan monuments, as long as he guarantees that the Fengshan monuments in his hands are no less than 50. As long as he has no less than 50 sealed monuments in his hands, he still has the absolute advantage to get tickets for the Cosmopolitan event. However, if you rely on the remaining Fengshan steel and take overlords and other people under your control, the gain is undoubtedly huge. In the universe today, regardless of whether the dragons or the temples are too empty, they all stare at him. Although he is not afraid of his sword, it is a good thing to stay behind. And this Sword Alliance is one of his prepared backers. Thoiran, although these people still dominate the realm, they are indeed worthless compared to the giants such as Taishu Temple and Dragon Clan. but they are all talented and their future prospects are limitless. Starting Qi Jian Wushuang integrated them together, and when they grow up, even if they face any major force in the future, they will be enough to shake the three-pointer. After a short while, Overlord and others took a vow to join the Sword League. At this point, a top force in the famous universe of later generations was born, and Jian Wushuang, after ordering a few words at will, he left the hall and began to continuously refine the divine power and refine it. At the same time, outside the ancient sky, a middle-aged man with a hawk nose and black, like a ghost in the dark, is quietly coming out of the ancient sky. Fli he looked around casually, seeing that the starry sky was quite deserted at the moment, and there was no one there. He immediately opened up a void and sat down silently, converging his breath. He is the Supreme Black Hawk. After a long universe trek, at this moment he finally came to dominate the starry sky. Master, Lord of the Hall, I have reached outside the ancient road that dominates the sky. In his mind, he preached to the Lord of the Hall of Diwu Temple. Okay, once you wait for the end of Shinkong Ancient Road, you will kill Sword unparalleled here. This time, you cannot afford to lose it. Understand? A low, majestic voice sounded in his mind, who was the master of Diwu Temple. Dear Lord, please rest assured that the sword is unparalleled, but it is only the master who repairs it. As long as he takes the lead, I can crush him instantly. The Black Eagle sneered. Oh well, that seed is in the temple, waiting for good news. A moment later, the owner of the Diwu Temple suspended the communication with the Supreme Black Eagle. The Black Eagle supremely hides in the void, turning his eyes, looking coldly at the entrance to the ancient road to the sky. Swords warriors, the last time you killed you, the old guy who shot his heart to save you. This time I have to see, who else can save you? The Black Eagle sneered to himself, the coldness in his eyes almost condensed into substance. The years go by, and time changes. At the fingertips, 10,000 years passed again. Ashinya 1 Wang Omega, Kai 1 Zi Sha, Koim in the ancient road of the starry sky. New blood is constantly flowing. However, because Jian Wushuang monopolizes function steel now, with the increasing number of people, not only did not many kills occur, but countless monks joined the Sword League. After all, in the ancient starry sky, there is only Jian Wushuang's family monopoly. If you want to get the seal of God, you can only rely on Jian Wushuang. And the Sword Alliance has become the only camp in the starry sky, the strongest, but also the strongest. And Jian Wushuang himself was not idle. Through this 10,000-year period, he has completely cultivated himself and consolidated himself in the ultimate domination. Although he is still far from the breakthrough, he has already laid the foundation. At this point, it is only 50,000 years away from the opening of the universal race. The next day, Jian Wushuang was practicing in retreat. An unexpected person suddenly found Jian Wushuang. Master Lord, Xingguan, Lord Blue, is waiting outside the temple. An ultimate master wearing a sacred armor stepped down at the door of Jian Wushuang's box, congratulating. Huh, Master Lan? Wu Jianshuang opened his eyes slowly when he heard the words, and there was a touch of thought in his eyes. Now, in the whole ancient road of the starry sky, Jian Wushuang's only person who can't understand the details is the master of this town. He once asked the overlords and other people who came to the Shinkong ancient road early, but they also didn't know much about Lord Master. They only knew that Master Lan was mysterious and never participated in the dispute. It is more like to record everything that happened in the ancient sky. This person, why suddenly came to find myself? You let Xingguan make the adult wait in the hall, and I will come later. Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang said lightly. Yes, Jane, the ultimate master in charge of communication, went in haste. Wu Jian Wushuang didn't delay for a long time. After collecting the Tailu Jindian, he also rushed towards the hall. It didn't take long before he met Lord Lan. Master Lan is still wearing a plain blue shirt with a blue veil on his face, which makes Jian Wushuang break through the ultimate dominance. After still unable to see through the veil, Master Lan's true face. This makes Jian Wushuang in his heart cannot help but slightly surprised. Lord Lan, I haven't seen you in a long time. Putting away his thoughts, Jian Wushuang arched her hand at her, a smile on his face. Oh, it's been a long time since you haven't seen me. I often see you. Lord Lan smiled back and smiled. Huh. Jian Wushuang heard a word, didn't understand it, and just wanted to ask what it meant. Then Lord Lan has already started to speak. Jianfeng turned around and joked, Jian Wushuang, I want to see you now. It's not easy on one side. It's got to be rumored and notified. It's such a big show. Master Lan, when you say this, you are breaking me. When Jian Wushuang heard the words, he waved his hands and ordered people to give the seat to Lord Lan. Then he burned a pot of spiritual tea, cleared his throat, and asked, I wonder if you come to me this time. What is it called? Master Lin Lan took a teacup and took a sip, glanced at Jian Wushuang, and replied, Jian Wushuang, I'm here to talk to you about the grand event of the universe. Cosmic event of the universe? Isn't that 50,000 years before we can start? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. A flash of doubt flashed in his heart, but his face asked calmly, Master, you say now, what does this mean? Click it. Lord Lan put down the teacup and shook his head and said, Jian Wushuang, it seems you don't know. The number of places to participate in the cosmopolitan event is not selected at the same time, but given one after another according to the time period, and then after 50,000 years, really start the grand event of the universe. The three places that dominate the ancient road to the sky are naturally the same. Oh, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He wasn't a stupid person. When he heard what he had guessed, he asked, Master, what do you mean? Now you are the first place to attend the Cosmos Grand Event. Is it out? Yes. Master Lan Lan heard the words and nodded slowly. Mandao Sword. Chapter 4301. The first is here. Well, who's the first place? Jian Wushuang raised his teacup, took a sip of tea, and asked calmly. When adults heard the words and laughed, they did not answer, but asked instead, You should have an answer in your heart? Wu Jianhua's hands lifted the teacup, paused, groaned one or two, then put the teacup down, looked at Lord Lan and said, Is the first place? Yes. When Master Lan said that he had selected the first place, and combined with Master Lan at this time to find him, Jian Wushuang was right for the first place. Sure enough, Lord Lan nodded his head and replied, Nature is you. Jian Wushuang, your performance on the ancient road of Shinkong has been seen by that adult. He has been ordered to me a few days ago and ordered me to give you the first universe admission to the Grand National Festival. After saying so, she reached out her hand and smiled slightly. Swords matchless, congratulations. Sun Rao had prepared Jian Wushuang's psychology. At this moment, when he heard the exact answer of Lord Lan, he couldn't help but feel a bit distorted. That is the ticket to the cosmopolitan event, held only once every 50 chaos eras. The cosmic event of the universe, the supreme people of all races, discuss the avenue of heaven and earth together. According to the previous rules, the ultimate masters like Jian Wushuang have no chance to touch the threshold, but now, Jian Wushuang has become the first, admission to the Universe Festival. Wu Jianshuang's heart inevitably sighed with regret. I don't know how many people have left so many dead bones on this ancient road to the sky. 20 will succeed. Tai Dua, too many people have left their lives here on this ancient starry road. They spent countless years of hard work and rushed from various places. What they were after was nothing more than the place of the illusory cosmic race. Everyone is looking forward to becoming the beloved lucky one. Since then, it has been soaring and has become famous in the universe. They followed. They were eager to try. However, with the exception of the few who stood at the top, most of the ultimate masters of the ancient roads in the sky were actually the stepping stones for others, and in the end they became others, and they turned into a lust bones, dead die, forgotten by years and time. Starting Qi Jian Wushuang is also one of them. Fortunately, he finally got the qualification for that ticket. Took a deep breath. The next moment, the emotion in Jian Wu's eyes disappeared, replaced by a firmness. Thank you. Wu Jianshou extended his hand and held a heavy grip with Master Lan. Seeing a slight smile, Lord Ho Lan pulled back his palm, and a white jade appeared under his right hand. Jian Wushuang, This jade pendant is an invitation to the Cosmopolitan Grand Event. Master Lan pushed it with his right hand and handed this jade pendant to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded his head carefully and took this jade pendant and looked down at this jade pendant. Sun Yupei had no words on it and started with a little cold. It seemed like an ordinary thing that could no longer be ordinary, but the moment that Jian Wushuang felt, it was a frantic expression. He felt as if he was in a chaos. At this time, the universe was not born and the world was still a yin and yang chaos. He was like the most inconspicuous piece of fine sand in this chaos. The feeling of a drop in the sea and a grain in Taizong is too trivial. Next moment, I saw this jade pendant, turned into a warm current, disappeared in the sword without hands. Later, the two chatted for a few more words. Lord Lan told him that the Fengshan Monument had been cleared, and those who had obtained the quota for the Universal Race event must leave the ancient road of the Starry Sky to avoid affecting others' invitation for the Universal Race event. Fairness. After saying this, Master Lan plans to leave. Okay, Swords Matchless, you have already received the invitation to the Cosmopolitan event, and my mission is complete, so I will leave first. Master Lan stood up and said with a smile. Jianwushuang nodded his head, looking at the back of Lord Lan's departure, and could not help but ask, Master Lan, take the liberty to ask, what is your identity? Master Huang Lan has already stepped on the threshold, and he couldn't help but look back and smile. Is this heavy? I heard the reply. Jian Wushuang could not help but touched his nose, knowing that he asked a lot. At this moment, however, Lord Lan added a smile and added, Jian Wushuang, we will see you again at the cosmic event of the universe. After speaking, Master Lan no longer hesitated and disappeared at the gate of Jianwushuang Hall. The moon splattered Xinghe, and the night cried, is it time to leave? Qi Jian Wush's negative hand stood at the gate of the hall, looking up at the devastating Xinghe, which is unique to Xingkong Ancient Road, and a flash of thought flashed in his eyes. Today, he is already the strongest deserved of the Ancient Road in the sky, and the tickets for the cosmic event are also available. Even if he continues to stay here, it has no meaning. For him, leaving at this moment is indeed the best choice. Before leaving, you have to arrange the Sword Alliance properly. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, his eyes blinked slightly. Today's Sword League, under the development of this 10,000-year period, has already gotten a little bit of everyone's weather. Just the top power in the ultimate domination, it is far more than 100, and the ultimate master in the near-invincible level is also there are dozens of statues. In addition to Jian Wushuang himself, the Tyrant, the Prince of Jiuxing, and the Patriarch of Mo Luo Xiao are all invincible and dominate the party. Such a force, not to mention the ancient road to the sky, even if it is placed in the universe, as long as it is not supreme, it is enough to sweep everything in the world. I am such a powerful force. Although there are no strict rules and regulations, in this 10,000-year period, a huge power body with Jian Wushuang as its core and a distinction between high and low status has been formed naturally. On the second day, Jian Wushuang summoned all the high-level strongmen in the Jian League to meet in the hall. Early the next morning, in the Hall of the Sword Alliance, Sword Wushuang sits high on the throne. The following two sides start with the Overlord and the Demon Lord, and the senior members of the Sword Alliance line up all the way. The sword has no expression on both sides, although it has not spoken, but a natural and powerful coercion that has formed naturally has been depressed in the form, so that everyone in the hall is bowing their heads and dare not look directly at the sword. Look, the whole hall was like a chill. No one dares to speak before Jian Wushuang speaks. Unconsciously, Jian Wushuang is no longer the nameless man. Now he is the king of the power of killing and killing in the entire ancient sky. He is the only giant in this starry sky ancient road. Chapter 4302. Hey, the second is here. This seat announces a message, you guys, listen well. 3 days later, I will leave the ancient road of the sky, and the Fengshan Monument will be cleared again to screen out the second place to enter the cosmic event. Sitting on the throne, the sword has no double-sided expression and slowly speaks. Starting as soon as the words of this sentence fell, time. Like the same stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, the entire ancient road of starry sky boiled up. It seems that the Lord has received the first place to participate in the universal race. What? Master, are you leaving the ancient sky? Fengshan Monument will be reset to zero? For a moment, the whole hall was like a blasted boiler, and the sound of discussions began to ring. Lin, even the overlord, Jiuxingzi, and Maluo, the chief patriarch, suddenly raised his head to look at Jian Wushuang. His pupils contracted for a while. Quiet. Jian Wushuang pressed his right hand and said lightly. All of a sudden, the hall was noisy, and then it calmed down. Everyone is forced to suppress the words that have come to their mouths, looking respectfully at Jian Wushuang. Wu Jianshuang's expression was indifferent, and his eyes swept away from their faces. Although these people did not speak, their expressions were mixed. Wu Jian Wushuang naturally understood what they were thinking and could not help sneering, for fear that once he left the ancient road of the sky, this seemingly powerful and uninteresting Jiameng would fall apart and revert to the way it was when it was killed before. With regard to this, Jian Wushuang does not intend to forcibly solve it. In the final analysis, Jiameng is only a second hand he left behind, only to be able to bundle together when he faces the oppression of major forces in the future. Therefore, what happened to them in private after he left? He didn't care. Anyway, some of the real powerful men with good potential in Shinkong have already sworn the law with him. This cannot be changed in any way. Well, what I want to say now is the command of the Sword League after I left. Sword Wu's eyes fell on the overlord, Zhou Shangzi, and Morua Shao, chief Arma, and said, Overlord, Zhou Shangzi, Arma, after I left, Jiameng is responsible for maintaining the overall situation for you three, but there are problems? Yes. Please obey the decree of the alliance. The three tyrants, Arama, and Zhou Shangzi stepped out in one step, and their congratulations should be. Jian Wushuang nodded. His eyes glanced at the three of them. Overlord and Arama both looked normal. Their faces were solemn. Both of them were rescued by Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang had a life-saving grace for them. A born promised to surrender, even if he died. He was a son of Jiuxing, and with a bowed head in his eyes, there was a strange color. Jian Wushuang took a close look at the three people's expressions and didn't care, and said, As for the others, it's business as usual, there is no need to change more. After Sun ordered some trivial matters, such as letting Shaoshan command, responsible for commanding the people for the three kings, etc., Jian Wushuang announced that everyone had retreated. Just before the crowd left, Jian Wushuang stopped the Hao Embers standing in the last row to dominate. Wu Jianwushuang stepped down from the throne. At this moment, he no longer had any majestic momentum, as if he had become the most ordinary boy again. Hao Ember, did you blame me in my heart, and did not arrange you in a commanding position before I left? Jian Wushuang glanced at him with a slight smile. Hao Emperor dominated the statement and quickly explained, Master Bloodsword, I dare not think so, although I am dull, but I also understand that you do not want to attract too much attention, Master Bloodsword, so as not to be caught envy. Dominated by Hao is the only person who now calls Jian Wushuang as the Bloodsword Master. As if in his heart, Jian Wushuang is still the one who took him in the ancient road of the starry sky and passed 5 levels and cut 6 generals. If you can think so, then am assured. Jian Wushuang smiled a moment, then paused and groaned, Hao Ember, the reason why I didn't put you in the top position of the Sword Alliance is just as you said. Once I leave, this ancient road in the starry sky is afraid of chaos again. If you assume the commanding position at that time, you will definitely be regarded as the target of the fire, but you may be killed for yourself. After saying that, Jian Wushuang patted Hao Ember on the shoulder and continued, I wait for the monk. The position is actually a vanity, and you don't need to worry about it. As long as you are strong enough, everything is just a blessing. Master Bloodsword, I understand. Hao Emperor heard the words and nodded heavily. Jian Wushuang said, He took out a bottle of glass and jade, and said, Hao Ember, in this jade bottle, there are 2 drops of venom that I made by holding the Tianxi Langjun poisonous tooth. There were originally 3 drops, but there was another drop I used for other purposes, and I will not give it to you. There are 2 drops of venom in it, As long as it does not meet the existence of invincible dominator, I want to come in this ancient road in the sky. There is no one can hurt you again. Is this too expensive? Just as how Emperor was still hesitating, Jin Wushuang has doubled his right hand again, and a small black sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and said lightly, How Emperor, you have collected this small sword. This is the self-defense made by you specially before I leave. A total of my 3 sword chi are sealed on this small sword. One is stronger than the other. In terms of power, it is much more powerful than those 2 drops of venom. If you use it properly, even if it is similar to Jiuxing Shengzi when the body is not a powerful invincible master, with the last sword energy you are enough to kill him. After finishing speaking, Jin Wushuang's expression gradually became calm, and finally she said in a deep voice, However, these 5 kinds of protectors, you must remember to use them with caution. Otherwise, once you have used all 5 protectors, if you get any more people in the sky, no one can save you. Yes. How Emperor's expression also became calm, and he did not dare to neglect, and gifted his glass-glazed vase and black small sword to him, carefully closed it, and then focused and said, Master Bloodsword, rest assured, I will take good care of the Sword Alliance for you. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and couldn't help but smile slightly, and said, Jiangming is just a matter of fate, and you don't need to care too much. It is you who can be the same person who has suffered and suffered together with me. After I leave, I am afraid that the battle for the Fengshan Monument will be more intense and crazy. Therefore, I just hope that you can protect yourself and improve your strength. After Wu finished speaking, Jian Wushuang stopped saying more and strode away after smiling at him. 23 days later, walking in the 18th city of Xingkong Ancient Road, countless people showed off respectfully. Wu Jianwu, wearing a black robe, wearing a hood and carrying a sandalwood sword box, stepped away from Xingkong Ancient Road and disappeared into the sight of everyone, like a legend in Xingkong Ancient Road, and finally closed the curtain. I walked from the dust with a sword, covered in mud and unknowing. I returned from my fame, with the breeze as my companion, full of joy. Chapter 4303. The first is here. Wu Ji and Wusu left. He went away by the wind and sword, past 18 cities, and came to the first city of Xingkong Ancient Road. Some newcomers who didn't come to know Jian Jianshuang talked about each other and walked past him, depicting the beautiful prospect that they will shine in the ancient road of the starry sky. Jian Wushuang looked back and glanced back. In this starry sky ancient road, he stayed for tens of thousands of years, from an ordinary 5th-ranked ordinary master to become the strongest that swept the entire universe. Dominate the strong. Here, he left too many legends. Now, finally, we have to say goodbye. At this moment, Sai has some emotions, but more of them are still homesick. He took a deep breath. Jian Wushuang turned resolutely and stepped on the exit passage of the first city. For a while, boundless darkness struck, and when Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again, he had already appeared outside the ancient sky. For tens of thousands of years, the changes outside the Xingkong Ancient Road were not significant, and there were still people from various major forces stationed here, drinking and buying the magic drugs and materials brought out from the Xingkong Ancient Road. After just glancing at Jian Wushuang, they didn't manage it anymore and resumed their work. Don't look at Jian Wushuang. Now he is famous, but there are few who can really recognize him. The pictures of him fighting with the prison dragon are basically just circulating among the high-level forces. What Wu Jianshuang did not know was when he walked out of the ancient sky, a hawk-nosed man hiding in the air, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes sharply. Boy, you're finally out. The black eagle's supreme gaze passed through the void, and he looked at Xiang Jianwushuang steadily, and the corner of his mouth gradually evoked a cruel smile. He waited for nearly 10,000 years, and was accompanied by the boring universe every day. His heart was already impatient to the extreme. At this moment, he saw Jian Wushuang walking out of the ancient road in the sky, and he could not hold back the killing intention in his heart. Boom! Instantly, he shot a palm, pressing the sword unparalleled. Under this palm, the starry sky in front of the entire ancient sky is shaking with madness. A mighty power to destroy the world, coming to the world. What is this? All of a sudden, the ultimate masters who were sipping in front of the ancient gate of the starry sky, their faces changed greatly, and they looked horribly into the air. This is the supreme atmosphere. A supreme shot. No, run away. Countless people burst into bursts as birds and beasts scattered, and some of the slow-moving ultimate masters, just by rubbing the palm of their body with this palm, were instantly annihilated, and the gods were destroyed. Wu Jian looked up suddenly, his pupils shrank. He felt that the supreme palm falling from the sky was locked on him. Who is it? Wu Jianshuang's face was gloomy to the extreme. He did not expect that he had just stepped out of the starry sky, and someone had come to intercept him. Are you two virtual temple? Or dragon? Wu Rong couldn't wait for the sword, and Wu Jia's exquisite sword emerged from the sheath instantly, turning into a shocking silver rainbow, splitting towards the giant palm that fell from the sky. Today's swords are unparalleled, and once again use the sword to cut star. How terrible the might! Even if invincible dominates the face, under this sword will be killed. I saw this sword, just like the Milky Way coming out of it. In a short breath, it condensed all the surrounding energy, and the silver sword rainbow was shining to the extreme, releasing an endless brilliance, severely chopped on the giant palm. However, such a horrible sword was cut on the giant palm, but it just stagnated a little, and was eroded by the horrible power in the giant palm, and pressed again towards the sword unparalleled. However, this lag time is enough for Jian Wushuang. Huh! Wu Jianwu stepped on his feet, moved away instantly, and appeared 100 miles away. Ashinya Wentong Wang Omega Omega Omega, Kai Wen Zi Sha, Koim Karub. Pressing down on that palm, the pressed void was directly photographed into a huge black hole, which shattered countless void fragments. Starting Jian Wushuang, who was 100 miles away, panted slightly, as if he felt something, looked up into a void. Next moment, he saw a man in black with a hawk nose, walking out of the void with a hand. Jian Wushuang, do you still remember who this seed is? The man in black with a sneer saw Jian Wushuang dodging this palm, didn't care, and said with a sarcasm, "It's you?" Yin Jian's eyes twinkled, and after taking a deep breath, he forced his heart's throbbing down and said with a sneer, "Extreme Blackhawk, how can I not remember?" For this person, when the two sides of the sword traveled the universe without a sword, the Blackhawk Supreme in the Diwu Temple that nearly killed him in the Jui Star Field. At the beginning, if it was not the Judi Pavilion's heart-struck Supreme shot that prevented him, I am afraid that Jian Wushuang, who is already dead in the hand of the Black Eagle Supreme, is deprived of his special life level. Jian Wushuang, I haven't seen it for tens of thousands of years, but this one misses you very much. The Black Hawk stared at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Although he was laughing, the coldness in his voice was enough to freeze the blood. Wu Jianshuang heard his face expressionless, mobilized as much as he could, and his whole body was strained to the extreme. This is supreme. Zoigal, the highest existence in the universe. Even though it was him, he was already 1,000 times stronger than when he first met the Black Hawk Supreme, but now facing the Black Hawk Supreme, Jian Wushuang still feels a mountain-like pressure and comes down the mountain. He knows that this will be the most dangerous battle he has ever encountered. This battle no one can help him. All he can rely on is himself. Jian Wushuang, this seat now gives you two choices. The first one is to follow this seat to obediently return to the Diwu Temple for sanctions. The second is to deprive you of special life levels to honor this seat. Destroy the Spear of God. You choose. The Black Eagle Supreme complexion looks as if the of life and death has been set for Jian Wushuang. As if Jian Wushuang has become the fish on his chopping board and let it be slaughtered. Jian Wushuang, the taste of being deprived of a special life stiffly. I don't think you will be willing to experience it in your whole life. Speaking of which, a cruel color flashed in the eyes of the Black Eagle Supreme. Jian Wushuang heard the breath and breathed out a sigh of relief. I choose. Oh, is this going to be captured? Blackhawk frowned, smiling slightly. Jian Wushuang, this time you're quite interesting. I didn't wait for him to finish. I choose you to die. Boom! Wu Jian stepped on the steps without a pair of steps, instantly acting like a missile, pulling out a white air wave and slamming towards the Black Hawk Supreme. The horrifying sword gas strangled the quartet, forming a groundbreaking half-moon swordmang, and in just one breath, he came to the top of the Black Hawk Supreme and slanted him away. Give me a shame, look for death. The Black Eagle Supreme complexion instantly became gloomy, his eyes flashed to the extreme. Chapter 4304. Second more. Wow. Facing this sword that divided the universe across the sea and turned up the shocking white waves, the Black Eagle's supreme expression was somber and grunted coldly, but he raised his finger and pointed toward the sword. That sword was unparalleled. Jian Wushuang, it seems that you still don't understand how big the gap is between the ultimate dominator and the supreme. That's the difference in power. The Black Hawk shook his head, and suddenly, centered on his fingertips, a force that twisted space and time, folded space, burst out suddenly. Huh! Jian Wushuang's magnificent sword was hit by the Black Hawk Supreme again, and it suddenly became like a fortress piled up on the beach. It began to fall apart. What? Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank for a while, and a peculiar look surged on his face, and he couldn't bear to think about it, and felt a force that completely twisted and folded, banging heavily on his chest. Huh! Jian Wushuang's whole body retreated sharply, and a huge pit appeared in his chest. The Black Eagle Supreme saw this, and his negative hand sneered. Sword unparalleled, give up the stupid struggle, recognize the status quo. The gap between the supreme and the dominating realm, nothing can make up for. Jian Wushuang heard the words. His expression was cloudy for a while. He has infinitely elevated the supreme power in his heart, but only when he truly faced the supreme at this moment did he realize that the horror of the supreme far exceeded his expectations. I am afraid that the world is called comparable to the supreme, but it just says that there are some killing tricks, which can be comparable to the supreme ordinary blow. Come again. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang clenched the Wu weapon sword in his hand, and his eyes showed a strong fighting spirit. Huh. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot, and the whole man swept up again, splitting a sword towards the supreme Black Hawk. Open the sky. Hey! For a while, the devil wailed, the Buddha's groaning voice poured out, and the Wu weeping sword quickly trembled, and a blood-colored sword rushed out, splitting towards the Black Eagle Supreme. The sword is unparalleled, useless. The Black Hawk shook his head in contempt, facing the shocking sword, just throwing his sleeve. A black rainbow immediately flung out with this sleeve, this simple one sleeve. It seemed to have directly blasted out 1,000,000 tons of force, pushing the void into a channel and hit the swordman. The blood-colored swordmang was directly worn away. Just then, a low, indifferent voice sounded in his ear. Talented, supernatural, talented, amazing life. Dragon blood mystery, divine power burns. The law of the universe, 10 times the power of willpower. Wow! Suddenly, countless realms came. With sword blessings blessed by various forces, his breath began to skyrocket, and in just a few breaths of time, if the light of coercion, the sword blessings would have to surpass the Black Eagle Supreme. In addition to Tailu Jiandian's 2 killing moves, Jian Wushuang already has the means. Under the suppression of the primitive universe and the shock of life, the supreme atmosphere of the Black Hawk has begun to weaken indefinitely. Oh! Just as the Black Hawk gave a faint whisper, a cold voice sounded again. Chopper Star. Suddenly, space and time seemed to stagnate. Countless energies in the universe converged towards the sword without hands. Whether it was the shards of the void or the dark matter in the universe, etc., all turned into the purest energy, just like Baichuan entered the sea. Radiated in all directions, it finally merged into the sword without hands and turned into a silver sword rainbow of 5,000 feet. When this silver sword Hongfang appeared, it instantly took away all the glory in the world, and it was so dazzling that it was hard to look straight. As if a volume of Tianhe was held in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's black hair was dangling and his expression was indifferent, just like the peerless sword immortal. Cut. With the sound of a cold drink, Jian Wushuang's right hand waved down, and the silver sword rainbow up to 5,000 feet was finally chopped down towards the Black Eagle Supreme. Oh, the previous trick was just a cover. Is this sword really a killing trick? The Black Hawk browed lightly, commented casually, this sword is quite good. There is already some infinitely close to the power of the Supreme, but it is a pity that if it is not the Supreme, it is the ants. Shaking his head, Black Hawk turned over with his right hand, and a black sharp spear appeared in his hand. This short spear exudes a weird breath. Jian Wushuang just glanced at it and felt an aversion of disgust. Break me! The Black Hawk sighed, and the short spear fiercely stabbed to the ground. For a moment, no matter it was the primitive universe or the shock of life, it was as if it encountered natural enemies. Sword unparalleled, do you still recognize this extermination spear? The Black Eagle sneered. His right hand quickly printed, and a black iris exploded quickly, striking the silver sword rainbow of Jian Wushuang's nearly 5,000 feet. Bang bang! Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow quickly collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jian Wushuang's face changed slightly, and he would not forget the Exterminator Spear. According to the Supreme Killing Sword, the Exterminator Spear is a magic weapon specially used by Diwu Temple to restrain the special life such as Jian Wushuang. The advantages of cutting them to these special lives. Sword unparalleled, it's time to take this seat. The Black Eagle sneered and swung his right hand heavily, and the stab of the Extermination Spear suddenly stabbed at the sword without a pair. Jian Wushuang's face was dignified, and he expelled hundreds of swords quickly in order to stop this Extermination Spear. However, everything was useless. This Exterminator Spear brought up a long tail flame, and there was a burst of blast in the void where it was swept away. Open a fist-sized blood hole in your chest. Theoretically, with the restoration of Jian Wushuang's divine power, these injuries will be restored immediately. However, when Jian Wushuang poured out divine power to recover the divine body, he suddenly felt that the broken blood hole there is even a faint power that is suppressing the recovery of his body, and it is spreading around at a slow speed. This is the power of the Exterminator Spear. The next moment, the Black Hawk's figure flashed, as if moving instantly, appeared above Jian Wushuang, raised his right foot, and stepped down towards Jian Wushuang fiercely. A blast of shaking came from this place, and this foot directly stepped on the soul of the sword. Next moment, a divine power that is completely different from the realm of mastering the realm came down the mountain, suppressing the sword unparalleled, making him unable to move at all. The Black Eagle Supreme looked down with a sneer and looked down at Jian Wushuang, who was stepping on his foot, and scorned, Jian Wushuang, now you are in this seat of life and death. What do you fight with this seat? Are you qualified to fight with this seat? Jian Wushuang fell into danger instantly. P.S. 2 more arrived today. Chapter 4305. Karub. After the step of the Black Hawk Supreme, Jian Wushuang only felt that his bones and muscles were shaking. He tried to surge up the power to push the Black Hawk Supreme apart, but when he accumulated the power and hit the Black Hawk Supreme, he only felt just like a ball of cotton hitting a copper wall and an iron wall. The Black Eagle Supreme is unmoved. Perhaps the total power of the two is similar, but the quality is completely different. Extreme Divine Realm and Ultimate Master are completely different in essence. Is this the supreme power? Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and there was a consciousness in his heart. At this moment, when he truly faces the Supreme, he finally knows how big the gap is between the Supreme Divine Realm and the Ultimate Master. Someone has done statistics in the universe. There are tens of thousands of star fields in the universe and countless astral fields. Among these tens of thousands of star fields, the Supreme on the bright side adds up to less than 100. How many dominate the Ultimate? Too much to count. From this we can see how much the difference between the Ultimate Master and the Supreme. Even though he is the strongest master of the universe, such as King Julong, in the peak period of his strength, he is only comparable to the Supreme. Jia, what is the solution? refers to the supreme blow of King Jujia. But this does not mean that the King of Nine Dragons can truly be compared with the Supreme. Jin Wushuang, aren't you very powerful? Aren't you the first person in Shinkongulu? Now you stand up for this seat. Black Eagle Supreme looked down at Jin Wushuang, his face full of sneer. He said as he stepped on the right foot of Sword Wushuang hardly, and for a moment, the sword's body suddenly made an overwhelming clicking sound. Under this step, countless bones and veins of the sword unparalleled. In the distance, many daring ultimate masters did not leave. But watching this scene from afar, there was a chill in their hearts. Is this the supreme terror? Jin Wushuang, who is able to cross the invincible ancient road in the starry sky, has no backhand in front of the supreme. Too strong. The sword before Wushuang's sword has been beyond my understanding. It is estimated to be able to kill anyone who dominates the realm. I never thought it would be broken only by the supreme sleeve. Guy, it is no wonder that ever since the birth of the universe, there has never been a record of the Lord's victory over the supreme. The supreme power is too terrifying. The sword is unparalleled. They shook their heads. At the beginning, they didn't know it was Jin Wushuang, but as the Black Hawk Supreme called Jin Wushuang's name, they suddenly came to realize that this handsome young man with a stern look was the latest in the universe. Wu's sword is unparalleled. There were many people. After Jinwu double-clicked to kill the prisoner dragon, it was deemed that Jian Wushuang had the qualifications to sit on par with Supreme, but until now, when they saw the scene where Jian Wushuang was crushed by Black Hawk Supreme, I realized that my eyelids were too shallow and I didn't know the gap between the Master and the Supreme. Starting that kind of gap is almost like of nature. No matter what the amazing talents and supernatural powers, it can't be crossed. The Black Eagle Supreme looked back at them and did not mean to drive them away. He is not a genius. Breaking through the Supreme can be described as barely extreme. Even if he is in the territory of the Supreme God, he is not a strong person. Therefore, he particularly likes to step on those feet with amazing talents and humiliate, to satisfy the perverted pleasure in my heart. The sword is unparalleled. Obediently surrender to this seat. Maybe this seat can give you a happy, otherwise, this seat will crush your bones inch by inch, and then strip your cultivation and special life, let you feel the ultimate pain. Black Eagle Supreme looked down at Xiang Wushuang, smirking. Submit? Are you worthy? Yin Jian Wushuang's expression was cold. He hacked a sword and chopped it towards the Black Eagle Supreme. Thuron, although he was suppressed by the Black Hawk Supreme, it does not mean that he has no fighting power. Is this seat worthy? Well, sword unparalleled, then you can see if this seat is worthy. The Black Eagle's face flashed sharply, crushing the sword that Shuang Wushuang cut off immediately, and then a violent supreme divine power was blasted out of his feet, and it was the direct separation of the sword Wushuang deities nearly collapse. A heartbreak of pain came, but Jian Wushuang never frowned, and he turned to look at the sandalwood sword box on the back. His thoughts flashed. Do you want to use this sword? Once you use it, you will kill him at that time. But it's not the Black Eagle Supreme, but the powers that really stand on top of the universe. Sword Wushuang, since you don't know what to do, don't blame this seat for being ruthless. Let's die. The Black Eagle flickered in the eyes of the Black Eagle Supreme, and finally moved his heart. At the same time, in the Temple of Life in the depths of the universe, take a piece of paper newsletter and pass it directly to the Supreme Temple. Report. Extreme Blood and Blood Waves. Judy Pavilion on Shinkong Ancient Road. Urgent news. A disciple of the Life Shrine walked hurriedly outside the hall, his face panicked to the extreme. Why is this so panic? Blood Wave Supreme frowned and asked. The disciple of Life Shrine half knelt on the ground with a slam on his forehead, and sweat continued to flow from his forehead. Blood Wave Supreme. Just now there was an urgent message from Judy Pavilion, and Jian Wushuang just came out of the ancient sky and was hit by Diwu Temple Black Shadow Supreme Interception. I'm afraid at this moment. What? Suddenly, Blood Wave Supreme's complexion suddenly changed, and he stood up from his seat, staring at the disciple of Life and shouting, saying, What the is going on? You give this seat, say clearly. The disciple at the Temple of Life shook the eyes of Supreme Blood Wave Supreme as if he wanted to eat, and his heart suddenly became cold, so he didn't dare to delay in half. He quickly sent a newsletter from Juding Pavilion on Shinkong Ancient Road. 1510 Say it quickly. After he finished speaking, Bloodwave Supreme was instantly furious. Bold. Blackhawk, you look for death. Boom. I can't hold back anymore. Soaring into the sky. Under this killing intention, the entire shrine of life is shrouded, as if trapped in a sea of blood. Blood. What happened? Suddenly, within the palace of life, several other supremes felt this boiling and terrifying intention, all of which changed quickly and quickly came. Sun Zuibo's eyes were cold, and he replied word by word, Jian Wushuang was intercepted in the ancient road by the sky. What? Who intercepted Jian Wushuang? There are a few supreme faces facing each other, and there is a little in my heart. Sun Zuibo's eyes stared into the distance, coldly. Diwu Temple, Blackhawk Supreme. After speaking, the Supreme Master of Bloodwaves no longer cares about them. Under one step, the whole person has left the Palace of Life. The next moment, his cold voice sounded in the hall. I'm here to save the sword unparalleled. Whoever blocks me today is the enemy of my blood. Chapter 4306. This? After hearing the words of hesitation on the faces of the Supreme Masters, they just remembered to chase after him, and advised the Supreme Master of Blood to not be so reckless, and an indifferent ancient voice sounded from their ears. Let him go. The Supreme Master heard each other face to face, and finally nodded and sighed, Yes, Supreme Lord. Outside of the Temple of Life, the Bloodwave Supreme turned into a scorpion, directly exploding all speed, and killed towards the ancient road of the starry sky. I saw him at the Gate of Life shrine at the last moment, and then he appeared on another star field. At this moment, Bloodwave Supreme directly used the star jumping technique, and each time the figure flickered, it was hundreds of millions of miles. However, before he walked halfway from the ancient road to the sky, a black, giant hand shot at him. Bloodwave, stay. Okay. Bloodwave paused suddenly, and after smashing the giant hand with a random blow, he stared at the void shot by the giant hand. I saw a majestic middle-aged man wearing a purple gold suit wearing a purple gold crown with flowers, birds, and beasts embroidered on it, stepping out of the void step by step. This person is a mysterious and unpredictable master of the Diwu Temple. Seeing the Supreme, he suddenly smiled angrily and said, This place is so big-faced that the master of the Diwu Temple actually took the initiative to block it. After hearing the words, the master of Diwu Shrine smiled slightly and said, Oh, your blood is the chief supreme of Life Shrine. When others come to stop you, this deity is naturally uneasy, so you have to do it yourself. He Xuanwen heard that even if he faced the master of the Diwu Shrine in the famous universe, he didn't have half a dreadful look on his face, and his eyes flashed deadly. Kuroba, do you really want to stop me here? The master of the Diwu Shrine stepped in the void, stood with his hands up, and shook his head. Blood, you give up? You are not your opponent. Sword is unparalleled. No one can save him today. Bloodwave Supreme heard that his face was expressionless, but in his heart a heart kept sinking. He knew that the black feather was right. He was not his opponent. Taking a deep breath, the Bloodwave Supreme looked coldly at the master of Diwu Temple and said, In order to kill this disciple who is the ultimate master of the realm, you have really worked hard. Not only did you send the Supreme to intercept and kill, you as the temple it's such a great skill that the Lord himself came to stop it. The master of the Diwu Temple, how can I not listen to the irony in the discourse of Supreme Master Qing Hai? But he just smiled indifferently. Your palace of life has already produced a king of 9 calamities, and there must never be another 9 calamities. King. After a pause, he shook his head again and said, No, according to the strength of Zhujia Wang in the ultimate dominion, compare with Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that after the sword Wushuang breaks through the Supreme, the strength will be far better than Zhujia Wang. Once it exists, it will naturally kill as soon as possible, so as to prevent the future. Bloodwave Supreme heard the expression gloomy, His eyes flashed to the extreme. After a moment, Bloodwave Supreme took a deep breath and slowly said, "Hey you. Let's wait and see. My disciple may not die." "Is that so?" The master of Diwu Shrine smiled slightly, not caring. Bloodwave Supreme heard no more answer, but can only hope that Jian Wushuang can create a miracle again and get out of the hands of the Black Eagle Supreme, such as, once again using the last life-saving magical power against the prison dragon. However, what he didn't know was that Diwu Shrine had already conducted a detailed and extreme investigation of Jian Wushuang, including Jian Wushuang's last divine power decomposition, which was also under their control. It can be said that they have made 100% preparations for killing the sword unparalleled. Shinkong Ancient Road Entrance. Jian Wushuang, this time you will not be as lucky as last time. This time, no one will come to save you again. The Black Eagle supremely looked down at Jian Wushuang, sneer with cruel color. Sword unparalleled. Come on, let this seat torture you little by little, let you die in pain. The Black Eagle supremely grinned and forced his feet, began to start the sword Wushuang from his feet, crushing his body by an inch. Click, click. Jian Wushuang's indestructible body, under the Black Hawk stepping down, suddenly broke down and broke apart. In addition, the Black Eagle supremely controlled the divine power to a subtle level, which would not only make Jian Wushuang's body completely collapse and explode, but also make Jian Wushuang feel endless suffering. This supreme mind is very good at poisoning. How much hatred this person has with Jian Wushuang to torture Jian Wushuang so much. Jiang Wushuang really has a lot of fate. It was so difficult to kill the prisoner dragon in the Shinkong Ancient Road, but unexpectedly, he just came out of the Shinkong Ancient Road and encountered the Supreme Interception. In the distance, some of the ultimate masters watching this scene shook their heads and booed. In their hearts, the Black Hawk is extremely shameless, but no one dares to say it, and can only shake his head constantly. Jian Wushuang, do you really regret it now? It was better to be killed by this seat when you were in Jui Starfield? Otherwise, how would you be tortured now? The Black Eagle Supreme laughed a lot, but when he looked at the sword unparalleled from beginning to end, he suddenly felt boring. Why was he dying and not asking for mercy? Shouldn't he kneel in front of himself at this time, begging himself to spare him? Shouldn't he cry with tears, despair, and remorse? Well, swords matchless die. The Black Eagle snorted coldly, and there was a murder in his eyes. No longer intending to delay, he raised his foot and stepped towards Jian Wushuang's head. This foot is rushing to the sword unparalleled life. It's now. Jian Wu's eyes flickered. Wu Wei's Excalibur had disappeared quietly, and boundless darkness poured out from under him, toward the Black Eagle Supreme. Forever night. With a low sip and a moment of time, a ray of black mist completely wrapped the Black Hawk Supreme. This is... Suddenly the Black Eagle Supreme had no time to say a word, and was immediately dragged into the kingdom of the night. A huge round black ball wrapped the Black Hawk Supreme inside. A strip of breath began to take away everything that belongs to the Black Hawk Supreme. Jian Wushuang took advantage of this opportunity to swoop up, turned his hands to take out a lot of magic medicine from the Qinkuan ring, and took it by mouth. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang's expression still dare not relax at all, staring at the Black Eagle supremely surrounded by black spheres. His whole Bodis divine power was tense. Swords warriors. An anger came to an extreme roar, emanating from the black ball, and the next moment, I saw the kingdom of eternal night, which broke apart inch by inch. It's like a glass bead, cracking like cracks. The next moment, the whole kingdom of eternal night collapsed. Wu Weeping Sword wailed and flew back, held in his hand by the sword unparalleled. Chapter 4307. I saw the Black Eagle Supreme at this moment. Although he was not dead, he was also embarrassed to the extreme. The whole person was at least 10 years old. His arrogant face had reached the extreme, and his body was still strong, like skinny, dry and thin. Sword unparalleled, how dare you hurt this seat? The cold meng flashed in the eyes of the Black Eagle Supreme, and his anger was extremely extreme. Sunda is dignified. The top figure in the entire universe was hurt by an ultimate master of Jian Wushuang district. Her, what a shame. Sword unparalleled, Yuet. Chigar the Black Eagle Supreme jumped out of these 7 characters from the teeth, and the next moment, his body flashed, and he flew towards the sword unparalleled. I saw that his figure seemed to be transformed into a huge eagle pendant that could last for 9 days to catch the moon, and the next 5 oceans to catch the puppets, pierce through the void directly, and 5 fingers fought hard towards the sword unparalleled. Under this grasp, countless voids shattered, directly exploding a galaxy. A deafening hawk sounded and sang in the universe. Good job. Yin Jianhui's eyes flashed coldly, facing the claw-pinching Xinghe. Instead of being afraid, he took a step forward, and his hunting spirits surged in his eyes. Black Hawk Supreme, this sword, you are optimistic? Take a deep breath. Jian Wushuang coldly spit out 2 words, dawn. Ding! A chirp sounded, and then, Wu Xinjian and Wu weapon sword in his hand disappeared. Next moment, just a little golden light. The entire universe seems to be transformed into a line of golden light. Under this line of golden light, the perennial dark universe has been torn apart, and it has been dazzled by the mapped brilliance. Immediately, we saw this line of golden light, which struck fiercely the Black Hawk Extreme, swept away like lightning. Huh. Take this sword, cut off the starry sky, and cut through the chaos. This sword is like the dawn shot from the depths of the night, driving out everything. Yi Fengrui. Overbearing. Crush. Destroyed. Unbreakable. This is the true meaning of the dawning sword. Many of the ultimate masters who are watching the battle in the distance, feeling the sharp sword, are stunned and trembling. How can there be such a terrible sword art in the world? Fighting swordsmanship. This sword is too scary. Under this sword, Yin have finished eggs? At this moment, the ultimate dominator of all watching wars is all exclaimed. Lin, even the Blackhawk Extreme, who was attacked and killed, has a shrinking pupil and a slight change in his face. This son is only the ultimate master. Why is swordplay so terrifying? That kind of power. Even feels guilty? He didn't wait for him to think about it. Jian Wushuang had already killed it. Like a star collision, the Black Eagle Supreme turned into a black shadow of Eagle Peng, and the sword unparalleled into a line of golden light, collided fiercely. Huh! Jirda, a huge shock wave spread out and directly pushed some small planets around them to thousands of feet. The next moment, I saw a line of golden light transformed by the sword unparalleled, passing by the Black Eagle Supreme, and stopped until it was hundreds of square feet. Jingguang dissipated and turned into a breathless sword unparalleled. Qi Jian Wushuang was trembling all over, holding the right hand of Wu weapon sword handle. It was tingling for a while. He turned around and slowly looked towards the Black Hawk Supreme. I saw the Black Hawk Supreme standing in the void, with no change in appearance. Suddenly, the metamorphosis protrudes. Huh! The next moment, breaking dawn Jianni burst out. Countless blood shot out from the Black Eagle's 988,300,000 pores. In the sky, as if there was a blood rain, the avenues all wailed. At this moment, the Black Eagle Extreme was miserable to the extreme. He wore his hair, and a black suit hung on his body like a rag strip. Blood was overflowing from his nasal eyes at the same time. Sword unparalleled. The Black Eagle yelled loudly, and then turned his head sharply to look at Jian Wushuang. His heart was frightened and angry. The sword just now is really thrilling. If the power of the sword Wushuang is half a point stronger, or if it is motivated by the supreme divine power, I am afraid that today he really capsized in the gutter and planted it in the hands of the sword. Where did this supernatural power come from? The thoughts of the Black Eagle Supreme mind flashed. First of all, the kingdom of the night, there is already a taste of the kingdom of God in it, but it is the highest level of the universe that he has never realized. Immediately after this is the dawning sword, which is the ultimate sublimation on the kendo, an invincible sword move that combines thousands of kendos in one. This class of supernatural powers is enough to stir the entire universe. It is by no means the ultimate master can create it. Even he is not even qualified to touch this type of supernatural powers. Daldi, where did he get it from? The Black Eagle supremely changed his mind and looked at Jian Wushuang at the same time. His heart was filled with deep fear. This subregion finally dominates the realm, and now you can shake the Supreme. If you wait until he becomes the Supreme, then who in the universe can rule him? No. You must strangle him in the cradle while this child is not yet fully grown. Thinking of this, Blackhawk's supreme heart no longer half-minded playfulness, Morihan murderous in his eyes. Jin Wushuang, it seems that this seat really takes you seriously. After speaking, the Blackhawk Supreme held the destroyer spear and struck towards the sword unparalleled. Huh! A splendid mighty power, spreading wildly. At this moment, Blackhawk Supreme has no reservations anymore. Novel. The breath of that Supreme is like a rushing wave, and it is squeezing in all directions. Under this breath of supremacy, all the nations want to surrender, and they feel shocked for 9 days and 10 places. With the Black Hawk supremacy as the center, the thousands of places around it are transformed into a sea of anger and trembling. Sure enough, can't even break dawn with a sword? The sword flickered in Wu Jian's eyes, and he sighed slightly. He immediately made a decision in his heart. If you don't want to die today, I'm afraid you have to use your best killer Jian. It's just that this is not the place to cast the Taro Excalibur. You have to find a place without people. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang said indifferently to the Black Eagle Supreme, Black Eagle, don't you want to kill me? Come on. After finishing speaking, Jin Wushuang's body twisted, and all the divine power burst into speed as soon as he stepped on his foot, and he shot towards the distance. He remembered that, not far from the ancient sky, there was an abandoned dead star field. Sure, the void cracks are everywhere, the time and space are chaotic, and a void storm will be blown at any time, leaving no one at all. Sword unparalleled, you can't escape. The Black Eagle supremely sneered, erupting at the same speed, and chased away towards the sword unparalleled. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words, looked back at the Black Hawk Supreme, and sneered in his heart. Go chase, chase, Black Hawk, there is your burial ground. Chapter 4308. I saw 2 streams of light in the universe passing across the sky like thunder. Jin Wushuang's divine power erupted as much as he could, but he swept 1,000,000 miles under one footstep, and behind him, the Black Hawk's supreme speed was also extremely fast. On his back, a giant hawk phantom ghosted. The wing is just a flapping edge, which is the shuttle through the void. How can this be so fast? The Black Hawk's eyes narrowed and his face was gloomy. In his opinion, although Jin Wushuang is not supreme, both the strength of the divine power and the attack power, including this speed, already have the supreme level of combat power. If it is not the power of the sword Wushuang, it has not yet broken into the supreme divine power, and he soon after entering the realm of ultimate domination, today's victory and defeat, I'm afraid it's hard to say. However, fortunately, there is the exterminator spear in his own hand. Because of the talent and supernatural power brought by the special life, all of them will be weakened by the exterminator spear. Thinking of this, the Black Eagle Supreme was slightly relaxed, licking the corner of his mouth and sneered, Jian Wushuang, after this seat catches up with you, he will draw your soul out and force you to ask how many Kendo magical powers and then wipe out your divine power. As the voice dropped, the Black Eagle Supreme opened his mouth and uttered an eagle cry. On his back, a pair of huge black wings emerged. Under the swaying, the sound barrier was instantly opened. Roaring explosion was heard, and the distance from the sword unparalleled was quickly drawn closer. So fast. Jin Wushuang's pupil shrunk slightly. If they continue at this speed, they will not be caught by the Blackhawk Supreme for a long time. The abandoned star field is at least halfway away from his current position. Dragon blood mystery, divine power burns. Jin Wushuang sighed and began to burn the divine power directly. The extremely fast speed actually surged a lot, turning it into a streamer, sprinting forward. The distance that was originally pulled between them was suddenly pulled away again. Oh, is there any secret technique used? The Black Hawk gave a faint whisper, and his face was not surprised. He has seen too many secret techniques at the price of them, but these secret techniques often have one thing in common, that is, the time they can be used is very short. Huh, sword unparalleled. I have to take a look at this seat. How long can you persist in this mystery? The Black Eagle Supreme flashed in the eyes, and at the same time made a decision in his heart. Once he caught up with the sword unparalleled, he must never say more and be headed directly. Otherwise, with this endless stream of magical powers, who knows what moths will come out later. Sword Wushuang kept moving forward, while the divine power erupted, while constantly taking out the top divine medicine into the mouth, quickly restored the divine power. Under such full burst of divine power, even as a perfect special life, he seemed to be struggling to recover. Of course, the most important factor that caused all this was the blood hole in his chest that was broken by the destroyer's spear. Until now, the blood hole caused to him by the destroying spear has not been restored. A strange burning power, which constantly erodes the body, requires him to spend a lot of divine power to suppress this strange power. Both were extremely fast, and within a few breaths of time they completely disappeared at the intersection of stars and sky. Many ultimate masters who were still watching the war saw this scene and had to regret sighing. I don't know if the sword is unparalleled. Can I escape this supreme killing? Huh. Jian Wushuang and Black Eagle Supreme are constantly moving in the starry sky. With the gradual killing of Jian Wushuang, Black Eagle Supreme cannot help but notice that the surrounding galaxies are decreasing, even the rules of the void. It is gradually becoming weak. However, the Black Hawk Supreme didn't care. Only when Jian Wushuang was panicking. He can clearly see that his distance from the sword unparalleled is constantly being drawn in. Nearby, Jian Wushuang's black hair flew, and the Black Eagle Supreme could feel that the distance between him and him was getting closer. Jian Wushuang could also feel that his distance from the abandoned star field was also drawing in at a rapid speed. Even far apart, he could already see the vague outline of the abandoned star field. After half a column of incense, Jian Wushuang's footsteps stopped abruptly. Huh, don't run away? The Black Hawk's eyes narrowed, and then he found that he had reached an abandoned starfield, and there were scattered fissures everywhere. From time to time, there were space storms blowing, and there were no people in the surrounding area. However, he still didn't care and shook his head. That being the case then, sword unparalleled, ready to die. After that, thousands of great divine powers rushed into his hands, and he raised the spear of annihilation, and then planned to stab toward the sword unparalleled. Now, he doesn't want to talk to Jian Wushuang anymore. He just wants to kill Jian Wushuang and then quickly. Suddenly, facing the sword of the Black Eagle Supreme Wu Shou, he spoke faintly. Black Hawk, you are wrong. It is not me but you who are about to die. The Black Hawk chuckled and replied, Jian Wushuang, I really admire you when you say this, and you are all dead. You don't even know it. There is a lot of nonsense here. You do not believe? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow, slowly turned around, and looked at the Black Eagle Supreme calmly. The Black Eagle shook his head, and was unwilling to waste his lips, raised the destroyer's spear, and killed the sword unparalleled. Destroy the spear with the power of destroying the world. Kill fiercely towards the sword unparalleled. The turbulent wind blew up the black hair of Jian Wushuang, and he looked at the destroying spear that ruined the sky and shattered the void, and his expression became unhappy. Click. Suddenly, a sandalwood sword box on his back opened a crack. Click and wipe. This crack is getting more and more. Suddenly, sandalwood sword box split. A stalk is wrapped in 9 sealed vines, forming an oblique sword with a scabbard, rising. The first Feng shattered. A terrifying atmosphere of terror and chaos emanated gradually. Black Eagle, this sword, I originally intended to leave it to the dragons, but unfortunately, I was hit by you. Jian Wushuang sighed softly. The second Feng shattered. The horror of the heavens and earth, and the chaotic boiling atmosphere soared again. In this breath www.novel Countless space storms that swept the stars directly collapsed, and the fierce spear that stabbed fiercely was stagnation for a moment, as if worn on an invisible wall. Stuck in the middle of Jian Wushuang and Black Hawk Supreme. Huh. Huh. Third root. Fourth root. Fifth root. Ninth root. When the ninth function vine shattered, the huge and terrifying sword pressure had destroyed all the stars in this abandoned star field. Under the pressure of this sword, the Black Eagle Extreme shivered, almost kneeling down. A whole body of dark gold, the sword body is full of mysterious veins. In the position of the sword handle is a scarlet seven-footed Excalibur, which completely reveals its appearance. Taro Excalibur is finally here. Chapter 4309. This is. The Black Eagle supremely looks at the Taro Excalibur hanging high in the stars, a memory that has long been sealed by hundreds of chaotic ages, and then it comes out. Taro Excalibur. The Black Hawk Supreme was terrified. The kingdom of the night and the dawn. He does not practice kendo, and he still does not recognize it. But this powerful universe has once suppressed the incomparable Taro Supreme Saber of heaven and earth. How can he not recognize it? At that time, when he was still in charge of the realm, the Taro Swordsman who was invincible and undefeated, standing on the top of the universe, was holding this Taro sword, which was amazing forever and defeated Tianjiao. Even now, he still remembers that when Taro Supreme held the Taro Excalibur, one person and one sword alone smashed the unique style of the universe. However, isn't the Taro Excalibur already sealed with Taro Supreme? Sword unparalleled. How can you have a tailored sword? The Black Hawk Supreme couldn't care less about the fear in his heart. His eyes flushed, and he roared. Jian Wushuang did not answer, but spit out two words gently, sword comes. Suddenly, the thunder rolled, the wind and clouds changed color, and the Taro Excalibur suspended above the starry sky suddenly spun and flew towards the sword Wushuang in an instant. The next moment, the sword of Tai Luo was held in his hand by the sword unparalleled. A sense of brain-hearted connection surged in Jian Wushuang's mind. This is his innumerable days and nights, with the energy of the sword, the induction. Black Eagle, sacrifices my Taro sword today with your supreme blood. The sword held the Taro Excalibur without hands, the black hair flew, and a horror burst to the extreme. Enough to make the Supreme bow his head with a low eyebrow, surging up. Immediately, a splendid radiance that shined through all ages spread out. Under this radiance, the figure of Jian Wushuang disappeared and replaced by a blue sword standing on the top of the universe. He was holding a gourd jug in one hand, and a tailored Excalibur in one hand, deliberately chic, devouring the sun and the moon, and the royal sword riding the wind for 90,000 miles. He saw me with an eyebrow. Taro Swordmaster. The Black Eagle supremely looked at the ghost image of the blue shirt sword god, but he could not help but soften his knees and almost knelt down. The ghost of this blue shirt sword is arrogantly the Taro Swordsman who has been crowned the supreme sword of all ages before the chaos ages. Cut. In Jian Wushuang's mouth, a sound sounded like the sound of ancient chaos. The next moment, I saw the Taro Excalibur, straight down towards the Black Hawk Supreme. No words can be used to describe the horror of this sword. Under this sword, this abandoned star field directly turned into chaos and nothingness. Countless stars exploded into the galaxy and decomposed into the most primitive particle molecules. Million miles of starry sky are frozen. Do not. The Black Hawk is smashing, and a great terror between life and death rises in his heart. Under this crisis of life and death, he can't even feel the slightest resistance thought. Sword unparalleled. You want this seat to die, and this seat will not make you feel better. This seat has conveyed the secret of your possession of the Taro Excalibur to the universe. Taro sword, you can't keep it. The Temple of Life can't protect you. Sword unparalleled. This seat takes a step first, waiting for you to accompany me. The Black Hawk stared at Jian Wushuang with a venomous expression. Huh? Tai Luo Excalibur, finally depressed. Jian Wushuang infused the sword energy of tens of thousands of years in the Tai Luo divine sword, bursting out. Sword Qi turned sky and sky, dominate the sun and the moon. Tens of millions of swords rushed out at the same time, covering the earth and covering the sun and the moon, just like the doomsday disaster, and the universe was in danger. Under these tens of millions of swords, the Black Eagle's supreme body began to annihilate at a very fast speed. Feng Jian 30,000 years. Once the sword came out, after 3 breaths, the world became quiet. The Black Eagle Supreme disappeared, and even a trace of black powder was not left, and was directly obliterated into the most primitive nothingness. A generation of Supreme. That's it. The huge and terrifying sword pressure gradually dissipated, and the sword was swaying and almost fell from the air. This sword just drained almost all the divine power from him. Although the Black Hawk Supreme was dead, Jian Wushuang's eyes did not have any pleasure, but he was gloomy to the extreme. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Just before the sword cut the Black Hawk Supreme, he felt very clearly that a wave of divine power was quickly passed from the Black Hawk Supreme. If he was not mistaken, it was a brief message before the Black Hawk's death. For today, you must hurry back to the Temple of Life. Jian Wu's eyes flashed, and his heart made a quick decision. He had to return to the Temple of Life while the universe hadn't responded yet. Only in this way could there be room for crushing. Want to stop? Jian Wushuang threw a large sleeve and took out a spaceboat from the ring of Qian Kuan. The spacecraft rose in the wind and soon reached tens of thousands of feet, squeezing the void, exuding a dark, cold luster. Speaking of which, the spacecraft was obtained from him after killing the prison dragon, and compared to his previous spacecraft, the rank was much higher. The sword has no twin shape, and the whole person has entered the spacecraft. Bang! Immediately, the spacecraft issued a roar and roared, and instantly disappeared into this abandoned star field, directly breaking through the speed of light, concealing the breath, and rushing towards the Temple of Life. At the same time, in a star field in the middle of the Shrine of Life and the ancient sky, Bloodwave's supreme expression was gloomy, staring at the main owner of Diwu Temple, standing in front of him, with a light expression. Although he was angry, he did not dare to act half-heartedly. The master of Diwu Shrine is the ancient supreme of the same age as Gav Supreme, which is indeed not what he is now. Blood. They'll wait here patiently. Diwu Shrine Lord smiled slightly. Counting the time. A little bit of calculation. Now Black Hawk Supreme should also slay the sword unparalleled. Call out. Just then, a rumor of Black Hawk Supreme sounded in his mind. Oh, is it resolved? The main eyelid of the main hall of Diwu Shrine was lifted, and the smile on his face became richer. But the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly freezes. Taro Excalibur? He whispered with a look of shock on his face. Huh? Taro Excalibur? Bloodwave Supreme noticed this scene, and her pupils shrank. The master of Diwu Temple didn't answer, but after taking a deep breath, he quickly pressed down the uproar in his heart and turned to look at the direction of Shinkong Ancient Road. After a flash of his body, he disappeared in front of the Supreme Master of Blood. That is sacred sword. He is the supreme treasure of the invincible Supreme. I'm afraid that there is change in Jian Wushuang. Bloodwave Supreme's eyes froze. A flash of thought flashed through his eyes and chased towards the master of Diwu Temple. Chapter 43:10. The master of Diwu Shrine is extremely fast. He has never used a spacecraft, but it is much faster than the spacecraft. It is like a beam of light, and it has just passed away in the universe. Bloodwave Supreme followed closely behind him, and for some reason, the last word of the Torah Excalibur, of the main owner of the Diwu Temple, made him a little confused. Almost just when Jian Wushuang piloted the spacecraft, it was only an hour before he left, and the master of the Diwu Shrine appeared in the place where he fought with the Black Eagle Supreme. Diwu Shrine's main black feather closed his eyes and felt for a moment. Then his eyes opened sharply, his eyes flickered and said, "There is an aftermath of battle here. This towering swordsmanship should be a very magic sword. Taro's sword really is in the hands of Jian Wushuang." Not long after, Bloodwave Supreme arrived too. He felt the remaining aftermath of the battle here, and immediately noticed the breath of active sword power. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang is not dead. Bloodwave Supreme's heart was a little loose. As long as Jin Wushuang did not die, he could accept any other result. And there was a throbbing movement in Bloodwave Supreme's heart. Since Jin Wushuang hasn't died, then the dead must be the Blackhawk Supreme. Sword Extreme. What a feat. Hey you. It seems that my disciple is quite hard-hitting. The Supreme Black Eagle wants to kill my disciple, which is not enough. Bloodwave Supreme looked at the owner of Diwu Shrine and said with a smile. His eyes were full of pride and pride. This is the blood of his blood, the one who brought him back with one hand. The master of Diwu Shrine heard a faint expression, and now he has no concern at all about the life and death of the Black Eagle Supreme. All he thinks about now is the Taro Excalibur. It can be said that the 4 characters of Tai Luo's Excalibur have drawn all his mind. It is a pity that the universe is too vast. Jin Wushuang is now like a fish that has penetrated into the sea, which has made him superb. After a short while, he can't figure out the position of Jin Wushuang. And as far as he knows, the Black Eagle Supreme has always been narrow-minded, and he must report that he died in the hand of Jin Wushuang, and he will try his best to retaliate against Jin Wushuang before dying. The news that Wushuang possesses the Tai Luo Excalibur tells him that he is alone. In fact, the situation was indeed as he expected. Almost at the same time, among the major forces in the entire universe, there were mortal rumors before the Black Hawk Supreme. The birth of the Taro Excalibur, held by the sword unparalleled. Jin Wushuang relies on the Taro Excalibur, the sword cuts supreme. As soon as the news came out, the whole universe was in a tumult. Thousands of people are trembling, and they are boiling. The Taro Excalibur is a treasure of the universe. At the time, the Taro Excalibur was revered, but with this Taro Excalibur, it was directly ranked among the invincible supremes of the universe. The universe surrendered, even if it was invincible supreme. More than one died in his hands. So, how can those supremes not be stingy? How not to be jealous? What's more, this sacred sword is still present in the sword without hands. For a while, no matter whether it was the mentality of being suspicious, the major forces have sent strong men out of the customs and went to the universe in search of the killing sword unparalleled. They knew that it was only when Jin Wushuang did not return to the Temple of Life that he had the best Taro sword. Once he had returned to the Temple of Life and wanted to get the Taro sword again, it was difficult. That abandoned starfield. The master of Diwu Shrine, with a cloudy expression, looked up and saw the blood wave supreme, and there was a killing in his eyes. He knows that the relationship between Bloodwave Supreme and Jin Wushuang has always been better. Although there is no name for the master and apprentice between them, Jin Wushuang has always respected Bloodwave Supreme and is definitely a decisive figure in Jin Wushuang's heart. He was thinking about whether to capture the Supreme of Blood and then to go to the Temple of Life, and he would have to surrender the Taro Excalibur. Although Bloodwave Supreme is strong, he is not yet his opponent. But when he thought of sitting in the Supreme Palace of Life, he thought of it again. This old guy is much older than him. Although because of that battle, there has been no time left, but if he really hijacked the Bloodwave Supreme, it is hard to guarantee that the old guy will be mad and desperate for it. And at the same time, Bloodwave Supreme also received a message from the Temple of Life. Tai Luo Excalibur fell in the hands of the sword unparalleled. This makes the Bloodwave Supreme, and his face suddenly changes. Don't even think he knows how much a sensation this will cause in the universe. The Terra Excalibur is a cosmic weapon. It can be said that once any Supreme holds the Terra Excalibur, he can jump into the Supreme Divine Realm, except for the few kings standing on the top of the universe. Being one, for those Supremes, the temptation is immense. Some Supremes, especially some who are proficient in Kendo, will definitely find the sword unparalleled and win the Taro Excalibur. This sacred sword is invincible. Even if it is his blood, it cannot be protected. Even if Taro Supreme was in the same year, when he first got the Taro Excalibur, he was assassinated countlessly, but the Taro Supreme climate at that time was already established, and he heard the adult at the Cosmopolitan event. Tao, The strength is even more advanced, only to kill the universe to surrender, with force to convince people dare not come back to fight the idea of the Taro sword in his hands. But Sword Wushuang, how far is it from Taro Supreme? Thinking of this, Blood Wave Supreme was impatient, and when he stepped down, he disappeared into this abandoned star domain. Today, the only way is to find Jian Wushuang as soon as possible and bring it back to the Temple of Life. The master of Diwu Shrine, seeing that the Supreme Master of Blood Waves left, was not blocked, but the two-finger sacrifice, quickly calculated the position of Jian Wushuang. After a while, found it. The master of Diwu Shrine, his eyes flashed, and as soon as he stepped on it, he disappeared in place and swept away in one direction in the universe. In the universe, Jian Wushuang is driving a cosmic boat, hiding in the void, and quickly moving towards the Temple of Life. He did not dare to delay or use the cosmic passage because he was not sure whether anyone would be intercepted outside the cosmic passage. He could only drive the cosmic boat, constantly changing routes and being cautious. Be cautious and quickly rush back to the Temple of Life. In fact, as expected by Jian Wushuang, almost every cosmic passage from the starry sky to the Temple of Life has long been waiting there. As long as Jian Wushuang came forward and greeted him, it was a storm of assault. However, Rao is so careful with Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang rushed to halfway to the ancient road of life, he was still stopped. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's life was suspended again. Chapter 43:11. In the vast universe, a cosmic ship shining with darkness and blackness stood quietly. In front of the spacecraft, the four were strong, with different appearances, and they were coming together, standing against their hands and standing in front of the spacecraft. Sword unparalleled, stop. The old man is a rare gift for you. As long as you surrender the Tai Luo Excalibur, the old man can spare you a life. A gray-haired old man wearing a Zhoutian Nebula robe, slightly faint, said slightly. If there is a monk in the Seven Palaces star realm at this time, he will recognize that this old man is the owner of the Seven Palaces realm, the Seven Palace Supreme who has been closed for many years. 27 Palace Supremes had already closed their minds in the heart long ago, dozens of times before the Chaos Era. I did not expect that this time the Taro Excalibur was born, even he was drawn out. Yes, the sword is unparalleled. If you surrender the Taro sword, this palace can protect your life without worry. Another old woman with a silver wire coiled up and twisting a crutch with a faucet opened her mouth. Lol, this old woman is the owner of Lianshin Island and is also a supreme class. Give up the Taro Excalibur, I will spare you. Well, recognize the situation quickly and don't make unnecessary resistance. The other two supremes, one with a gloomy, ghostly appearance and the other with a solemn treasure, are the most famous supremes in the universe. Wu Jianwushuang stood in the cosmic boat, looked at the four people through the black light mirror. His expression was somber. He was already careful and couldn't be more careful. The road to the Temple of Life was constantly winding and twisting, and sometimes even the other way around. However, he did not expect that this was still the case, and he was still stopped. Mo, is it really necessary to hand over the Taro Excalibur? Qi Jian Wushuang glanced down at the tailored Excalibur around his waist, and there was a touch of coldness in his eyes. I'm afraid that I really handed out the Taro Excalibur, and I still can't escape it. After all, this kind of enemies of treasure hunting is still such a cosmic weapon, and it's still the treasure in the hands of the most demon in the universe. If you have anxiety in your heart, you might as well cut off the roots to prevent future problems. And the reason why they are still hovering with the sword unparalleled, who wants to come is no one wants to be the first bird, offend the Temple of Life, so as not to be accounted for after the fall. But Jian Wushuang believes that this is only temporary. It won't be long before someone will shoot out the threat of the Life Palace and this sacred sword, which is very important. They will naturally choose the latter. Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wushuang stepped down from the cosmic boat step by step, and his mind was already determined. Now he is holding a Taro Excalibur, but he doesn't have all of them. The four Supremes, as long as they dare to take the first shot, Jian Wushuang dare to abandon everything and fight to death with the Taro Excalibur to kill the first shot. Oh, can you give it up? Wu Qigong Supreme raised his eyelids and looked at Jin Wushuang and spoke lightly. The other three Supremes are also smiling with skin and flirting, looking at the Tai Luo Divine Sword, which is obliquely exposed behind the sword's body, and there is an unshakable greedy glow in his eyes. Taro Excalibur, the cosmic weapon. Roa, if anyone can get the Taro Excalibur, whose strength can at least multiply. Sword, sword unparalleled, come, give Terra Excalibur to this seat. This seat will let you go. I was in front of the Tai Luo Divine Sword. Forgiving these supreme ones, I couldn't help but swallowed the saliva, and I was a bit sick. Howl. With a backhand draw, Jin Wushuang pulled out the tailored Excalibur that was lost behind him, but pointed his sword directly at the four Supremes, tilted his head and sneered, "Sorry, Tailor Excalibur, I don't yes. If anyone wants to grab it, try it." Wan finished, Jin Wushuang's eyes surged in hunting war. Everyone in the world often says that if they do enter the supreme divine realm, they will eventually be ants. The gap between the supreme and the master is just like the gods and mortals. Then, today, his sword is unparalleled. Jin Wushuang, are you threatening us? Immediately, the seventh palace supreme anger smiled, thinking that they were the grandest of the universe, and now they are threatened by an ultimate master? If you don't believe it, try it. Jin Wushuang looked at him calmly. You. When the seventh palace supreme heard the words angry, he seemed to remember something. After a cold hum, he stopped talking. Guji, the dead body of the Black Eagle Supreme, is not yet cool, and he really is not sure. Now that he is holding the Titan Excalibur sword unparalleled, will he be headed to death under the death? For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a weird stalemate. The four Supremes looked dull, and looked at the Taro Excalibur with no hands in the sword, full of greedy and hot eyes, and a deep fear. Finally, it was the dark-skinned man with a sullen smile, 3. If we don't take another shot and wait for others to come, we may not have our chance. The three supreme masters of the seven palaces heard the words, and their faces were all stunned. Yes, the whole universe is now hunting down Jin Wushuang, and no one knows when the Supreme will be there again. Immediately, the owner of the island of Lianshin Island, the old woman with curly hair and husky, said hoarsely, "From the perspective of the palace, I and the four of them first joined forces to kill the kid, and then, as for the ownership of the Terra Excalibur, then choose the strongest of the four of us." The four supreme masters looked at each other and quickly made a decision. First cut sword swordless. Qi Jin Wushuang looked at this scene. His face was unmoved, but in his heart there was a meaning of death fighting. How about the four Supremes? The battle is up. The dark-skinned man in black was the first to sneer, and a nine-headed scimitar exuding a weird breath appeared in his hand. When he stepped on the foot, he was the first to kill the sword. The other three Supremes also practiced Taoism. I saw the Supreme's seventh palace tearing his hands, and suddenly there were 7 fist-sized beads. These 7 beads were made by refining 7 planets. Each circle with 1 bead, no less than 1 planet exploded. Below the 7, it formed a battle, and its power was extremely high. Lal and the old woman, under the footsteps on the sky, are countless red lotuses. For Supremes, killing sword unparalleled at the same time. Kill. The cold sword flashed in Wu Jin's eyes, and the whole Bodhi's divine power was poured into the Taro Excalibur. In a short time, a horrible sharp destruction, centered on Jin Wushuang, skyrocketed. The sword has no hands in the sword, and the eye on the hilt of the sword is opened. Countless bloodshots permeated. This breath, it is really a very magic sword. The 4 great masters felt that this towering atmosphere was devastating. All of them were shaking. Their hairs were standing upright. Taman in their eyes, the figure of Jin Wushuang was blurred, and replaced by the drunken figure of Drunken World and the sword riding by the wind. That's Taro Supreme. Cut. Bing, a cold voice came out, Jin Wushuang holding the Taro Excalibur, chopping fiercely towards the 4 Supremes. A wave of dark golden swords that radiated the everlasting sun burst out along the Tai Luo Excalibur, as if it were a heaven and a catastrophe, and politely ran towards the 4 Supremes. The 24 greatest looked at the sword. Their pupils shrank sharply, and the old woman said in a deep voice, "Everyone, Jian Wushuang has already had the power to slay the Supreme with the Tai Luo divine sword. I must wait for the enemy to be taken seriously and follow in the footsteps of the Black Hawk Supreme." Chapter 43:12. When Jian Wushuang broke through the ultimate dominance, in fact, his strength was already infinitely close to the Supreme. Otherwise, he would not have made the Black Hawk almost dead by relying on the Sword of Breaking Dawn. Now he is holding the Taro Excalibur, and he has no fear, and has more than 10 times his strength. It can be said that the combat power of the Sword Wushuang holding the Taro Excalibur and the Sword Wushuang without the Terra Excalibur is very different. When the Sword Wushuang was cut off, the world suddenly shouted, the sky changed color, and the sun and the moon were deprived of all glory. Fortune Zhongxiu Shou, Yin and Yang cut off. Swordless eyes stared at the 7th Palace Supreme. He could feel that the strongest of these 4 Supremes was the 7th Palace Supreme. And he used the Taro Excalibur, only 1 sword power. 1 sword after that, his whole body will be drained. If he wants to live, he can only ask for this sword to kill the 7th Supreme, deter the other 3 Supremes, and then quickly take the magic medicine to restore his power. Go to death. Jian Wushuang's teeth clattered and roared, and Tai Luo's Excalibur fell fiercely towards the 7th Palace Supreme. This sword first shattered the petals of the red lotus with the pressure of the sword, and then the sharp swordman directly pushed the old lady, the black man, and the treasured majestic man back, and finally moved towards the 7th Palace Supreme beheaded. The 7 fist-sized beads in the hands of the 7th Palace Supreme collided with the Taro Excalibur. A gigantic sword exploded from the Taro Excalibur, turning into Changhong and directing the sky. Under this sword consciousness, the 7 trembled tens of thousands of times instantly, and also quickly released the power of the stars. Crackling. Immediately, a terrifying scene took place. The 7 beads made of stars uttered a wailing sound, and cracks appeared on the bead body. In the end, the cracks became more and finally burst. The first star beads burst. The second, the third, the fourth, 7 star beads. None of them were spared. All were crushed by the Tai Luo Excalibur. Qi 1 sword destroys 7 stars. What? There was a shock on the face of the Supreme Master Qiushi Palace. You should know that each of these 7 star beads is based on a planet, and then it is made of endless cold iron. On the rank of the grade, it has reached the limit of the treasure of the laws of the universe. Enough to rival the Supreme Soldier. But it is such a powerful 7 star beads that have been destroyed by the sword of Tai Luo Excalibur. The power of the Taro Excalibur is rare. The Qiqiong Supreme took a breath, then raised his head to look at the Tai Luo Excalibur who continued to press on him, his face dignified to the extreme, and he whispered, "Mystery, Feng Tian." The words of the symbol fell, and beside him, countless galaxies emerged beside him. This galaxy, like a dragon, seemed to have aura, rolled up and intertwined, forming a large net, and heading towards Tai Luo Di Jian. He is a generation of supreme masters, and he has a lot of mysterious skills in his hands. This heavenly spell is a powerful defense trick that can disintegrate the supreme strike. The sword is unparalleled, with a cold flash in his eyes, cold, talented, amazing life. Suddenly, time and space seemed to stagnate, and a deterrent realm that overwhelmed the peoples came suddenly. This realm is invisible, but within this realm, the Supreme's action suddenly slows down, and it can't help but have a feeling of bowing to the sword. This is the look and suppression of lower life from higher life. Wukan, there is no realm at all. The reason why the Black Eagle Supreme is so difficult is that the extermination spear in his hand can greatly restrain the weakening of Jian Wushuang as a special life advantage, but the 7th Palace Supreme does not. The Tai Luo Excalibur fell into the net, but the scene that shocked the 7th Palace Supreme happened. The Feng Tian Luo net that was still deadlocked by 1 or 2. With the sword Wushuang's life shock coming, the power was suddenly reduced by a large arc, and finally it was actually split on both sides by Tai Luo's Excalibur, breaking open without hindrance, and finally split on his body. Do not! A squeak came, and the supreme goddess of the seventh palace faced the sharp edge of the Tai Luo divine sword. He could not be resisted at all, and was beheaded and turned into fly ash. Seven Palace Supreme. Die! After the Supreme Black Hawk, Jin Wushuang held the Taro Excalibur and cut the Supreme. Suddenly, the three people on the island of Lianshin Island, who had rushed towards Jin Wushuang, all stopped abruptly and looked at Jin Wushuang unbelievably. How can this and this be so? The old woman's fingers tremblingly pointed at Jin Wushuang, and her expression on the face was extremely furious. She wanted to use one word to describe Jin Wushuang, but she couldn't think of it. Jin Wushuang forcibly suppressed the severe pain from the body and looked coldly at the remaining three Supremes. Originally, he beheaded the Black Eagle Supreme and drained all of his divine power. Even in the past few days, he had not completely recovered. Now he forcibly killed the seventh Palace Supreme. The body has already been overdrawn and reached the oil exhaust lamp at the end of the dry, strong crossbow. I am a Taurus sword. Don't you want it either? Then come and get it. Jin Wushuang stared coldly at the three Supremes, speaking indifferently. When the three of them heard the words, they were all eyes closed, and their eyes were cold and cold. Sword unparalleled, you can't frighten this seat. This seat doesn't believe it. You are an ultimate master who can forcibly trigger the Taro Excalibur several times. Now I'm afraid it will be difficult to stand. The gloomy black man was supreme, staring at Jin Wushuang tightly. His lips aroused a whisper. You can try it then. Jin Wushuang's cold eyes also shot straight at the supreme black, with half concealment in his eyes. You. Suddenly, the black clothes were extremely angry, and an unknown fire ignited. He has a 90% certainty, and is sure that Jin Wushuang is now in a bluff, but he dare not bet. If the sword is unparalleled, he can urge the Taro sword again, even if there is only one blow. That's not what he can bear. Lunghung. The Supreme in black no longer speaks, and his expression is cloudy and uncertain. Jin Wushuang saw this. His heart was slightly relieved, and quickly recovered his divine power. If someone is present at this time, you will find a weird scene. The three Supreme Masters were hesitant to be forced to face a sword, unparalleled sword that ultimately dominates the realm, their eyes full of fear. I was in this deadlocked atmosphere. A faint voice sounded again from the void. Found it. The next moment, he saw a majestic middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown and embroidered with flowers, birds, beasts, and insects, walking from a distance. When he raised his feet, he was still on the edge of Skyrim, but it was just a small black spot. But when he stepped down, his figure appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Lord of Diwu Temple, come. His expression was indifferent. He didn't even look at the three former Supreme Masters of the Lotus Island, etc., and stared straight at the Terra Excalibur in the sword without hands. After staring for about 3 minutes, his eyes slightly turned and fell on the sword again. Wushuang. Huh! Suddenly, Jin Wu's body trembled, and a horror surged on his face. When this person has only one gaze and the pressure on him is even more terrifying than that of the four Supremes. Who is he? Chapter 43:13. Huh! This vision of the master of Diwu Temple seemed to come through the floods of the universe and fell on Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang actually felt that in this sight, the gods were almost collapsed and his heart was cold. Who is this person? How could I be so powerful? Almost instantaneously, Jin Wushuang determined in his heart that even if he was holding the Taro Excalibur, he would be far from his opponent. You are the sword unparalleled? The master of the Diwu Temple shook the sword Wushuang indifferently. This I seemed to see through the sword Wushuang, and his eyes were slightly different. The origin of the fourth layer of Kendo, a perfect level of special life, plus a Taro Excalibur, these talent opportunities, just a little growth, will pose a fatal threat to my Diwu Temple. Just kill him. It is too wasteful. It is better to bring him back, to extract the life level, to refine the soul. He shook his head, and the master of the Diwu temple said, "Swords are unparalleled. Take a trip with this seat." After finishing speaking, the master of Diwu shrine extended his hand and gently grasped with 5 fingers. In an instant, the void seemed to form an invisible big hand, lifting the sword unparalleled. And the other 3 supreme masters, already long after the master of the Diwu temple, arrived. They shrank aside, trembling like a chill. He was at the moment when the master of Diwu shrine lifted his sword and was about to leave. A shocking roar suddenly exploded in the sky. "Where is this seat? Who dares to take away sword unparalleled?" "Huh!" Shua, a blood-colored lightning burst from a distance. Shua, this scarlet lightning was almost at the extreme, and it took almost just a moment to fall in front of Jian Wushuang, and with a big wave of his hand, he directly crushed the big hand of the master of Diwu temple. For this person, it is truly a blood wave that comes out of nowhere at all costs. Blood wave supreme. Wu Jianxiu looked at the back of Wei and who was standing in front of him. He was moved for a while, and couldn't help but shout softly. Bloodwave Supreme heard the words, turned his head and looked at Jian Wushuang. He glanced up and down at Jian Wushuang, feeling that Jian Wushuang's body was exhausted, and his eyes could not help but pour out endless regrets. "It's too late to make you suffer." Wu Jianxuang heard the words and forced a smile on him, saying, "It's not too late. It's me. It's trouble for you." Sun Shuebwa Supreme also smiled back, stretched out his hands and rubbed the sword of Wushuang's hair, like the most kind elders, and spoiled the most beloved younger ones. His eyes were full of appreciation and comfort. "What trouble is not trouble? When this seat took you back to the Temple of Life, I promised you that you entered my Temple of Life, and this seat protects you forever. Little one, leave the rest to me." After that, Supreme Bloody took a deep breath, turned abruptly, and looked coldly towards the main lord of the Diwu temple and the 3 supreme supremes. Morihan said, "This seat is here. If you want to take away the sword, please first step on this seat." A terrifying atmosphere, enough to make chaos boil and shatter the horror, rising from the blood wave's supreme body. Under this breath, the 3 supremes are simply frightened quails, their legs trembling for a while. Good. The old woman's face changed dramatically. Only the master of Diwu Shrine, undifferentiated, looked at Bloodwave Supreme indifferently and said, "Bloodwave, it's up to you. And you can't protect Jian Wushuang." Sun Shuebwa Supreme heard a cold hum. His cold warfare was captured in his eyes, and he said, "You can't protect yourself. It's not you who cares, the first battle is." Seeing this, the main hall of Diwu Shrine sighed, "Blood. This seat wanted to spare you life at the beginning, to stay with you for a few more days. Since you have to kill yourself, let's bury it with Jian Wushuang." After he finished speaking, he tore his hands apart and took out a 3-foot-long destroying spear directly from the void. This extermination spear is similar to the extinction spear in the hand of the Blackhawk Supreme, but it is completely different, because this extermination spear is too powerful and too much, and the destruction of the breath is not as good as Tai Luo. The Excalibur is too weak, and the heart of this extermination spear seems to be beating. Seeing the blood wave supreme, the heart couldn't help it. "Blood, come on, let me see if you have improved over the years." The master of the Diwu temple shook his head and waved his right hand gently. For a while, the exterminating spear stabbed towards the supreme blood wave. This thorn seems to be ordinary and contains no power. It seems that any ultimate master can take it, but the blood of the supreme is dignified to the extreme. Broken. Blood wave 2-finger seal, drink a cold drink. Suddenly, there were 3 pillars of heavenly blood behind him. This pillar of blood was like a tornado of 3 heavens and earth, and the power was terrifying. The 3 pillars of heavenly blood have not yet exhibited mighty power. Huge coercion has spread and swept away, and the void collapses at the same time. Rewind. The faces of the 3 Lotus Island masters changed greatly, and they were also in the state of supremacy, but under this coercion, they actually felt as small as the ants. He is a sword unparalleled, and under the special care of the supreme blood wave, he doesn't feel any pressure. Huh! A shocking sound came. Suddenly, the seemingly stabbing extermination spear collided with the three pillars of the blood of the heavens, and the terror power that was difficult to describe in words broke out. As the universe is plunged into a calamity, a mighty power that destroys the world rises, and just howling wind hangs under the collision is enough to tear any ultimate master. There was a medium star field around them, but it was only scratched by the aftermath of these two collisions, and the entire star field burst directly. This is exactly the battle between God and God. Jirda, a huge shock wave spreads out brilliant. Everybody closed their eyes subconsciously. The same is true for Jian Wushuang. Under the confrontation between the Supreme Master of the Blood and the Lord of the Diwu Temple, he only felt that he was so small, like a mortal ant, looking up at the heaven-going who was standing for 9 days. Even holding the Taro Excalibur is a far-reaching realm. After the shock wave dissipated, it was not until half a moment later that everyone opened their eyes slowly. Qi Jian Wushuang hurriedly looked towards the Blood Wave Supreme, and saw that the sleeves of Blood Wave Supreme's right hand were all cracked and his face was pale. Blood Wave Supreme. Immediately, Jian Wushuang couldn't help it anymore, roared loudly. His eyes were flushed. This seat, anyway. Sun Shuebo Extreme reached out his hand and posed it quite difficult, signaling that nothing was going on. Blood Wave, it seems that you are a lot stronger than the last war. However, the main owner of Diwu Shrine shrank a little and said, "Don't look at him as if it was an understatement blow. In fact, just now the blow was extremely dangerous, hiding his 80% strength as the Invincible Supreme, and the ordinary Top Supreme could not be reached at all." Blood Wave Supreme forcibly suppressed the boiling burning force in the god body, raised his head to look at the main hall of Diwu Shrine, and took a deep breath. "Kuroa, talk nonsense. No matter what, today, this seat will accompany you to the end." Chapter 43:14. Blood, you're cutting your way. The master of Diwu Temple shook his head, and then a cruel smile came to his face. "Jiran, that being the case, Blood, your deity satisfies you." The words fell, and the spear of the gods condensed their power again. This time, a horrible breath surged, and at the tip of the spear of the gods, a cold red rim was lit, as if to pierce the sky into a cave. A variety of rules have evolved, and they are entangled in the spear of extermination. At this moment, even the magnetic field of the universe is changed and driven, as if it is about to emerge from the universe. The battle between supremes is a collision between rules. Extreme blood, Tai Luo Excalibur, I gave it to him. Jian Wushuang saw this, clenched his fists tightly, and said, he knows that it is possible that under this blow, Bloodwave Supreme is in danger of falling. He asked himself since he joined the Temple of Life. He has always been the Bloodwave Supreme to continue to support and protect himself, and what has he brought to Bloodwave Supreme? He has owed too much to Bloodwave Supreme, and must never let Bloodwave Supreme escape his life because of the Tai Luo Divine Sword. Bloodwave Supreme heard the words, turned around and stretched out his hands, and pressed down Jian Wushuang's shoulders vigorously, then shook his head, and said with a serious expression, Sword Wushuang, Tai Luo Excalibur is your chance. It is your dependence on breaking the Supreme and standing on top of the universe in the future, and you must not hand it over easily. After he finished speaking, Supreme Blood continued to speak in a deep voice. Sword unparalleled, believe this seat. As long as this seat is still a moment, no one in this world can bully you. Wu Jinshuang heard the words and wanted to say something more. Bloodwave Supreme had turned around. Bring it on. Sun Zuibo's supreme gaze stared coldly at the master of Diwu Temple. Qi Jian Wushuang looked at the back of Bloodwave Supreme Wei On. For the first time, he felt that he was so weak, and hated why his strength was not stronger. At this moment, in the starry sky, a few awns came again. Ha ha ha, Taro Excalibur, finally let the old man find it. Kuroba, do you want to swallow Taro sword alone? Boot, quickly hand over the Taro Excalibur. I saw 3 magpies falling and turned into 3 supreme figures. Extreme South China Sea. Waji Extreme, Deputy Master of the Blood Temple. The host of the Lotus Island was exclaimed. 3 supremes, Strike again. These three are all long-established veterans of the universe. They have suppressed the invincible in the universe. Wuji Extreme is the top power in the Supreme, far from their ordinary Supremes. Seeing these three men coming, even the master of Diwu Shrine, his pupils shrank. Bloodwave Supreme is a heart sinking to the bottom of the valley. The Supreme Master who has come to the audience has reached as many as 7. Among them, the Master of Diwu Shrine is invincible and supreme. And there must be a Supreme Master. Come here. I'm afraid I can't be good today. Sun Xiebo raised his head and looked towards the distant void, and that direction was the direction of the Temple of Life. Today, the only thing that can save them is the Temple of Life. But he has already been circulated to the Temple of Life. He spit out a stale gas. Bloodwave Supreme turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang and laughed. Little guy, if we fall here today, are you afraid? Wu Jianwushuang heard the words. His eyes swept across the face of the 7th Supreme, and his heart rose with a mighty pride, and he laughed and said, however, what is the fear? With the procrastination of Bloodwave Supreme, his whole Bodis divine power has been restored by more than half, enough to perform the Taro Excalibur again. Nay, even if he is dead today, he will drag another supreme funeral. Ha ha ha, what a fear it is. Jian Wushuang, then the two of us will fight together today. Stir him upside down, fight him to die. Sun Xiebo waved his palm and laughed. A spirit of grandeur burst into the air. He has been in the blood for tens of millions of years. When was there any word of fear in his life? As Jian Wushuang said, how can I be afraid of death? And the three new Supremes had already set their eyes greedily on the Taro Excalibur with no hands in the sword. Chunzhe changed. Kill these two people first, and get the Taro Excalibur. Yes, less night-long dreams. Kill these two first. The boy named Jian Wushuang, your ultimate master, can provoke our 7 Supreme Masters to kill. Even death is enough to be proud. The 7th Supreme Master has spoken eagerly. The main hall of Diwu Shrine saw a cold hum. Since some people can shoot together to kill the Bloodwave Supreme and others, he is indispensable. Anyway, he is confident. With his strength, this Taro sword will eventually fall into his hands. Kill. The main hall of the Deputy Hall of the Blood Temple of Heaven opened coldly, stepping on one foot, and looted towards the Supreme of Blood and Supreme Master Sword. The other 6 are supreme, and their bodies are also violent. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Supremes, meanwhile slaying Swordsman and Bloodwave. The mighty power of horror is like destroying the world and boiling the world. The violent winds directly stirred up numerous space storms. Kill. Bloodwave Supreme saw this. Mori Han's murderous flashes in his eyes, and the supreme divine power surged from his body, turning the surroundings directly into a tumbling blood pool. Kill. Wu Jin's eyebrows were cold, but he raised the Tai Luo divine sword, and the Huang Jianwei spread. In the hearts of the two of them, the battle against this one was already in the heart of death. Huh. I was at this moment, the moment of life and death. Take a huge sharp axe light and slash fiercely from a distance. The supreme axe is here, who dare to hurt my life shrine? With it, there is also a terrifying roar. A gigantic giant, striding from a distance. He is shrouded in the endless chaos of immortality holding a giant axe. In front of him, the sun is like a projectile. Xinghe is like a bathtub. The stars can be removed by raising your hands, and you can step on the feet destroy the earth. Extreme axe, here it is. Soon, it was the second roar. The God of Heaven is here, who dares to hurt my life in the shrine. In the other direction, a middle-aged man with a naked upper body and sharp eyes like a hawk bends his bow and arrow, releases the arrow string, and a lightning-like godhead blasts out. This arrow instantly cut through the sky, pulling a mighty, long wave of white waves in the universe, directly blasting a planet that was blocked in the middle, once again obliquely destroying the power of heaven and earth, and continued to shoot. White Tiger Supreme is here, who dares to hurt my life shrine? The third roar sounded. A star-sized, sharp golden white tiger stepped out of the void, screaming in the sky. The sound of terror was deafening, and a mass of murderous gas condensed overwhelmingly, making everything lonely and the people shaking. On this huge white tiger, a middle man in a ferret and a white forehead held a machete and sang a cold drink. The white tiger under his seat opened his mouth and shouted a silence. Light out. In the end, it was an old and indifferent voice, as if through the flood of the universe. At the same time it sounded in everyone's heart. I, Supreme Supreme is here. Who dares to hurt my life's shrine? Chapter 43:15. I, Supreme is here. Who dares to hurt me in the temple of life? When this indifferent old voice sounded, suddenly, the 7 Supreme Masters, including the Master of the Diwu Shrine, all changed their faces. The 5 Chief Supreme Masters of the Shrine of Life have come together. Gaifu is here. The main eyes of the main hall of Diwu Temple shone wildly. What now and now? Among these 7 people, the weakest Lianshin Island owner is his lips trembling. Wu the 5 Chief Supreme Masters of the Life Shrine, but the top Supreme Masters that have been tempered from numerous battles after experiencing strong winds and waves. Especially go off. They are so ancient that they do not know their origins. Even the most extreme ones in the universe are extremely jealous of Gaoaf. Blood, wait a long time. The giant axe came in great strides, as the same chaos immortal king came from ancient times. Each step was a tremor of the universe, crushing countless void fragments. Behind him, holding the arrow of the god, as if the heavenly of the arrow came after him, his eyes were sharp like a hawk. I used to, when the universe was still in chaos, during the Battle of the Nation, he shot 9 Jinwu in succession with 9 arrows in succession. Although he has not scored dozens of chaos ages, no one will doubt his strength. Blood, ill wait, coming late. The white tiger supreme jumped out, and the sharp golden white tiger beneath him actually had twin pupils. Each step of the foot ignited black flame footprints out of thin air. Between the light changes, looking at the 7 supremes, more it's like trying to choose someone and eating it, letting the 7 supremes chill everywhere. They all came together, standing next to the supreme blood wave, and the majestic power rose, as if to crush all eternity and shake for 9 days and 10 places. You guys. Blood wave supreme, with a complex expression, a little complex, and wanted to say something, and finally all the words turned into a sound. It is good. Seeing this, the master of Diwu Temple suddenly became gloomy to the extreme, but he did not care about the 4 supremes, but looked away from the void. I was there. An old man with an old face, covered with age spots and full of decay, was walking step by step. He was expressionless, as if he were the most ordinary old man. But when he took each step, he came directly across the time and space of chaos. Gufu Supreme, the strongest person in the Palace of Life, except for the owner who has long disappeared. Hit him. It is the pillar of life of the Palace of Life. Even if the owner of the Palace of Life disappears, as long as he is still sitting in the Palace of Life, then the Palace of Life is the most powerful force in the universe. Gaifu, a sword invincible, even lead you out? The master of Diwu Temple shyly said slowly. He Gaofu supreme expressionless, raised his eyelid and glanced at him, said indifferently, Kuroba, in recent years, your Diwu Temple has been a bit excessive. Excessive? The lord of the Diwu Temple sneered, and his eyes sneered, Gaifu, if this seed is correct, the injuries you left over from that war should not have been okay? Let me guess now how many more shots? 2 or 3? He never heard a word, but just silently uttered a word. Kill. All of a sudden, the White Tiger Supreme, the Heavenly Supreme, the Giant Axe Supreme, and the Bloodwave Supreme were all in rush. A monstrous war will erupt from the 4. They looked at the Supreme 7, without any timidity, but rather extremely relaxed and heroic. Blood, 4 of us. How long haven't we fought side by side? Great Axe laughed supremely. Sun Shuebwa Supreme smiled slightly and replied, Count the time. Since that war, there are nearly hundreds of chaos periods. Su Tianzuan said nothing, raised his bow in his hand, and a scarlet arrow condensed on his bowstring. And that White Tiger Supreme is the first to head towards the eerie Black Supreme, who intercepted Jin Wushuang at the beginning and smashed away with Baoxiang's solemn man. Blood, nature, giant axe, look at it. These ants will be solved by me. Roar. A huge tiger howl came out, deterring all directions. The white tiger was so proud and supreme, and an air of killing and fighting shook the universe. White tiger, the main palm to kill the felling, and White Tiger Supreme, is the most powerful one out of the endless killing. Ha ha ha, I haven't moved my bones for a long time. Leave them to me. The giant axe laughed loudly. The giant axe in his hand broke the ground and cut out a shocking axe light. This axe light was hundreds of thousands of feet long. He smashed a galaxy directly, and then headed towards the strongest person except the main owner of the Diwu Temple. Promise extreme cuts fiercely. Sun Xiebua looked at this scene with a smile on his face, as if he had crossed the space and time of the universe, and when the world-famous battle of that year, when they fought side by side, the whole Bodis blood was boiling. He looked back at Jin Wushuang and smiled. Jin Wushuang, look at it. How old guys like us can you? Huh? His words fell, and he stepped hard, directly turning into a pillar of heavenly blood, carrying a mighty might, and rushing towards the deputy chief of the Temple of Blood and the supreme master of the South China Sea. Jin Jianwushuang clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he only felt a blood boiling in his chest. The power of Shizongmen, he felt it for the first time. Huh? At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of miles of starry sky nearby were all roared, as if they were caught in a sea of chaos and anger, and the world was mourning. Countless ways of supreme divine magic rise to the sky. The brilliance is spectacular, as if it opened a magnificent epic. Howling, howling. Roy the sharp gold and white tiger the size of a planet opened his mouth and roared, and the sound waves that destroyed the earth shot out from his mouth, blasting the starry sky out of countless giant pits. Too garbage. Dare to come to the idea of my life shrine? The White Tiger Supreme sneered with one enemy and two, and at the same time faced the solemn man in the black clothing Supreme and Baoxiang, who first intercepted the sword unparalleled sword. Not only did he lose the slightest bit of wind, but he showed the trend of overbearing and crushing, like the king in charge of killing. World. Roy the sharp gold and white tiger was photographed with one palm, and the various techniques directly blasted by the two were smashed, and the black one was shot tens of thousands. On the other side, the giant axe battles the extremes of the extreme. Both of them are the strongest in the top. Under the confrontation, a sudden shock broke out. Huh? The whole starry sky shook for a while, and the giant axe was as high as 10,000 meters long, as if transformed into a great ancient god. The left eye is the moon, the right eye is the sun, and the veins protruding from the whole body are towering mountains. Every time he cut down the giant axe in his hand, he carried the power of destroying the earth and destroying the earth, shattering the endless blast of the supreme extreme, and trembling in shape. Come, kill me. The giant axe shouted loudly, and the battle was crazy, and the presence of the supreme was a chill. That promise of extreme promise is even more ugly, and there is a clear fear in his eyes. Chapter 43:16. I'm here. Bloodwave, you're cutting off your own path. The hall master of the great Cosmos Temple shook his head, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Since that's the case, it'll satisfy you, Bloodwave. As soon as he said that, the god-killing spear gathered its power again. This time, a terrifying aura surged. At the tip of the god-killing spear, there was a cold red light, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. All kinds of rules evolved and settled on the god-killing spear. At this moment, even the magnetic field of the universe was changed and triggered, as if the great Tao of the universe was about to emerge. A battle between supreme beings was a clash of laws. Supreme Bloodwave, they'll just give him the Tarot Divine Sword. Seeing this, Jin Wushuang clenched his fists tightly and said, he knew that the ruler Bloodwave was in danger of dying from this attack. He asked himself, ever since I joined the Divine Life Palace, It has always been the ruler Blood Wave who has constantly supported and protected me. What have I brought to the ruler Blood Wave? He had already owed the ruler Blood Wave far too much. He couldn't let the ruler Blood Wave risk his life for the sake of the Zenith Sword. When the Blood Wave Supreme heard this, he turned around and stretched out his hand to press down on Jian Wushuang's shoulder. Then, he shook his head and said with a serious expression, Jian Wushuang, the Tarot Divine Sword is your opportunity. It's also the thing you can rely on to break through to the supreme level and stand at the peak of the universe. You can't hand it over so easily. After saying this, the ruler Blood Wave continued in a deep voice, Jian Wushuang, believe in me. As long as I'm still alive, no one in this world can bully you. Jian Wushuang wanted to say something, but the Blood Wave Master had already turned around. Come on. The Blood Wave Supreme glared coldly at the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple. Jian Wushuang looked at the back of the Blood Wave Master. For the first time, he felt so weak and hated himself for not being stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a few more rays of light appeared in the starry sky. Ha ha ha, I've finally found the Tarot Divine Sword. Hey you, don't tell me you want to keep the Tarot Divine Sword for yourself? That brat, quickly hand over the Tarot Divine Sword. 3 rays of light descended and turned into 3 supreme figures. The Supreme Being of the Southern Sea. Supreme Wuji, the Deputy Hall Master of Blood Sky Hall. The Island Master of Lotus Heart Island cried out in alarm. The 3 great rulers were attacking again. The 3 of them were all well-known Supreme Masters in the universe. They were all invincible in the universe. Limitless Supreme was a top master among the Supreme Masters, and ordinary Supreme Masters like them could not compare to him. Even the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple was shocked when he saw the 3 of them. The Blood Wave Supreme's heart sank to the bottom. There were already 7 Supremes present, and the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple was an invincible Supreme. There must be more Supremes rushing over from afar. I'm afraid we won't be able to settle this peacefully today. The ruler Blood Wave raised his head and looked into the distance. He was looking in the direction of the Divine Life Palace. The only thing that could save them now was the Divine Life Palace. He had already sent a message to the Divine Life Palace. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, the Blood Wave Supreme turned to look at Jian Wushuang and said with a smile, Little fellow, if we were to die here today, would you be afraid? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes swept across the 7 great masters' faces. He suddenly felt a sense of pride and laughed. It's just death. What's there to fear? Thanks to the ruler Blood Wave's delay, he had already recovered more than half of his divine power, enough for him to use the Tarot Divine Sword again. Even if he had to die today, he would drag another supreme martial artist down with him. Ha ha ha, what fear. Jian Wushuang, let's join forces and fight together. We'll turn the world upside down and fight to the death. The ruler Blood Wave clapped his hands and laughed heartily as a heroic aura soared into the sky. His blood waves had swept across the universe for tens of millions of years. When had he ever been afraid? It was just as Jian Wushuang had said. However, what was there to fear about death? As for the 3 new supreme martial artists, they had already cast their greedy eyes on the Tarot Divine Sword in Jian Wushuang's hand. Things might change if we delay. Let's kill these 2 first and get the Tarot Divine Sword. He thought. That's right. To prevent any accidents, let's kill these 2 first. Jian Wushuang, you're just an ultimate ruler. You should be proud that you're being hunted down by the 7 of us even if you die. The 7 great supremes spoke one after another, eager to make a move. The Hall Master of Cosmos Temple snorted coldly. Since there were people who could work together to kill the Supreme Blood Wave and the others, he naturally could not do so. After all, he was confident that with his strength, the Tarot Divine Sword would eventually fall into his hands. Kill. The Deputy Hall Master of Blood Sky Hall said coldly as he took a step forward and charged toward the Blood Wave Supreme and Jian Wushuang. The other 6 supreme martial artists also charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the 7 supreme masters killed Jian Wushuang and Blood Wave at the same time. The enormous and terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the world, causing the heavens and earth to boil. The violent wind stirred up countless spatial storms. Kill. Upon seeing this, a cold killing intent flashed across Supreme Blood Wave's eyes. The supreme divine power in his body surged and turned the surrounding area into a churning blood pool. Kill. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He raised the Tarot Divine Sword, and a brilliant sword power spread out. The two of them were already prepared to die in this battle. Bang! At this moment of life and death, a huge and sharp axe light suddenly hacked down from the distance. I, Supreme Giant Axe, am here. Who dares to hurt the people of my divine life palace? Along with it, there was an earth-shaking roar. A 10 million feet tall rough giant strode over from the distance. He was shrouded in endless chaotic immortal radiance and held a giant axe that could split the sky and earth. In front of him, the sun was like a bullet and the river of stars was like a bathtub. He could pluck the stars with a raise of his hand and destroy the earth with a step. Supreme Being Giant Axe had arrived. Immediately after, a second roar came. I, Ruler Heavenly Dipper, am here. Who dares to hurt the people of my divine life palace? In another direction, a topless middle-aged man with sharp eyes pulled the bowstring and released an arrow. A godly arrow shot out like a lightning bolt. The arrow instantly cut through the sky, leaving a 10,000 feet long white wave in the universe. It directly blew up a planet in its way and continued to shoot forward with destructive power. I, the White Tiger Ruler, am here. Who dares to hurt the people of my divine life palace? A third roar rang out. A star-sized sharp metal white tiger stepped out of the void and roared into the heavens. Terrifying shockwaves were deafening, and a tangible killing intent covered the world, causing all things to fall silent and all races to tremble. On the back of this huge white tiger, there was a burly man in the middle. He was wearing a ferret robe and a white forehead pad. He was holding a scimitar. As he shouted coldly, the white tiger under him opened its mouth and roared out a destructive light wave. Finally, an old and indifferent voice sounded in everyone's mind as if it had traveled through the universe. I, Supreme Master Gai Fu, am here. Who dares to hurt the people of my divine life palace? Chapter 43:17. A few days later, news about the Shrine of Life and the Battle of the Seven Supremes spread, as if a bomb had been dropped on a calm lake, completely exploding in the universe and detonating the entire universe. The news was that the riverbank was collapsing and flooding at an extremely fast speed. It spread throughout the universe and swept the world. Suddenly, the universe was boiling, and peoples were shocked. Discussions about this battle can be heard in almost any corner of the universe and in any population. The 5 chief supremes of Life Shrine were born together, and they battled the 7 supremes, showing invincibility. Gufrez shot and defeated the master of Diwu Temple with one finger. The Supreme. Within a day, the 7 supremes fell, rare in ancient times. The universe was full of discussions about this battle. Only then did they realize that the Life Shrine, which had been silent for many years, was so scary when they really surfaced. Originally, the last time the Great Axe and Bloodwave Supreme, for the purpose of killing the swordless temple on the Sword Warrior, has made countless people marvel at the strength of the Temple of Life. The Supreme killed Taishu Temple was worthless to mention. In the universe, there has been so much peace for too long. Therefore, the sensation caused by this battle is almost no ancients and no comers. Everyone was discussing the strength of the Life Shrine, how much more powerful it is, how powerful it is, and how terrible it has been. Of course, the most discussed, naturally, is the protagonist of this battle, Jian Wushuang. Sword Cut 2 Supreme, ancient and modern. Jian Wushuang takes the body of the master and slaughters the supreme divine realm. Jian Wushuang's battle is enough to record entering history, shocking ancient times. I dare to say that as long as Jian Wushuang does not fall, when he is promoted to the realm of honor, the universe will become an era belonging to Jian Wushuang. Countless people are crazy about it, and they regard Jian Wushuang as the future master of the universe. Sword Unparalleled. has become the storm center of the entire universe. However, these discussions are still circulating among those who control the realm in the universe. The true power in the universe, the Supremes, is silent. Taishu Temple. Huh. The new god emperor's Bing Xian smashed the armrest of the seat with a palm, and his face was extremely blue. He did not expect that he was regarded as an ant, and sent the prisoner dragon to the starry ancient road to slay the sword Wushuang by the way. Not only did he not die, but in a short time, he actually grew to such an amazing level that it was enough to shock the Supreme. This feeling, like everything he did, became a stepping stone for Sword Unparalleled, which made him extremely angry. Waste. It's all waste. What Diwu Shrine Master can't even win a sword master who controls the realm? Bingyu Extreme clenched his fists tightly, and his mouth made a chilling murmur. Outside the main hall, the other main hall owners sighed, wondering what to say. For the first time, they somehow felt a slight regret. The habitat of the Jinwu tribe in the solar star field. In the sun occupied by King Jinwu. Lin Air, have your injuries recovered? A majestic voice sounded. Immediately, he saw a middle-aged man wearing an imperial robe of fire and approaching step by step. It was the Emperor Jinwu. Father, the baby's injuries have been recovered as much as possible, and the retreat has recently realized something, and his strength has improved. The Emperor Jinwu was originally enlightened, and when he heard the voice, he stood up immediately and looked back and smiled. Yes, the more frustrated you can be, the more you wait for it, the better you will be. Emperor Jinwu saw a touch of admiration. It's still a long way to go for the child. Speaking of all this, I have to thank the father for the mention that day, so that the child's heart was wide open, and then he realized the opportunity. Emperor Jinwu said humbly, but deep in his eyes, there was a flash of unconscious pride. This pride comes from his confidence in his own strength. Now he does not say that it is comparable to the Supreme, but he can definitely take the supreme blow. After a pause, the Emperor Jinwu continued, Father, the child is ready, and he will rise from wherever he fell. It happened that the child heard that Jian Wushuang had left the ancient road of Shinkong and planned to fight him this time. The child's self-confidence will surely defeat Jian Wushuang. After that, Emperor Jinwu raised his chin and looked forward to Emperor Jinwu quite expectantly. However, he found that Emperor Jinwu's expression was strange. Father, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong with it? Is the father worried about the child's defeat? King Jinwu scratched his head and then smiled. Father Wang must not worry. Now I am absolutely enough to make peace with sword warriors one world war. After waiting for him to finish, I saw the Emperor Jinwu took a deep breath, interrupted his words, and slowly said, Lin Air, you have recently retreated and missed the latest news about Jian Wushuang. Huh? Couldn't Murphy Sword Wushuo have been killed? That's a pity. The Emperor Jinwu didn't answer, but he took out a jade tube and handed it to the Emperor Jinwu. Look at it yourself. After speaking, the Emperor Jinwu turned away. Why is my father so strange today? Emperor Jinwu had a doubt in his heart and then opened the jade tube. After a while, extreme sword cut. Lian Tu Xinjing. Emperor Jinwu opened his mouth wide, and his eyes were filled with horror. Judy Pavilion, headquarters. A pavilion made of red tiles and blue stone is suspended in the air quietly. In the pavilion, the three Supremes sat around a round table. In front of them, each had a roll of detailed information about the two Supremes. Heart-killing. Isn't this sword Wushuang the same kid you saved in Juri Starfield? An old man in red robes looked at the three of them, and the old man in the middle said with a smile. And this old man of Qing dynasty, who was in the Juin Star realm, saved the sword master of the sword master Shuangshou when he first saved this son. But he did it by hand, but it did not think of this opportunity. Heartbeat Supreme heard the words, said with a smile. Among the three, the last Supreme was a purple-haired boy, who said blankly, Red ears, killing heart. Now we are discussing the attitude of Judy Pavilion towards Jian Wushuang. After a moment of pause, the purple-haired boy continued to say in a deep voice, The Taro Excalibur is a heavy weapon in the universe. Now almost the entire universe is supreme, and the Terra Excalibur is eager for it. The palace exerts pressure to discuss swords. As a top force in the universe, how should we treat our attitude? Chapter 43, 18 Battle of the Gods, Part 2. The entire universe seemed to have fallen into a boiling chaos. Countless words could be used to describe the horror of this battle. Countless holes appeared in the sky, and the ground was constantly being shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Supreme Heavenly Dipper's expression was cold and detached. Every arrow that was shot out blocked the escape routes of the 7 great rulers, leaving bloody holes in their bodies. The battle between the Blood Wave Supreme, the South Sea Supreme, and the Blood Sky Palace's Deputy Palace Master was even more terrifying. At this moment, everyone finally realized how terrifying the ruler Blood Wave was. 3,000 great Daos emerged from the Blood Wave Supreme's body and turned into a world of corpses and blood. The divine bodies of South Sea Supreme and the Deputy Palace Master of Blood Sky Palace were continuously destroyed as they cried out in pain. South Sea Supreme and the Deputy Hall Master of Blood Sky Hall were both high-level and top-tier Supremes in the universe, but they were unable to retaliate against the Blood Wave Supreme. They were constantly defeated and were in imminent danger. Although the Blood Wave Supreme was only a top-tier Supreme, he was much stronger than ordinary top-tier Supremes in terms of combat power. Although he seemed to be in a difficult position when he faced the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple, he had an overwhelming advantage when he was facing a supreme being of the same realm. The battle had entered a state of slaughter from the very beginning. With Supreme Heavenly Dipper cutting off their escape route, the 7 great Supremes were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, constantly being slaughtered. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath. At that moment, his divine power had finally recovered completely. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to the master of Lotus Island, the acrid and mean old woman. No one knew if it was intentional or not, but Supreme Bloodwave and the others had made the old woman stay. You should die. Jin Wushuang looked at the old woman coldly. When the old woman heard this, her expression changed and she shrieked, Jin Wushuang, what are you doing? Jin Wushuang did not answer. Instead, he raised the Tarot Divine Sword and swept it toward the old woman. When the old woman saw this, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She understood that the situation had already been decided. If there were no accidents, she would not be able to escape death. The only chance of survival was Jin Wushuang. If he wanted to live, there was only one way, and that was to abduct Jin Wushuang and threaten the 5 lead Supremes of the Divine Life Palace to let him leave. Thinking of this, a cold sneer appeared on the old woman's face. She muttered to herself, Jin Wushuang. Oh Jin Wushuang, since you're looking for death, don't blame me. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman turned over her right hand and took out a lotus lamp from her interspatial ring. There was no fire on the lotus lamp, but there was a flirtatious red lotus swaying slightly, emitting a faint red light, reflecting the old woman's face, making it even uglier. Slash! Jin Wushuang's eyes were cold and his black hair was flying in the air. He slashed the Tarot Divine Sword at the old woman. A brilliant sword pressure descended, instantly snatching away all the brilliant light in the area. Like a river of stars, it pressed down on the old woman. This sword cut across the sky and pierced through the sun and moon. Looking at the dazzling Tarot Divine Sword, the old woman's eyes were filled with surprise. Then, the surprise in her eyes was replaced by regret. Old friend, I'm counting on you this time. She looked down at the red lotus lamp in her hand and muttered to herself. With a push of her hands, the red lotus lamp immediately shot out and shone brightly in the air. Countless rays of red light shot out, like the sunset glow at night, painting the starry sky a gorgeous red. The lotus core of the red lotus lamp suddenly expanded in the wind and turned into a towering red lotus that connected heaven and earth. The next moment, bang! The Tarot Divine Sword ruthlessly slashed at the red lotus. A strange scene appeared. After the Tarot Sword struck the red lotus suddenly began to absorb the endless power of the Tarot Sword like a balloon. What? Seeing this, Jin Wushuang's pupils shrank. Kacha! Kacha! In the next moment, the lotus lamp started to crack. It was like a bucket with a sealed mouth that was constantly filled with water. Finally, it could not take it anymore and exploded. Bang! With a wail, the towering lotus flower broke into pieces. The power of the tarot divine sword had also disappeared. Seeing this, a touch of resentment flashed across the old woman's face. She stared at Jian Wushuang and said coldly, "Jian Wushuang, you've caused my treasure to be destroyed. You deserve to die." After she finished speaking, the old woman laughed, and countless red lotus fires surged around her and rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic. This time, when he used the tarot divine sword, he didn't use all of his divine power. He still had some power left, which was enough to deal with the old woman. Just as the old woman was about to catch Jian Wushuang, and he was about to use the daybreak sword to end her life, the sound of an arrow breaking through the air rang out. A spear-like scarlet arrow broke through the void and pierced through the divine body of the Lotus Island Master. Along with the remaining force, it was sent flying. Ah! Arg! The old woman screamed in pain. Divine power burst out from the scarlet arrow and shattered her divine body. The master of Lotus Island had fallen. In the distance, Supreme Heavenly Dipper looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. "Little fellow, that red lotus was born from the primordial chaos and is capable of withstanding a world-destroying blow. It can be considered a life substitution talisman. Be careful." Jian Wushuang nodded at him gratefully. After the time for one incense stick to burn, Supreme Giant Axe was the first to end the battle. He turned around and strode in the direction of the blood wave, Supreme's battle. After the time for 3 incense sticks to burn. At this point, other than the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple, the other 6 Great Supremes had been completely massacred by the joint forces of Supreme Blood Wave and the others. At this moment, the cold wind whimpered and the great Tao wailed. It was as if the heavens and earth were mourning for the 6 great rulers. The fall of 6 great masters, how shocking was this? Once it was spread, the entire universe would be shaken. After killing their respective opponents, Supreme Giant Axe, Supreme Blood Wave, and the other 2 stopped and looked into the distance with their hands behind their backs. There were only 2 people there. The Hall Master of Cosmos Temple and Supreme Master Gai Fu. At this moment, the expression of the Hall Master of Cosmos Temple was extremely ugly. He was no longer as calm as before and was staring at Supreme Master Gai Fu with fear in his eyes. "Gai Fu, you can't even protect yourself now. Do you really want to waste your chance to attack for Jian Wushuang?" The Palace Master of Cosmos Temple growled. Supreme Master Gai Fu's expression was neither happy nor sad when he heard this. He did not reply and only extended a finger to point at the great Cosmos Temple Master's glabella. Rumble. In an instant, a destructive aura that seemed to come from the ancient times, which caused the universe to perish, the chaos to boil, and the great Tao to be annihilated, rose in the void and slowly condensed. Chapter 43:19. When the words of Supreme fell down, all the 4 Supremes present flashed their eyes. What Gavo means, they already understand. Yes, our Shrine of Life has always been indisputable in the world, but it does not mean that anyone can step on our faces. Supreme White Tiger Supreme, the most irritable character, stood up immediately and said with a cold hum. I saw his eyes skyrocketing, taking on the meaning of warfare, and sneering, "Speaking of it, this battle just happened, but just another battle." The 3 Great Supremes, such as Bloodwave, although not directly declared war against the Supreme of the White Tiger, also filled with boiling warfare. They have never been afraid. Gav Supreme, seeing like this, deep in the muddy eyes, could not help flashing a touch of appreciation. Nodded his head, Supreme continued to say, "The old man has been summoned to make the disciples who have traveled in the universe except the disciples in the Shinkong Ancient Road have been repatriated to the Temple of Life. At the same time, you go back and inform your disciples. During this period, the Temple of Life forbids the disciples from going out and starts preparing for war." Yes. The 4 Supremes should suddenly be. Supreme Gap said, "Well," and said, Except for Jian Wushuang, everyone else is waiting. Let's get away. The four supreme masters heard a word, but without thinking, they left. After a while, in the supreme temple, there were only two men, Jian Wushuang and Gafu Supreme. Jian Wushuang looked up at Supreme Gav, and there was some doubt in his heart. What did Supreme Gav mean to leave him alone? Sword unparalleled. Give Tai Lao Excalibur to the old man. Gafu Supreme expressed expressionlessly, indifferently. Jian Wushuang heard the words. His eyes could not help but hesitate. No more hesitation, nodded. It is good. Having said that, Jian Wushuang strode forward and pulled back the Taro Excalibur, pushing it horizontally to Jeff. Goaf took the Taro sword, lowered his head and looked at it slightly, sighing slightly. This sword, when the old man saw it last time, the old man was still there. Goodbye this time. There were already hundreds in a blink of an eye. Chaos Era. Jian Wushuang did not disturb Gafu Supreme, but stood silently. Put down the Tai Luo Divine Sword. Gafu Supreme looked at Jian Wushuang side by side and said, Sword Wushuang, presumably Tai Luo Sword Code. Have you got it? Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. In front of Supreme Lord Gafu, he had no intention of hiding, and replied in a respectful voice, yes. Gafu Supreme heard a slight smile and said, swords are unparalleled, and you can get Taro's heritage, which is also a chance for you. But you must remember that you must have a long-term vision. The way of others is ultimately others. You CA&T rely on your own way. Only by enlightening and developing your own way can you truly achieve a climate and have the qualification to reach the peak of the universe. Do you understand? Thank you for mentioning Supreme. Jian Wushuang heard the words and quickly arched. He was not a stupid person, so he naturally read it out, and the Supreme Lord gave deliberately left him, for fear that he would only rely on the power of relying on the Taro Excalibur and ignore his own growth. Good. Gafu Supreme saw this, nodded slightly, and there was a touch of relief in his eyes. Immediately, he waved his big hand on the Terra Excalibur and retransmitted the Terra Excalibur to the sword Wushuang. The sword is unparalleled. The old man has planted a ban on the Terra Excalibur and sealed the power and breath of the Terra Excalibur. You must not use the Terra Excalibur unless you have a last resort. Jian Wushuang took over the Terra Excalibur and suddenly felt that his connection with the Terra Excalibur was still there, but invisible. There was an additional barrier. Before long, Gaf Supreme waved, Jian Wushuang, you go? Jian Wushuang nodded. No longer delayed. The laser shot away. In the Supreme Temple, there was only one Gav Supreme left, and it gradually became quiet. Gav Supreme sat in the first place and sighed suddenly. He raised his head. His eyes seemed to penetrate the Temple of Life, and looked at the starry sky of Wudi, muttering to himself. Palace, is the old man righteous, right or wrong? Regarding the impending storm in the Temple of Life, even though he could not help but feel a little confused. Jian Wushuang flickered through the sky of the Palace of Life, suddenly causing exclaims. Brother Jian Wushuang is back. This is Brother Jian Wushuang? His breath is so strong. Some disciples who are new to the Shrine of Life have one after another call out. The sword has no footsteps, turned into a blaze, and passed over them. Before long, Jian Wushuang returned to the sixth mountain, belonging to his manor. In the manor, there is a small lake. A beautiful woman with a tall figure was standing by the lakeside of the manor and sprinkling some fishing bait. After the fishing bait was sprayed, it instantly caused the thousands of koi carps to tumbling like a red tide, which was quite spectacular. But this beautiful woman's brows frowned, and her look was not fluctuated, and she looked very serious. Schwanger, I have kept you waiting. Suddenly, a familiar thick voice sounded in her ear. Suddenly, this beautiful woman was throwing the bait in her right hand and froze. She turned towards the young man with a soft smile on the back and ran away. Even the bait in her hand was spilled. Fu Jun, I wait for you so hard. Puff. Lung Rushuang smashed into Jian Wushuang's arms. His eyes flushed for a while. Missing for tens of thousands of years, she is unparalleled in swords and has long missed her. especially when she heard from the mouth of the disciples of Life Shrine that Jian Wushuang died in the hands of prison dragon and was hunted down by the Supreme. Her heart was even more severe. She wants to leave the Temple of Life countless times to find Jian Wushuang, but she knows that with her cultivation, even if she finds Jian Wushuang, she can't help Jian Wushuang at all. She has always been very sensible, therefore, she can only hold back all the urgency in her heart, waiting for Jian Wushuang's return every night and night, suffering alone. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang finally returned. Shuanger, don't worry, I'm fine. Jian Wushuang held cold as frost in his arms and gently patted his back with his right hand, comforting his warm voice. Fujun, don't you leave me alone next time, okay? I'm so scared that I'll never see you again. Cold as frost lifted his head. Some tearful eyes cried. Jian Wushuang saw this a sigh in my heart. It is good. At the same time, in the extreme north of the universe, a Tibetan year was covered by the nebula thunder, and no bright huge star field was visible. A black mang reached the extreme speed, flew from a distance, then stopped suddenly, and stopped in front of this huge star field. Hyman shattered, revealing a majestic middle-aged man. He looked up at this thunderous lightning flash, a huge nebula of stars, and arched his hands in a deep voice. Hey you, come to meet the dragons and talk about important things. Chapter 43:20. In the extreme north of the universe, here is the taboo of the entire universe. For example, the blood river where the descendants of the dark devil come from is in this extremely northern region. It is desolate all year round, and no one sets foot in it. The blood in the river is enough to wipe out everything below the Supreme. Even if the Supreme is in person, do not dare to rush step into the blood. It is rumored that there are thousands of blood monster ancestors from the chaos prehistoric age sleeping in this blood river, but the rumors are false, and no one can say clearly. There are 9 taboo places like the blood river. There are 9 places in the extreme north of the universe. One of them is the huge star field in front of the main owner of the Diwu Temple. This huge star field is covered by the nebula thunder all year round, cannot see any light, and is quietly suspended in the starry sky, like a gray cotton swab ball, revealing the thick breath of death. But the master of Diwu Shrine knows that this place, named one of the 9 taboos, named Death Star Field, is one of the strongest races in the universe, the entrance to the dragon race. Rarely, the dragons were born. So few people know where the dragons' habitats are, and the owner of the Diwu Temple happens to be one of the people who knows where the dragons are. The Dragon Clan has already formed its own realm, and the only entrance to the Dragon Clan is this Dead Star Field. In this Dead Star Field, there is a congenital death that is deadly to the Supreme. If there is no dragon token or if the dragon person invites himself, otherwise, even the Supreme enters, it will be lost under the erosion of the chaotic innate death. To die. This black feather, come to meet the dragons and talk about important things. The master of the Diwu Shrine stepped in the void and stared tightly at this dead starfield. Shan Shang said, even if it is him, in the face of this dragon race that has been the peak race since ancient times, he does not dare to have the slightest intention. After a while, rumble. The dead star field, like a gray lead cloud, made a loud muffle. The next moment, I saw a faint yellow light, which was sprayed out of this dead star field, and drove away the endless thunder nebula and the innate death of chaos, forming a passageway that was sufficient for people to pass through. Kuroa, my lord, please. A low sound of indifference, unlike human beings, came from this dead star field. Thank you, Dragon King. The master of Diwu Shrine smiled slightly and immediately stepped on it, and suddenly appeared on the channel made by Huang Guang, stepping into the dead star domain step by step. Rumble. After a while, the master of the Diwu Temple disappeared, and the faint yellow light disappeared, and the gray nebula and thunder continued to diffuse again, covering it. Inside the Temple of Life, with the order of Supreme, after the return of all the disciples in Shinkong Ancient Road, the atmosphere of the whole life shrine gradually became dignified and severe. Everyone knows that for the Temple of Life, a great war is coming. At this moment, no one dared to relax, All of them hurry up time, quickly enlighten and practice. Jian Wushuang and cold as frost haven't been kept warm for a long time, and they have also declared a retreat. Although Long Rushuang's heart was reluctant, he also knew that the overall situation was the most important. Only by constantly improving his strength could he keep up with the pace of the sword unparalleled. In an instant, 10 years passed. Inside a cabin, the sword sat cross-legged, closed his eyes slightly, and quietly combed his strength. Now, he has completely stabilized in the ultimate realm. Whether it is the strength of the divine power or the fusion of the 9 rules, he has reached the top realm of the ultimate master. However, the next question is what to do next. Jian Wushuang understood in his heart that now he wants to break into the supreme realm. There is almost no possibility, the only thing that can improve his strength in a short time, only to understand the magical power, make the power of magical power one more step. Perhaps I should try to go out of my way. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, his eyes opened, and there was a gleam in his eyes. So, my way. What is it? What is the word? There was a deep thought in Jian Wu's eyes. Tao is a very mysterious word. Throughout the ages, those who stood at the top of the universe have all opened up their own Tao. For example, Tailuo Jianzuan is holding a 3-foot sword and will give up his invincible kendo. Thinking about it, Jian Wushuang felt that he seemed to grasp something, but when he pondered carefully, it was like the moon in the water. He didn't realize anything. Time flows away slowly. Just as Jian Wushuang was immersed in how to comprehend the Tao, the supreme message suddenly sounded in his mind. Sword unparalleled, come quickly to the supreme temple. The tone was full of haste and dignity. Suddenly, there was a cold flash in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and the blood wave supreme circulated to him at this time. There was only one possibility. That is, the battle against his sword unparalleled, and the entire palace of life is about to begin. Yes. Jian Wushuang returned a message, then stood up, pushed open the door of the chamber, and rushed towards the supreme temple. After a moment, Jian Wushuang came to the supreme temple. The supreme shrine, the supreme gap sits in the first place, the supreme blood wave, the great axe supreme, and the heavenly god, the white tiger supreme. Respectively, on the sides, under the 5 of them, there are several swords in the temple of life. The supreme, who has never seen it before, wanted to come all the way out of the country and was rushed back only after being summoned by the temple of life. All the supremes present were somewhat dignified, and Jian Wushuang asked them a good sentence, and they only responded with a slight jaw. Well, with the exception of the king of the 9 dragons and the king of the wind, who are still on the ancient road in the sky, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the situation. The expression of Supreme was a little serious. After glancing across Jian Wushuang's face, he slowly said, the old man just got the exact information. The Taishu Temple, the Great Sun God Kingdom, and the Blood Temple, a total of 5 top forces have joined together to send a fleet to the temple of my life. 7 days later, will arrive at the gate of my shrine. This remark fell apart, except for Jian Wushuang. The other supremes were expressionless. I think I should have known about it. The sword unparalleled. His brow could not help but frown slightly. He did not expect that the first one to strike at him was not the Diwu Temple, but these 5 forces. But he didn't say much. All the people present were the mainstays of the Temple of Life, and there was of course a way to come. Supreme Gav continued, this is the first battle in our Shrine of Life. Therefore, we must play the momentum of our shrine. Can you understand? Yes. The audience should be loud. Seeing this, Gav Supreme nodded slightly with satisfaction and said in a deep voice, this battle is just their temptation. I must wait to destroy the coalition of these 5 forces outside the shrine. 3 days later, you will be levied with your old husband and set foot on the coalition. Huh. A fierce cold mang flashed from the eyes of Supreme Gap. Chapter 43-21. Starfield far from the Temple of Life. 5 cosmic battleships that swept across the void glowed with icy luster, and the sails transformed into flags were engraved with the names of the 5 major forces, constantly passing through the stars, roaring and galloping fast. They were arrogant and high-profile to the extreme. They pushed and crushed all the way, and did not make any avoidance at all. Some star thieves who were marching in the universe for repairs or roadblocks, and saw the 5 space warships, which were shocking, all changed their faces and quickly avoided them. Look, that is the battleship of the Taishu Temple. No, not only the Temple of Two Void, but also the Great Sun God Kingdom, the Blood Heaven Temple, the Qiyang God Kingdom, and the Starry Sword Sect. Where are these 5 forces going? Along the way, the cosmic practitioners who saw this scene from afar were exclaimed in astonishment. Whether it is the Taishan Temple, the Great Sun God Kingdom, the Starry Sword Sect, etc., they are all the top forces in the universe. On weekdays, sitting on the side of the universe, it is rare that such a large battle will run through the universe. Look where they are going is the Temple of Life. Within a short time, the news about the Taishu Temple and other 5 forces united to cut the Temple of Life, spreading at an extremely fast speed. The whole universe is uproaring. For a while, the whole universe was turbulent, and countless people were excited about it. The universe has been calm for too long. Such top-level wars have not been seen for too long or too long. Walk around and rush to the Temple of Life. Numerous people are rushing towards the Temple of Life, holding the lively mind. At the same time, within those 5 space battleships, 5 powerful men exuding a supreme atmosphere were standing on the deck of the middle battleship and discussing in a low voice. You said, "Will I be pressured by the Temple of Life to surrender the Taro Excalibur?" A gentle and youthful man, holding a 3-legged wine glass in his hand, he gently sipped the wine channel in his mouth. He was dressed in a suit of Jinyihua and was born with a handsome appearance, unlike the Supreme of the universe, but more like a handsome son-in-law. But his title in the universe is extremely inconsistent with his appearance. Bloody Handslaughter of Qiyang Divine Kingdom. In the hundreds of chaos eras he has broken through, he has destroyed hundreds of star fields, and hundreds of millions of souls died in his hands. In the country of Qiyang God, it is second only to Qiyang God Emperor. Well, the Palace of Life seems to be powerful, but it is only supported by the Supreme Lord Gap. In the war that year, the owner of the Palace of Life disappeared, and the palace was seriously injured. If it was not for the adult to rescue him, afraid that Ji also has fallen. Another old man, wearing a gossip robe, holding a duster in his hand, said Sneer. It is reasonable to say that this dress should look like a fairy, but the old man has a raw triangular eye hump nose and a sharp-billed monkey cheek, which makes people unhappy at first glance. However, he also has an extraordinary origin. He is a knight of the great god of the kingdom of God. He has a status of more than one person in the country of the great god. Even the young emperor of the great kingdom of God who has fallen has seen him. Give a respectful title to the teacher. I saw him glancing at the other 4 supremes and continued. Today's shrine of life is like the bubble that looks gorgeous, but when it is touched, I don't believe it. The Supreme Lord Gava dares to go all out and let the whole situation of life shrine be ignored. Furthermore, Your Majesty sent me here to slay the Temple of Life, and it is the second to the Terra Excalibur. The main thing is to bring the sword Wushuang back to the kingdom of God, accept the punishment of the heavens, and have respected the Emperor Shaoxi in the spirit of heaven. After he had finished speaking, another middle-aged man in cloth, with 2 bushy eyebrows, said Shensheng, "Yes, this time on behalf of Jianzong's crusade against life. This time, I don't really want to be the enemy of life, but I just want to conquer the Taro Excalibur. Presumably, the Supreme Lord Gap will not do it for a Taro Excalibur. Wait for me and let go." The other 2 Supremes did not speak, but their faces were extremely gloomy. One of them is impressively the master of the 7th temple of the Taishu Temple, Jokuan, a bald old man with a skinny skin. And the last one is one of the right and left guardians of the Blood Temple, the right guardian Pluto. Well, as long as I wait quietly, then is the Temple of Life conscious? The gentle young man who started talking looked up and drank the sake in his hands. His eyes narrowed like foxes, and there was a flash of playfulness. Speaking of special life, I haven't killed it yet. Time flies. 5 space warships swept across the air, setting off countless winds. Prompted by the joint efforts of the five supreme powers, these five top-ranked space battleships broke out at a speed much faster than the speed of light. In a short time, they have reached the edge of the Shrine of Life, even the heavily arrayed method. The wrapped gate of the Life Shrine Palace is all at a glance. The five battleships stopped, the five supremes stepped down from the battleship, stepped on the starry sky, stared at each other, and there was a flash of cruelty in their eyes. The next moment, they spoke at the same time. Tycho Shrine Special Envoy, come to visit the Temple of Life. Special envoys from the Great Sun God Kingdom, come to visit the Shrine of Life. Shinkong Jianzong Special Envoy, come to visit the Temple of Life. Blood Temple Special Envoy, come to visit the Temple of Life. Five low voices, and at the same time explode outside the Temple of Life. Suddenly, the sky was shaking. Countless people who came to watch the war deliberately saw a burst of excitement on their faces. They know that the battle between the top powers, which begins with sword warriors, is about to begin. Temple of Life, Supreme Temple. The Supreme was sitting in the first place, and the other great Supremes stood under him. Jian Wushuang in a black robe, carrying the Taro Excalibur, is also here. Hearing the sound of a blast outside the shrine, everyone had a cold flash in his eyes. All of you, with today's battle, will lay the foundation of my life temple. Gaf Supreme was expressionless and slowly rose from his seat. Suddenly, a terror that crushed the universe forever and deterred the floods of the heavens and the earth circulated around the Supreme Lord of Gap. It seems that there is a monster that has been sleeping for millions of years and is waking up. Yes, Bloodwave Supreme, Jian Wushuang, and others should be astonished that there is no timidity in their eyes. This battle they are not afraid. Even outside the Supreme Temple, those ordinary life shrine disciples are not afraid. Nothing more than a battle. Let's go. Gava Supreme nodded, stepped down from his seat, and walked towards the Temple of Life. The four Chief Supremes, such as the Bloodwave Supreme and the Giant Axe Supreme, are slightly behind half of Gap Supreme. Behind it, there are other ordinary Supremes of the Palace of Life. In the last place, there is Jian Wushuang. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. Chapter 43-22. When Gaf Supreme led the five Chief Supremes, Jian Wushuang, and more than a dozen ordinary Supremes out of the Palace of Life, many disciples of the Palace of Life were already waiting outside. They looked so stern and stood upright. They all shook their hands at the same time. I wait. I wish you Supreme Master. The victory is triumphant, and triumphant return. Their voices converged, forming a huge sound wave boiling against the sky, straight into the clouds, shaking the sky of the whole life shrine. In their expressions, there was no shrinking timidity, only extremely firm. Seeing this scene, Gava Supreme flashed a warmth in his heart. These people will be the mainstay of the Temple of Life in the future. However, there was not much expression on his face, and he just nodded slightly in response. Jian Wushuang is mixed with many Supremes, and his face is slightly smiled. This time, because of him, the Temple of Life has attracted joint forces from all parties in the universe. If it is placed in some ordinary immortal inheritance gates, it has long attracted resentment and blame from its disciples. This scene did not happen. Everyone is unwaveringly supportive of Jian Wushuang, and many supreme guards against the storm. This is all thanks to the system of the Life Shrine. Although silent, it is like a big family, bringing together many special lives wandering in the universe, supporting each other for growth and prosperity. Moreover, Jian Wushuang also saw among the many disciples of Life shrines that he had been dominated by the magic wind that had been on the riverside of Wudao and had festivals with him. I haven't seen it for tens of thousands of years. The Lord of the Demon Wind has also broken through to the ultimate domination. At this moment, his edges and corners have been smoothed a lot. Looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, he is also unswervingly supportive. This is the shrine of life that guards me, and I am willing to pay for my life. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. They didn't stay too much, so they walked towards the gate of the palace again. There, Yinshan Supreme turned the mountain, condensed into an adult face, and said with a serious expression, "Gap, blood, I will guard the shrine." Click and wipe. The next moment, the gate of the Temple of Life opened. Gava Supreme walked in the first place, and the others followed behind, walking towards the starry sky step by step. There, 5 space battleships were quietly suspended, squeezing across the void, and standing in front of the gate of the shrine. 5 Supreme Masters stood with their hands, each standing on the battleship of their respective forces, sneerily looking at Gafu Supreme and others who came towards them. It's a great battle, and the Supreme of the Temple of Life is almost all out. The pupil of the great Sun God Kingdom shrank, his face shuddered, and then sneered. And the gentle man with a gentle appearance, such as jade, glanced from the faces of many Supremes, and there was a touch of greed in his eyes. He felt that the supremacy of this group of special lives was extremely strong, and if he could devour himself, cultivation would definitely increase. "Excuse me, what's the matter at my shrine?" Gav's Supreme expression indifferent and spoke lightly. The 5 Supreme Masters looked at each other, and to be honest, facing this many Supreme Masters headed by Supreme Lord Gave, anyone would be a little bit guilty. If it was weekdays, they would already greet the seniors with fear. But today is different. They represent not only themselves, but the top 5 forces behind them. They are confident that under the pressure exerted by these 5 forces together, even if they are the supreme ones, they must weigh their hearts. I saw the mung bean eyes of the great Sun God Kingdom turn slightly, then stepped out, and his chest was raised and said, "Extreme Gav, you are our predecessor. We dare not offend when we come to the shrine. We are here today for one thing. That is to hand over Jian Wushuang and Taro Excalibur." Speaking of the front, the tone of this teacher is quite respectful, but when it comes to the back, the tone suddenly turns cold, full of forest cold. Yes, the Taro Excalibur is a cosmic weapon. How could it be held by a master? The middle-aged man of the Starry Sky Sword Sect stepped out and stared at Jian Wushuang tightly. Boom! The 2 shocking swords shot from the eyes of the middle-aged man, as if condensed into a substance, forming a huge, sharp pressure toward the sword without double pressure. Jian Wushuang saw a cold hum, and knew in his heart that this time the 5 major forces cut the Temple of Life together, taking him as a breakthrough. And this man from the Starry Sword Sect wanted to give him a power. This look seems unusual, but it is actually the middle-aged man's kendo origin. Once Jian Wushuang was pressed under him, Jian Wushuang's sword heart will inevitably leave a shadow. However, compared to kendo, Jian Wushuang admits that he has not lost anyone. Jian Wushuang stepped out one step, without any fear, and shot his gaze towards the middle-aged man of the starry sky. The 4th source of kendo was triggered by him for the first time. 2 swords were shot along Jian Wushuang's eyes, and they hit the eyes of the starry Jianzong middle-aged man straight. As if the tip of a needle was against my mang, 2 lightnings that tore the night sky collided fiercely, sparking a spark. Jian Wushuang's 2 sword intentions did not fall in the slightest, but there was a faint axe to kill the dragon, and the middle-aged man's sword intention was slightly depressed. The thief is so courageous. The middle-aged man's face suddenly became extremely furious. He didn't expect that he was dear to the divine supreme divine realm, but was actually depressed by Jian Wushuang in kendo comprehension. If you don't kill this child this time, I'm afraid it will become a serious problem in the future. Just when he couldn't help but want to have another attack, he saw the gentle man of Qiang God Kingdom raised his hand and pressed his hand, signaled him to be quiet, and then looked at Supreme Gav, smiling and said, "You are our predecessor, someone who has contributed to that catastrophe. If it were impossible, I would not come together. My God Lord of the Qiang Divine Kingdom, this time sending the juniors to the Temple of Life has no other meaning. As long as you are willing to surrender Jian Wushuang and Tai Luo Divine Swords, the juniors will retreat themselves, and you can even make a promise. Do and T commit a shrine, fix everything." Having said that, he stopped talking and paused until he laughed. "Of course, if you don't want Senior Gav, no one in the world can force you. Younger people don't have this ability. But, My Majesty the King, you also know that you always have a bad temper, and you can't rub a bit of sand in your eyes. If you say something, You must do it. At that time, what will be the consequences? The younger generation will not say much. The tone of this speech is mild, but in fact it is a hidden needle, which means murder and is full of threats. When this sentence came to an end, the supremacy of the other four major powers all stroked their beards, apparently with the same intention. Gafu Supreme heard the words, his eyelids lifted slightly, and he looked at him with a smile. Qianyi, are you threatening the old man? Chapter 43:23. Threat? Juniors are naturally afraid. The gentle youth calling Qian Qian slightly arched his hands, then raised his head, staring directly at Gafu Supreme. The junior is just telling the truth? Supreme Give nodded, glanced at the others, and asked gently, You mean the same thing? Yes, if you are helpless, my great Japanese kingdom will never be opposed to the shrine. De Rishungwa fluttered his hands to dust. Enin said, The Pluto, the right guardian of the blood temple, who did not say a word from beginning to end, said coldly, Let's stop talking nonsense. Gafu, I came by the order of the Lord of the Palace. As long as Tai Luo Divine Sword and Sword Warrior, even if the two pick up one, I will turn around and leave, and never blame it. The middle-aged man of the Shinkong Jianzong also said in a deep voice, Gaifu Supreme, presumably you also know that our Lord Wu Jianxian was one of the princes of Tai Luo Jianzun at that time. Now, Tai Luo Jianzong has passed away. Excalibur naturally belongs to my Starry Sword sect. One after another, soft or hard answers. In short, it is to persecute Gav Supreme, to surrender Jin Wushuang and Tai Luo Excalibur. When Gav Supreme heard the words, a faint smile burst into the corner of his mouth, and his dim eyes narrowed. Do you think that the old man was seriously injured in that catastrophe that year? So you have decided that the old man will take care of the overall situation, and in order to protect the Temple of Life, he will hand over the Taro Excalibur and the sword unparalleled? As soon as this remark came to an end, the five great powers present were slightly changed, and as Supreme Gav said, they really had the intention. Although Gav Supreme is strong, he has already been seriously injured and is about to die. It is just a tiger with a tooth pulled out. It is because of these considerations that they dare to join forces to overwhelm the Palace of Life. Do you think that the old man's recuperation for so many years has long worn away his blood, and is unwilling to be an enemy? The voice fell, and Mori Han's cold-killing intention spread around the center of Gafu Supreme. All of a sudden, the five Supremes changed their faces. They only remembered at this time that the Supreme Lord Gav standing in front of them, in the battle of the catastrophe of that year, but the knives who have countless extreme gods. Suddenly, they stared at each other, with a faint retreat in their hearts. Gaifu, do you have to risk the world and fight for the sake of being a sword invincible? Only Pluto, the right guardian of the blood temple, asked coldly. Gafu Supreme heard a sigh of relief and spit out only one word, kill. Huh. Suddenly the words fell. I saw the four chief executives standing behind him, all laughing and rising into the sky. At the time of the Holocaust War, I couldn't escape from the world. Only my life shrine fought in all directions. Now dare to threaten my shrine? A sneer from the heavenly Supreme. A golden bow of God appeared in his hand. At the next moment, I saw the 10 fingers of the celestial Supreme resting on the arrow string, and pulled it back slightly. A scarlet-lined arrow was automatically placed on the arrow string. Huh. Immediately afterwards, he saw Tenma Supreme release his 5 fingers, and the scarlet arrow suddenly blasted out like a cannonball, directly breaking the void and blasting towards the great Sun God Kingdom Master. Damn! The guru's face suddenly became extremely furious. He didn't expect that this life shrine, which always seeks for peace, was so violent for the sword unparalleled that it would hurt the killer without a word. I saw him waving his right hand, and the brush in his hand immediately brushed out Dao Xianhui, welcoming the scarlet arrow that shot towards him. Huh! A shocking explosion came out. On the other side, the giant axe divine body instantly swelled, turning into an ancient giant with a huge height, holding the heavenly axe, stepping down one step, directly across 1,000 miles, and splitting towards the right heaven of the blood heaven temple. I want to take away the sword unparalleled, first asked the axe in this hand. A sharp axe light, carrying the terrible dark yellow air, fiercely slashed at Pluto's head. The Pluto was not afraid when he saw this, and a humming sound was heard in his mouth. A black iron chain appeared under his right hand, and he flung it down suddenly, like a python swallowing the sun, and drew toward the axe supreme. On the side of the white tiger supreme, I saw him leaping into the sky, arrogant, and the sound of terror spread out in circles. His Majesty's sharp gold and white tiger opened his huge mouth, and countless red thunders gathered in his mouth, turning into a storm of extinction towards the seventh temple owner of the Taishu temple, and the skinny bald old man in a monk robe. Kuan goes. Supreme King's face sank, his eyes twinkled, and he didn't dare to relax in any way. The right side of his hand was torn, and the void beside him was torn directly. Immediately, he saw him grabbing a hand from the void and grabbing a black magic knife. Buddha does not hold a knife, but a knife becomes a demon. Kill. A hoarse voice came out of his mouth, and when he stepped on it, he suddenly turned into a black mang and sprinted towards the white tiger supreme. There are many more ordinary supremes who have rushed out to block this void and cut off their back road. The sword unparalleled. It is the middle-aged man who looked at the starry sky sect under the light of a change of eyes. Although this person is more powerful than me, my understanding in Kendo is almost the same as mine. Just try this person. If I do and use the Taro Excalibur, where is the limit? Jian Wushuang made his mind, then stepped on the foot. The black robe rolled, and suddenly turned into a black horizontal thunder between heaven and earth, step by step faster, step by step, towards the middle-aged man of the starry sword sprint away. Wu Weeping Sword appeared in his hands. Speaking of which, he lost against the Black Hawk Supreme, for a large part of the reason, because of the extermination spear in the hands of the Black Hawk Supreme. So he had no choice but to sacrifice the Taro Excalibur and kill the Black Hawk Supreme. The second beheaded Supreme did not give him the opportunity to detour a war at all, and could only use the Taro Excalibur. Therefore, until now, Jian Wushuang did not know what his true strength was, and what he had reached. This sword is unparalleled. How dare you come to kill me? The middle-aged man of that starry sky sect saw the situation can't help but laugh for a while. Jian Wushuang, since you are looking for your own way, don't blame me for being rude. The middle-aged man sneered, and there was a killer in his eyes, and a pure white Excalibur appeared in his hands. Jian Wushuang, you die. The middle-aged man stepped hard, and suddenly turned into a sharp white man, splitting towards the sword unparalleled. Next moment, the two were black and white, and they collided fiercely. An astounding sword gas burst out, staring at the stars and swooping in all directions. Chapter 43:24. Huh. I saw that in the universe, one black, one white, and two sword-bearing figures were like a comet crashing into the earth. They collided with each other at a very fast speed, agitating endless sword energy. The Wu-crying Excalibur with no hands and the sword split on the snow-white Excalibur in the hands of the middle-aged man from the same diagonal, drawing a long string of sparks. Huh? Not broken? Is the rule extreme treasure? The middle-aged man shrank his pupils a little. You should know that the white knife sword in his hand is the ultimate treasure of the laws of chaos. He has bred dozens of chaos ages. After the weapon collided with him, he remained safe and sound. Huh, the sword is a good sword, but unfortunately people can't match it, it's wasted. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, but he didn't care. He swiped his right hand out fiercely, and the endless divine power poured out instantly, and he flung the sword unparalleled. Wow! Jian Wu's stature receded dozens of feet backwards, his legs in the starry sky, passing through two white marks. It is truly supreme, and it is really strong. Jian Wushuang raised his head, panting slightly, and secretly said, "The difference between me and this ordinary supreme is the quality of divine power." The supreme divine power unique to the supreme is far beyond ordinary divine power. It is also supreme, relying on the dependence of the universe. After thinking for a while, Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he sighed coldly. Since the qualitative gap cannot be surpassed, use the amount to make up? Huh. Suddenly, a majestic power reached the extreme, gathered in the hands of Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang firmly stabilized the ultimate dominating realm, the strength of the divine power has suddenly reached nearly 30,000 times. Again! Jian Wushuang's black hair flew, and when he stepped, he rushed towards the middle-aged man again. Open the sky! Huh! Wu Weeping Sword trembled tens of thousands of times instantly, sending out a burst of devil crying, the voice of the Buddha chanting. The sword was cut out immediately, and it was cut off towards the middle-aged man like a shocking dragon. This sword, Amami, is to the extreme. Boy is daring. The middle-aged man smiled angrily and stepped forward. The white sword in his hand stabbed towards the sword without a pair. Huh. In the hands of the two, the Excalibur was added again. Before the middle-aged man split the sword Wushuang, he saw that Jian Wushuang had suddenly changed his tactics and once again sneered, "Cut the star." In an instant, thousands of energies condensed in the sword without hands, turned into a shocking sword rainbow that was nearly 5,000 feet long and split again. This sword has a hint of Tao ? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed for a moment, and the two shinmangs in his eyes soared again. This sun is the ultimate dominating realm. He has realized the level of the Tao, and in one move and one style, he is full of mysterious and obscure feelings. This child is so talented that it is rare in all ages. If it is not removed today, I am afraid that it will be the second Taro Sword Lord. Thoughts flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man, and then he said in a deep voice, "Swordsmanship, Xinghe?" Huh. The words fell, and I saw by this sword in his hand, slamming up, a dazzling galaxy, rolling out from the void, and slamming into the silver sword rainbow of Jian Wushuang. This sword is like the overthrow of the heavens and the earth. The galaxy rolls back. The power is terrifying. Countless sharp white swords, turned into swallowing dragons, crisscrossing the world, facing the silver sword rainbow of nearly 5,000 feet, circled and rolled away. Just like a large python, the bright galaxy is directly entangled with nearly 5,000 feet of silver sword rainbow. Then, Xinghe Jinqi suddenly broke out. Click and wipe. Suddenly, the silver sword rainbow of nearly 5,000 feet shattered. Is this the sword art of the Starry Sword Sect? Jian Wushuang looked up like the sky that hung for 9 days, and the volume of Xinghe turned from the sword's gas was a look of wonder. This Xinghe Jianzong deserves to be known as the top force in the universe with a sword, and this sword is nearing perfection from any angle, which is not comparable to him. Jian Wushuang, let's die. Just then, the middle-aged man leaped and sneered, "Sword unparalleled, remember, whoever killed you, the 3 elder Faxian of Starry Sword Sect is also. This sword is called by Yin." Almost just for an instant, this middle-aged man's previous step is still 100 miles away. The next step has appeared in front of the sword without double-sided. The white sword in his hand turned into a blank, leading the roll of the broken star sword rainbow dazzling galaxy, slashing down towards Jian Wushuang. Step forward. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed slightly. The sharp sword gas, before it fell, already had the appearance of cracks on the surface of his body. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang loosened Wu Wei's Excalibur with his right hand and drank lowly, "Forever night." Suddenly Wu Wei's Excalibur disappeared, and countless thick black mist poured from the soles of Jian Wu's feet, and then eroded toward the middle-aged man. The previous sword is unparalleled, and it takes some preparation time to use Young Ye's sword, but after he broke through the ultimate dominion and found the original heart of Kendo, using Young Ye's sword again is almost instantaneous. Huh. A muffled noise came out, and then I saw these thick black mists, dragging the middle-aged man who was called the 3 Elders Flying Fairy, and dragged the bright galaxy into the kingdom of the night. The elder Faxian was gone, replaced by a huge black ball exuding coldness, dullness, and stiffness. Next moment, among the black balls, elders of Facian were angry and roared and roared. Huh! I saw the elder Facian driving Baiji Excalibur, ramming into the black ball, smashing the black ball roaring. A sharp, sharp sword exploded constantly, everywhere. Jian Wushuang stared at Yongye Kingdom, and had to say that the supreme strength is really beyond imagination. After Xiaoqing Kingdom became small, even the strongest invincible dominator would fall into it. It's possible to survive, but the three elders of Fei Xian are just the most ordinary supreme. But in just a few breaths of time, they will endanger the kingdom of Yongyi and be about to break this seat. With the erupting roar of the elder Facian, the kingdom of Yongyi can no longer hold on, peeling off piece by piece. Immediately afterwards, I saw that my whole body became dry, and the hair fell off with a large part of elder Facian jumping out. He gasped with a big mouth, staring at Jian Wushuang with a gaze on his face, and his face was iron and blue. The sword is unparalleled. This trick, this seat recognizes, is the Supreme Knight Sword of Tai Luo Supreme. Say, Tai Luo Jiandian, is it in your hands? Jian Wushuang heard the words. There was no panic on his face, and he nodded and calmly replied, yes, Tai Luo Jiandian is indeed in my hands. But what about it? Chapter 43:25. The elder Facian stared at Jian Wushuang. For some reason, there was a rush of jealousy in his heart that he had never noticed. He is jealous of Jian Wushuang's talents, and he finally has the power to fight against the Supreme. He was jealous of the sword Wushuang chants, and he was able to get both the Terra Sword Code and the Terra Magic Sword at the same time. This is a cosmic weapon. He was even more jealous that Jian Wushuang could make the Shrine of Life so sheltered, and let the half-footed Governance Supreme step into the coffin. For him, he was against the forces of the universe. Taking a deep breath, Elder Facian said coldly, sword is unparalleled. You are not qualified to inherit the mantle of Tai Luo Sword Master. Terra Sword and Terra Sword Code should not belong to you. They should belong to my Starry Sword sect, to my Fei Xian. Huh? The next moment, the elder Facian patted his right hand, and the white sword was suspended in front of him, and his black hair flew up all over him. Seon Han said, the sword is unparalleled. On the talent of Kendo, this place admits that it is not as good as you. If you break through the Supreme Realm, this place will turn around when you see you. Unfortunately, if you are not supreme, you will eventually be ants. Crackling. Suddenly, the elder Facian flicked his fingers in the void. Like a pipa, that white sword of the Excalibur suddenly shook violently. I saw that every time he played, the same white jade flying sword was split into the same white jade flying sword. After 7 consecutive shots, that white jade flying sword had been divided into 7, under the control of the elder Fei Xian. Now, like the 7 rainbows that run through the sky and the moon, they are chopped down towards the sword. Star swordsmanship, the 7 great wild slashes. Huh. The distance of 1,000 feet is just around the corner. In just a blink of an eye, these 7 white jade flying swords are like 7 meteors. The sword was unparalleled and did not dare to carelessly. The whole Bodis divine power was flowing wildly, and the dragon's blood secret technique was directly used to burn the divine power. It was fiercely chopped towards the 7 white jade flying swords. Huh. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's breath soared, and he struck one of them with a white jade flying sword. Come again. Jian Wushuang gave a loud scream, and the fighting in his eyes broke out, soaring directly into the sky. With each sword he slashed, the sword's chi was horrible, and the turbulent turbulence turned the surroundings into a sea of raging fury that filled the world. When the elder Fei Xian saw this, he sneered at the corners of his mouth, 5 fingertips, as if there were invisible silk threads to control the 7 white jade flying swords. Under the change of fingering, the 7 white jade flying swords' offensive changed abruptly, and no longer opened, it turned into an angle that was tricky and vicious. In time, Jian Wushuang's response became extremely strenuous. Hee. Taking advantage of a gap, The elder Facian combined his 5 fingers, and the 7 white jade flying swords suddenly merged into 7, reformed into a white sword, and stabbed in the position of the sword without a pair of chests. Puff! Suddenly, the sword flew backwards without a two-way flight. The body collapsed in the void, and then continued to reorganize. One sword. Sword unparalleled defeat. In the distance, some of the Supreme Palace of Life who was responsible for blocking the rear path saw the situation and shook his head slightly. Although Jian Wushuang is stronger, it is still a little younger than the top Kendo strong in the universe, such as the elders taking off. There is a gap in the quality of divine power, and the result is hard work, which is unwise. Just when they hesitated to go up to help the sword unparalleled, the sword Wushuang that quickly flew backwards all the way, but moved backwards suddenly. Soon, a golden light appeared. Fencing dawn. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang disappeared, and between the heavens and the earth, there was only one gold thread, as if the Shendian that tore the endless night shot at the Fei Xian elder in a forward-looking trend. The thunder roared and the electric light shone. The void was torn directly, breaking open numerous void fragments. Jian Wushuang is shrouded in the fierce golden light, coming across the sun and the moon. This is the second form of Tai Luo Jiandian, breaking dawn. When the elder Fei Xian saw this, his face changed suddenly, a feeling of palpitations, and he climbed up to his back. For the first time, when he faced the sword unparalleled, a great terror between life and death emerged. Breaking dawn is a sword power that can only be used by the Supreme. How can this be? There were countless fears on his face, and he immediately bit his teeth, and there was a decisive flash in his eyes. You have to come up with a killer. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will become the third Supreme who died under the sword without hands. Immediately, the elder Fijian's eyes flooded with light, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly turned into 2 small swords, slowly opening. I raise Xinghe with my sword. Xinghe sees me like this. Star swordsmanship, star sword, boom. Suddenly, the stars and stars are full of light and masterpieces. Countless channels of power from the deepest part of the stars suddenly rose into the sky, like a meteor, turned into bright stars, rushing towards the elders of Facian. This sword moves all the stars in the sky. The power of countless stars came from the laser, continually meeting, densely packed, covering the sky and converging in the hands of the elder Facian. At this moment, the body of the elder Fei Xian suddenly became transparent and clean, and he was lifted up by the stars as if he had fallen into the center of the vortex and became the master of the stars. Cut! Elder Fei Xian shouted. His expression became a bit distorted. Suddenly, a swordman gathered by the power of countless stars was cut off from the elder Facian. The void was torn directly by this swordman and turned into a sea of chaos. Numerous sword gas rolled up like a dragon as the sky is rolling. In the heavens and the earth, a long column of sword air supporting the sky is formed. The towering roars turn the clouds and mists of nearly 10,000 miles into powder. Huh! The next moment, a great noise came out. This sword was severely chopped on the dawning golden light, transformed by the sword unparalleled. In a short time, Jian Wu's body shook violently, and the golden daybreak sword light around the whole body was constantly being abraded and cut. In the end, Jian Wushuang's breaking dawn sword was suddenly broken open, and Jian Wushuang was directly split again. Sword unparalleled, go to death with peace of mind. Elder Fei Xian's eyes were low, and he was condensed by the starry sky. He came down to the world and continued to attack Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stared at Elder Fei Xian closely. His expression was gloomy to the extreme. Almost there. As long as he is stronger, this Elder Facian is not his opponent. He can truly rely on the power of the Terra Excalibur to truly achieve the sword-cutting supreme. It's just a pity that it's a little worse after all. When the sword Wushuang considered whether to lift the seal of the supreme sword of Tai Luo, to kill the elder Fei Xian, or escape, a white-haired indifferent figure suddenly swept from the edge of the sky, at a speed far faster than the elder Fei Xian, stepped in front of the sword without double-sided. The next moment, I saw the white-haired indifferent figure slowly raised his hand and grabbed the swordman that was split by the elder Fei Xian. Chapter 43, 26 Duel. Threatening? Junior naturally wouldn't dare. The gentle-looking young man called Qian Wu cupped his hands before raising his head. He looked straight at supreme martial artist Gai Fu and said, "This junior is merely stating the facts." Supreme martial artist Gai Fu nodded his head and swept his gaze across the others. He then asked indifferently, "You guys have the same intention?" "That's right. If we have no choice, the great Sun Divine Kingdom will never make an enemy of the Divine Palace." The Imperial Advisor flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand and said darkly, "The right protector of the Blood Sky Palace, the Dark King, who had not said a word since the beginning, said coldly, 'Cut the crap. Gai Fu, am here on the orders of the Hall Master. I only want the Tarot Divine Sword and Jian Wushuang. Even if I pick up one of them, they'll turn around and leave. They'll forget about the past." The middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword Sect also said, "Supreme Master Gai Fu, I'm sure you know that our sect master, the Martial Sword Immortal, was one of the cultivation partners of the Tarot Sword Master. Now that the Tarot Sword Master has passed away, the Tarot Divine Sword naturally belongs to the Starry Sky Sword Sect." The soft and hard answers came one after another. In short, they were forcing Supreme Master Gai Fu to hand over Jian Wushuang and the Tarot Divine Sword. Supreme martial artist Gai Fu's lips suddenly curled into an inexplicable smile when he heard this. His turbid eyes narrowed as he said, "Do you think that I'll hand over the Tarot Divine Sword and Jian Wushuang to protect the Divine Life Palace because I was seriously injured in the catastrophe?" As soon as he said this, the faces of the supreme beings of the 5 major forces changed slightly. Just as Supreme Master Gai Fu had said, they had indeed planned to do this. Although supreme martial artist Gai Fu was strong, he had long been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. He was just a tiger without its teeth. It was precisely because of this consideration that they dared to join forces and suppress the Divine Life Palace. "Do you think that after so many years of recuperating, I've long worn out my bloodlust and am unwilling to make an enemy of others?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, killing intent spread out from supreme martial artist Gai Fu. In an instant, the 5 great masters' expressions changed drastically. Only now did they remember that Supreme Master Gai Fu, who was standing in front of them, had killed countless Supreme Divine Realm experts during the Great Catastrophe. Instantly, they looked at each other, and a faint feeling of retreat rose in their hearts. "Gai Fu, are you going to risk universal condemnation and start a war with our forces for a mere Jian Wushuang?" Only the right protector of the Blood Sky Palace, the Dark King, asked coldly. Hearing this, supreme martial artist Gai Fu sighed lightly and only spat out a single word, "Kill." Bang! The moment he finished speaking, the 4 lead disciples standing behind him all laughed and rushed into the sky. During the Great Catastrophe, all of you hid from the world, and only the Divine Life Palace fought in all directions. Now, you dare to threaten my Divine Palace? Supreme Heavenly Dipper sneered as a golden divine bow appeared in his hand. In the next moment, Supreme Heavenly Dipper placed his fingers on the bowstring and pulled it back gently. Whoosh! A scarlet arrow covered in divine patterns automatically knocked itself onto the bowstring. Whoosh! Supreme Heavenly Dipper then released his fingers, and the scarlet arrow shot out like a cannonball. It broke through the void and shot toward the Imperial Advisor of the Great Sun Divine Kingdom. Damn it! The Imperial Advisor was extremely shocked and angry. He had not expected that the Divine Life Palace, which had always sought peace, would be so violent and kill Jian Wushuang without any hesitation. With a wave of his right hand, the horsetail whisk in his hand instantly emitted rays of immortal radiance, which met the scarlet arrow that was shooting at him. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. On the other side, Supreme Giant Axe's divine body expanded instantly and turned into an ancient giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall. He held the sky-splitting divine axe and took a step forward. He crossed tens of thousands of miles and hacked down at the right guardian of Blood Sky Palace, the Nether King. "If you want to take Jian Wushuang away, you'll have to ask my axe first," A sharp axe light with terrifying black and yellow chi hacked at the Nether King's head. The Nether King wasn't afraid at all. He snorted coldly and flipped his right hand. A black iron chain appeared in his hand, and he gently threw it towards Supreme Giant Axe like a sun-swallowing python. As for the White Tiger Supreme Martial Artist, he leaped into the sky and roared arrogantly. Terrifying sound waves spread out in circles. The sharp metal white tiger under him opened its huge mouth, and countless red lightning gathered in its mouth, turning into a world-destroying storm. It blasted toward the seventh hall master of the Great Void Temple, the skinny bald elder in a monk's robe, Jiokun. Supreme Jiokun's face sank, and his eyes flickered. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He pulled with his right hand, and the void beside him was torn apart. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a black demonic blade. If a Buddha did not wield a saber, he would become a devil with a saber. Kill! A hoarse voice came out from his mouth. He took a step forward and turned into a black light, charging toward the White Tiger ruler. There were even more ordinary supreme martial artists who flew out one after another, sealing off the void and cutting off their escape routes. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered as he looked at the middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword sect. Although this person's cultivation is stronger than mine, his comprehension of the way of the sword is almost the same as mine. I can use this person to test my limits if I don't use the Tarot Divine Sword. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. Then, he took a step forward and his black robe fluttered. Suddenly, he turned into a black thunderbolt between heaven and earth. Step by step, he sped up and dashed toward the middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword sect. The Wuchi Divine Sword appeared in his hand. Speaking of which, a large part of the reason why he couldn't defeat Black Eagle Ruler was because of the god-slaying spear in his hands. Thus, he had no choice but to use the Tarot Divine Sword to kill Black Eagle Ruler. As for the second Supreme Martial Artist, he didn't give him a chance to fight in a roundabout way. He could only use the Tarot Divine Sword. Therefore, until now, Jian Wushuang still did not know what his real strength was. Jian Wushuang dared to kill me? The middle-aged man from the Starry Sky Sword sect couldn't help but laugh in anger. Jian Wushuang, since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being impolite. The middle-aged man laughed coldly as a murderous look appeared in his eyes. A pure white divine sword appeared in his hand. Jian Wushuang, go to hell. The middle-aged man took a heavy step forward and turned into a sharp white light, slashing toward Jian Wushuang. The next moment, the two, one black and one white, collided together. An earth-shattering sword chi exploded and swept across the starry sky. Chapter 43:27. Jian Wushuang stepped in, stretched out his hands and rubbed his frosty hair, and smiled. Stupid girl, just stay in the manor. What are you waiting for? Lung Rushuang silently said nothing, but saw Jian Wushuang was all right, and a bright smile on his face. Well, go back? Jian Wushuang smiled a little, and then talked to them again. After seeing nothing was arranged, he returned to the manor of the sixth mountain with coldness. The Palace of Life fell into a brief silence. However, it was not quiet for a few days, and the battle at the Gate of the Life Shrine immediately spread out. Suddenly, the whole universe was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked, feeling incredible and unbelievable about what the Palace of Life did. This is too crazy. The Life Shrine that has always been concerned about peace. This time it has such a big action, killing the 5 forces to send messengers. If it doesn't, it's amazing. Who dares to belittle the Shrine of Life now? Well, that Gavo is indeed the man who survived the ancient catastrophe, and he has such great courage that he has been fighting against the top 5 strengths in a row. At this moment, countless people's perceptions of the Temple of Life have completely changed. In their previous cognition, the Temple of Life is a hidden world that does not ask about the world and does not fight for it. But it was not until this war that they suddenly realized. Come, once the Life Shrine is angry, what a horror! Countless people praised it, but others also whispered in secret, this Life Shrine is really trying to find a way out. It's true that if the Palace of Life offends only one side of the force, it doesn't matter. Even if it offends both sides of the power, it can be taken over by virtue of the strength of the Palace of Life. But the Palace of Life offends the five parties directly. No doubt. Well, don't forget too. The Taishu Shrine and the old enemy Diwu Shrine, carefully calculated, can be more than five forces. I think Supreme is also confused for a moment, even made this stupid decision, for a sword unparalleled, regardless of the overall situation. I think that the Palace of Life will soon be destroyed in the hands of Supreme. Although the talent of Sword Wushuang is high, it is not irreplaceable. For example, it has become the supreme king of 9 calamities. In my opinion, it is no worse than Sword Wushuang. There is absolutely no need to put the Temple of Life in such a place for a Sword Wushuang at stake. If I am Supreme Gap, I will first hand over Jin Wushuang and Tai Luo Excalibur, and then wait for King Jujia and others to fully grow up, and then try to figure it out. Suddenly, discussions about the Temple of Life came one after another, and rumors began to flow. However, before the storm ended, the Temple of Life once again blew a shocking bomb in the universe. My Life Shrine, declare war on Taishu Temple. My Life Shrine, declare war on the Great Sun God Kingdom. My Life Shrine, declare war on the Blood Temple. My Life Shrine, declare war on the Kingdom of Qiyang. My Life Shrine, declare war on Starry Sword Sect. Other forces, who want to be enemies with my Life Shrine, will also accompany you to the end. On this day, the sound of Gafu Supreme turned into billowing waves, conveying 9 days and 10 places, and shocked the universe. This time, all people are shocked. The Shrine of Life should be 1 enemy in 5. Suddenly, the entire universe was completely crazy. Taishu Temple. The expression of Bingyu Extreme Taiching reached the extreme, and anger could not be restrained, and he rushed to the top of his head, making him tremble all over. This time he sent the master of the 7th palace, Zhou Kuan, as the messenger to the Temple of Life. Although he wanted to put pressure on the Temple of Life and surrender the Taro Sword and Sword Unparalleled, he never thought about going to Life, Shrine Life, and Death War. Otherwise, he wouldn't just send a master of the 7th palace, Zhou Kuan, to the army directly. As a result, he didn't expect that the Temple of Life even killed Kuei Kuan directly, leaving no room for it. It's like slap in the face, fiercely fanned. Okay, declare war on my 2 virtual temple, right? You are not afraid of the Temple of Life. Why have I been too afraid of the temple? The cold Meng flickered in the eyes of Bingyu Supreme, and the sound was cold. Come here. Respond to this seat. The battle at the Temple of Life. This seat is due. At the same time, deep in the universe, the Great Sun God Kingdom, the Great Sun God Emperor who created countless legends, also made a battle of papers out of the Palace of the 9 Dynasties in response to the battle with the Shrine of Life. Immediately afterwards, the top-powered Qiyang God Kingdom built in the Endless Desert, the Blood Tian Temple, which has always been erratic, has been fighting. For a while, except the Starry Sword Sect, the other 4 forces all formally issued war books to the Temple of Life, tearing their faces. In a short time, the universe was turbulent and the wind was rising. In the depths of the stars, a palace suspended above 9 days is calm. The palace is peculiar in shape, built like a divine sword, narrow and sharp, quietly suspended. On the plaque of the palace, the 4 large characters of Starry Sword Sect are engraved. The notes are sharp, like a silverhook iron painting. Dragons and phoenixes walk around. It makes people feel a sharp, sharp sword coming from just a glance. Look straight. Here is the swordmaster of the Starry Sword Sect, Wu Jianxian. Wu Jianxian is a legend in the entire universe. When he was young, he was expelled from the sect by the Starry Sword Sect, and has been wandering until he met Tai Luo Sword Emperor. Kendo has been repaired for thousands of miles, and has skyrocketed. Finally, he returns in a kingly posture, dominate the Starry Sword Sect, and become the strongest sword master in the history of Starry Sword Sect. Wu Jiangxian's legend cannot be said for 3 days and 3 nights, but the most eloquent people are sighing. Wu Jianxian is the only female sword immortal who has swept the world. At this moment, in the main hall of the Starry Sword sect, a glamorous woman in red, with black hair tied up, 2 strands of black hair hanging from her forehead, and a red armor, sitting on a throne. Her eyebrows were cold, and there was no emotional change on her face. There was a faint red mark between her brows. This person is the first sword respect in the world, Wu Jianxian. She was sitting high on a red sandalwood chair. Under her, 8 elders were standing respectfully. Master Sovereign, isn't Mo Feina's life shrine so provocative? Can I wait to hear? An old man with white hair stepped out and said, yes, the other 4 top powers are now issuing war books to officially declare war on the Temple of Life. Lord Sovereign, if our Star Sword sect does not respond, would it not let the whole cosmic smile? Master Sovereign, at this moment, there must be no woman's love. Another thin man, dressed in black and wearing a bucket hat, said vaguely. Although the other elders did not speak, the determined application on their faces did not indicate that they meant the same thing as the black-clad man. Wu Jiangxian's expression was as plain as water. His eyes slowly swept from the face of the 8 elders, and finally he said, this sovereign has decided that he will not fight with the Temple of Life, so don't waste your lips. After speaking, Wu Jianxian stood up and walked out of the hall. Chapter 43:28. After Wu Jianxian left, there were many whispered discussions in the main hall of the Starry Sword sect. Benevolence is not in power. Although the Lord Sovereign is strong, he is too kind after all and is not decisive enough. That's right, that's the case for women. After all, it's less male. Well, now the Temple of Life has blatantly provoked us, and we ended up silent. Didn't it make the whole universe laugh? Several elders whispered, shaking their heads and sighing and discussing. Among the crowd, the only thin man wearing duyi, wearing black, with very thin lips, said nothing. He raised his head to look at Wu Jiangxian's back, and a sneer was drawn from the corner of his mouth. Shinkong Jianzong, the Lord's dormitory. Wu Jianxian sat on a bench with her eyes closed. Jian Qing Chan standing behind her, gently rubbing her temples for her. Master, do you have any troubles? Jian Qing Chan said quietly. Wu Jianxian opened his eyes when he heard the words, and there was a hint of exhaustion in his eyes, and he said, Qing Chan, you are with me, not an outsider, you say. What does it mean that the elder Ji Chan constantly contradicts the lead singer of this ancestor? Jian Qing Chan thought for a moment. A flash of hesitation flashed on his face, and finally bit his teeth. Master Zong, depending on the younger, elder Jiu Chan doesn't see your woman's home and wants to force the palace to usurp him. After she finished speaking, when she saw Wu Jianxian didn't speak, she continued to say, Master Sovereign, little courage to say something, you don't know. The elder Jiu Chan has been saying in the Zong how you are not, and now Zong there are many disciples within you who are very critical of you, waiting for you to show your strength and restore your reputation in the battle against the Temple of Life. Wu Jianxian frowned, heard the words and waved, okay, this lord knows, you can step back. Master Sovereign, now it's time to fight against the Shrine of Life. It's your best to increase your reputation. Jian Qing Chan wanted to say more, and saw Wu Jianxian let go, and gave her an expressionless look and said, I said just to step down, didn't you hear? When the sword-serving green cicada saw this, her heart suddenly became cold, knowing that she was getting worse, and she quickly lowered her head and said humbly, the Lord, please take a good rest, and the younger will retire. After that, Jian Qing Chan left. After she left, there was a moment of silence in the hall. Wu Jianxian stood up from the bench, walked in front of the bar window, and looked down at the unknown place of the starry sky with a hand, and there was a touch of complexity in her eyes. Why didn't she understand what everyone said in the hall today, and what Jian Qing Chan said just now? However, there was only one small toad. She didn't take it seriously. Taro, that sword can only get Taro Excalibur and Taro Sword Code. It is also half of your mantra. Wanna come? You must recognize him, right? Wu Jianxian murmured. Inside the Temple of Life, As the Shrine of Life declared war on the 5 major forces, there was a storm in the universe. But in the Shrine of Life, there was abnormal peace. Jin Wushuang and Long Rushuang didn't get along for a long time, so they started a new round of retreat. Jin Wushuang knows that everything now is just the beginning. Only when he becomes stronger can he protect himself in the face of the next storm. What the is that? Jin Wushuang lowered his head to look at the palm of his hand, where a strip of road converged densely, like a mountain range, rolling over and over, finally converging into a complete palm print. Everyone's palm print is different, so everyone understands the same way. Tao, don't ask, don't hear, don't follow. You can't find, even if I consult the Supreme of Bloodwave, he can't say one thing. He can only comprehend by himself. The Tao can only be created by yourself. Jin Wushuang murmured to himself. He knew that once he truly realized the Tao, it would be his chance to break through the supreme divine realm. After a long time, Jin Wushuang sighed lightly, wanting to comprehend that staying in the Temple of Life and Enlightenment, there is no role at all, only to go out to see the mountains and the sea, watch the tide ebb and flow, east-facing Flint, and experience the cool world. Only 100 human beings have the opportunity to truly understand the Taoism, it seems. It's time to go out for a walk. At the same time, in the far north of the universe, in the Dead Star Domain, one of the 9 taboos. Hey! A faint beam of yellow light suddenly penetrated the endless nebula and mist, spreading out from the inside to form a long cosmic passage. Immediately, I saw a terrifying cosmic warship slowly moving out of this dead star field. The shape of this space battleship is extremely horrible. It is actually composed of a keel of dragon bones, like a bone dragon, which traverses the starry sky. 1, 2, 3. 9 bone dragon battleships sail out of the dead stars. They were juxtaposed, and the momentum immediately swept across 9 days and 10 places. In an instant, within 1,000,000 miles, countless bite-eating beasts wandering in the fissures of the void shivered, as if they saw the ancestor of the king, whispered in a low voice, "Show court service." At this moment, on the deck in the middle of the 9 bone dragon battleships, the master of the Diwu Temple, Black Feather, stood side by side with a young man wearing black armor. The evil-looking young man's eyes were faintly golden. On both sides of his skull, 2 rounded and branched antlers were born. His cultivation is much lower than the master of Diwu Temple, but the coercion emitted from the inside out is not inferior to the master of Diwu Temple. If Jin Wushuang is here, he will recognize that this evil young man is actually the dragon enforcer Longjiu, who used to be in the Shinkong Ancient Road. Longjiu. Now the Temple of Life is surrounded by enemies in all directions, which is our best shot. We take this opportunity to kill the Temple of Life unexpectedly. The master of Diwu Temple looked at the Dragon Law Enforcer Longjiu side by side and said with a smile. Longjiu heard no expression and said coldly, "Why do our dragons need to be surprised?" After that, Longjiu waved. "Let's go. The Temple of Life." Rumble. Suddenly, 9 keel warships slowly sailed away from the far north. On this day, a sound like a decree sounded in the starry sky of the entire universe. Xian. The Sword of Life Jingu sword is unparalleled, and wantonly slays the people of the Wulong tribe, and confess his death. The Shrine of Life as its gate teaches Wufang, and commits the crime of default. He surrenders the sword without a pair of skulls within 3 days, at the same time acknowledges the default to the entire universe, and apologizes to the dragons. If not, after 15 days, the dragons will personally come to the door and set foot on the Temple of Life, to serve the purpose. This sound emanated from the Dead Star field in one of the 9 forbidden places in the extreme north of the universe, and then exploded in the starry sky of the entire universe. The entire universe is horrified and horrified. Hundreds of dragons who have not been born in the Chaos period are born. Chapter 43:29. The Dragon Race is born. This news is like dropping a bomb on a calm lake, and the whole universe is boiling and setting off thousands of waves. The dragon race is one of the most powerful races in the entire universe. It is rumored that at the beginning of the universe, when the world was still chaotic, countless chaotic spirits were interdependent. One of them was particularly overbearing. After devouring countless spirits, it gave birth to spiritual wisdom and shaped the flesh. This is the first dragon in the world, also known as Zulong. The ancestor dragon is the head of the Wanlong. The current dragon family is after the ancestor dragon. If the ancestor dragon had fallen in that catastrophe that year, the current dragons would still be the masters of the universe. Of course, although the ancestor dragons have fallen, they have the second and third generations of dragons, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Their heritage, far from being comparable to some top forces, dragon race, life shrine cannot resist. At the same time, Temple of Life, Supreme Temple, Gav Supreme sat in the first place, expressionless. Several other Supremes stood under him, with extremely ugly expressions. They did not expect that when they declared war on the 5 major forces, the dragons were born at this time, and the goal was directed at Jian Wushuang. The atmosphere fell into a dignity like never before. The word long is like a big mountain, and it is overwhelmingly heavy in the hearts of everyone. Gaifu Supreme, we are not afraid of the 5 forces, we can fight one another, but with a dragon, how should we deal with it? Baihu Supreme said in a deep voice. Even if he had always been violent, at this moment, the warfare in his eyes had disappeared. No one knows how long the Dragon Clan, which has been living for a long time, has been living for thousands of years in the hidden world. The strength of the dragons alone was far from being able to resist in the Shrine of Life that year. Yeah, Lord Gav, once the dragons come to the door, what can we resist in the Temple of Life? Another ordinary face with a long face said. His voice was full of anxiety. Gav Supreme did not speak, but lowered his eyes were opaque. Master Gafu, the dragons were born, and they went to the shrine. Once we deal with it a little carelessly, it will bring us to the Shrine of Life. The long-faced Supreme stepped forward and continued. After speaking, he glanced at the sword Wushuang standing at the end of the temple and sighed. Master Gafu, the fate of Jian Wushuang is fate, but the fate of other shrine disciples is also fate. Do you want to put the lives of other thousands of life shrines at risk for one sword? In this sentence, although he didn't point out what it means to cover the Supreme, which one is the dull one present? How can you not hear the meaning of this long-faced Supreme statement? To put it bluntly, there are only 2 ways before the Palace of Life. Or, as the dragon said, kill Jian Wushuang, hand in Jian Wushuang's head, and then apologize openly to the whole universe. Either, it is for the sword unparalleled, the negative stubborn resistance. The other Supreme heard all the words in silence, bowed their heads and said nothing. Even if they have always loved Jian Wushuang, Bloodwave Supreme and Giant Axe Supreme, they opened their mouths to say what they wanted to say, and they were forcibly swallowed again. They love the swords, yes, but they are the chief and supremacy of the Palace of Life, and the whole Palace of Life is on their shoulders. Jian Wushuang stood at the end of the temple and looked at the silent people in the audience, and his heart was determined. He is responsible for everything that is happening now, so he is responsible for it. His sword is unparalleled. He is never a greedy for fear of death. He needs someone else to protect him. Life Shrine has done enough for him. He can't drag the Life Shrine to an endless place because of himself. Extreme Gav, Extremism Qingye said yes, hand me over. You can be me. In exchange for the safety of the Palace of Life, my sword is unparalleled. Sword stepped out, looked up and said to Gafu Supreme. Wow. Everyone looked back, looking at Jian Wushuang, and found that Jian Wushuang had a calm expression, clear eyes, and no intention of falsification. The long-faced man who had been called Qing Qing looked supreme, and arched his hand toward Jian Wushuang, sighing softly, Sword Wushuang, don't resent this seat. This seat was just helpless. Jian Wushuang smiled at him, nodded, and gestured to understand. Gav Extreme raised his head slowly. His eyes glanced across the faces of the temple. Even though his state of mind has not changed for many years, there is a wave of waves at this moment. Sword unparalleled. He spoke indifferently. The The sword has no double-arched hands. He knows that it is time for him to die. Do you really want to sacrifice yourself to preserve the Temple of Life? Gafu Supreme raised his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang's face. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head in reply. When everyone saw this situation, they all understood that it seemed that Supreme Lord Gap had already made a decision and planned to sacrifice the sword unparalleled. Somehow, when everyone sighed for a long time, they felt inexplicably blocked. Wanna come, Jian Wushuang, who was personally executed by his elder Zongman, must be uncomfortable in his heart? Supreme Gap nodded, just about to speak, and saw Supreme bite his teeth, as if he had made a decision, took the lead to say, Extreme Gap. I was personally introduced by Jian Wushuang, and I promised him to protect him for the first time in Chang'an. Now I want to watch him die. Sorry, I can't do it. Taking a deep breath, Supremex went on to say, Extreme Gav, the talent of this seat has come to an end. I'm afraid that he can only come to this step in his life. Basically, there is no possibility of breakthrough. But Sword Unparalleled is the most talented person since the birth of my life shrine. As long as he is there to give him time to grow up, I believe that he will surely push the life shrine to an unprecedented glory. Therefore, this seat is willing to die for Sword Wushuang. As soon as this sentence came out, the audience was moved. They did not expect that the Supreme Master of Blood would take Jian Wushuang to this point. Only the Great Axe Supreme knows Bloodwave Supreme has never received any disciples since his lifetime, and he has long seen Sword Unparalleled in his heart. Supreme Blood. Jian Wushuang's heart was moved for a while. His nose was sour. His sword is unparalleled. How can he make a top and Supreme Grand, willing to die for him? Just then, Gaf Supreme suddenly said, When did the old man say, let Jian Wushuang die? As soon as this remark was made, everyone in the audience couldn't help looking at each other and wondering, what does this mean? Chapter 43:30. Looking at the doubtful eyes of everyone, Gafu Supreme said slowly, Since the palace of our life has been established by the Lord of the Palace, the disciples in the palace can fight to death? If today, we will execute the sword without a pair of swords. If we encounter this kind of thing again in the future, do we have to execute other disciples to please other forces to protect the temple? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was in the heart. Master Gafu, you're right. If not, who of us wants to see Jian Wushuang die? The Qingying Supreme raised his head and looked at Gafu Supreme. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Since he didn't want to be a wicked, then he would let him be the wicked. Gavo gave him a glance and said, When did I say this? Is there no way? After speaking, Gafu Supreme turned his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. Shen said, Jian Wushuang, you listen well. From today on, you are no longer a disciple of my life. This seat deprives you of your status as a disciple of the Palace of Life. You are only allowed to leave the Palace of Life today. You must not stay. You understand? When it comes to the last sentence, Supreme Gav has already used a bit of power, like Huang Zhongda Lu ringing, deafening feedback. The words came as a shock. Gov Supreme, I. Jian Wushuang's expression flickered, and he was about to speak. Seeing that Gafu Supreme's face sank, he scolded, Don't you understand the words of this seat? From now on, you will no longer be a disciple of my life, and leave quickly. Looking at the cold and scowling expression of Gafu Supreme, Jian Wushuang's heart swayed for a while, and a warmth surged in his heart. He was not a fool, and what he meant by Supreme Gav, he knew well. However, once they leave, will the dragons really easily let go of the Temple of Life? Go out. Gav Supreme shook his sleeves. A soft but powerful force waved out, knocking the sword Wushuang from the Supreme Temple. Jian Wushuang hit the ground outside the temple fiercely. He struggled to stand up from the ground. His eyes turned to the Supreme Temple. His fists clenched involuntarily, and his nails fell deeply into the flesh. The next moment, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, resolutely turned, and swept away towards the sixth mountain. Inside the Supreme Temple, After Jian Wushuang left, the hall became silent. Everyone didn't speak, but the blood was supreme and a smile appeared in his heart. Just leave, just leave. Extreme Gav, Jian Wushuang is gone. Then what shall we do? Qing Qing Supreme took a deep breath, Shen said. Gav Supreme's severe expression had been alleviated. He glanced at Qing Qing supremely and said calmly, Qing Yin, it seems that after so many years of rest and recuperation, you have already worn away your blood. Only then did you just hear the word dragon, and you were frightened. Gov Supreme, I. Qing Ying Supreme heard the words. His face suddenly changed slightly, and when he was about to speak, he saw that Go-Off waved his hand. Well, no need to say any more. Although the dragon race is strong, what about it? Now Jian Wushuang is not a disciple of my life shrine and has been expelled. If the dragon race wants to find trouble for him, he will go to the universe to find him. And my life, what does the palace have to do? Moreover, Gavri glanced over everyone's face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. There was a sharp sense of sharpness on that old-modeled face. The Lord of the Palace disappeared that year. Do you really think that the Lord of the Lord did not leave a few moves after the move? The words fell. Everyone in the room was shocked. Everyone said no more. The sixth mountain, the manor where Jian Wushuang is located. Jian Wushuang stepped heavily into the compartment. Fu Jun, are you okay? Lung Rushuang seemed to have heard any news. When Jian Wushuang walked in, he quickly got up and asked anxiously, I'm fine. Jian Wushuang shook his head, then took a deep breath and said, Frosty, pack up and we leave here. It is good. Lung Rushuang did not ask why she was in a hurry to leave. She has always been this character. As long as Jian Wushuang made the decision, she would not ask more. After a moment, Jian Wushuang put the cold as frost into the Fengshan monument and was going to leave. Walking in front of the gate of the Temple of Life, Jian Wushuang looked back. In the Temple of Life, many disciples looked at him with complex eyes, and their emotions were difficult to understand. I will definitely come back, definitely. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and there was a determination in his eyes. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to leave, suddenly, a stream of light burst towards him. The streamer fell, revealing the bloodshot supreme figure. He came to see him off. Extreme blood, in the hall today. Jian Wushuang arched his hand at him. After waiting for Jian Wushuang to finish, Sun Bo Sun waved his hand and smiled slightly. You and me, no need to say this. After a moment of pause, Bloodwave Supreme said, Jian Wushuang, if you go by this way, you are afraid of the dangerous frontier. You must be extremely careful. It is best to change your name and change your appearance. Jian Wushuang heard the words, nodded and said, I understand. Bloodwave Supreme said, turned over with his right hand, took out a scarlet jade card, and said, Jian Wushuang, this jade card has my 3-strike power. Please carefully close it. Ruah. If you really encounter a life and death crisis, the 3-strike force in this jade brand wants to save your life. Jian Wushuang is not an arrogant person, and when Yin took down this jade card and nodded hard toward the Supreme of Blood, all words of thanks, no need to say more, are in my heart. Seeing a slight smile, Bloodwave Supreme continued and said, Take care of yourself when you go. By the way, Supreme Lord gave me a message for you. No matter what, your sword Wushuang will always be a disciple of my life. After a moment of pause, Bloodwave Supreme laughed. There are 9 kings of calamity. Let me also tell you, don't die. He is waiting for you at the universe race. He also wants to try. Dragon slay is what a taste. Jian Wushuang heard the words. His heart was moved for a while, and a lot of pride was poured out. Extreme blood, rest assured, I will not die. Okay, that sword is unparalleled. We will meet again in the future. Bloodwave Supreme patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder. Farewell to Jian Wushuang. Then I'm gone, Supreme Blood. You take care. The sword Wushuang strode away. He took the cold as frost, turned into a streamer, blasted towards the vast starry sky far away. I went today, regardless of the deadline, no matter the way back. He will be alone again, facing the sea of stars. Far away, the Temple of Life has turned into a small black spot, thousands of miles away. Jian Wushuang turned his head, took a deep look at the palace of life and supreme blood, and said in a silent voice, "Meet again." Chapter 43:31. In the vast sky, a cosmic boat is quickly leaving the center. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the universe, looking through the black light mirror, watching the spacecraft constantly moving from bustling to deserted. The previous spacecraft, Jian Wushuang, is no longer in use. This spacecraft was obtained from the ring of Qinkuan after he did not know who was killed when he was on the ancient road of the starry sky. Frost. The 5 planets are in front. Let's rest there, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Sitting as cold as frost, he nodded after hearing the words and said, "Okay." The 5 planetary domains, among the universe of thousands of star domains, can only be regarded as a very ordinary star domain, and the person with the highest strength in the star domain is just the ultimate dominator. Jian Wushuang fled this way, choosing mostly star fields like the 5 planetary domains. A few hours later, a pale blue sea of stars appeared in front of the sword without double sides, which was the 5 planetary domain. Arrived. Jian Wushuang stopped the spacecraft, and with a big wave of his hand, his appearance changed a little. I saw that he had a round beard on his handsome and cold face. His eyes became a little deeper, and his face became a bit more square. Although there were not many changes in the facial features, whoever stood at this moment in front of him, it is absolutely impossible to recognize the slightly rough client in front of him as a sword unparalleled. It's not over yet. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he saw that his relatively thin figure had grown taller as well. At first glance, whereas the half-shadow of Jian Wushuang before, it is clearly a cosmic wave rover who has walked the universe for many years. Fu Jun, you can't even recognize me in this dress? Lung Rushuang glanced at Jian Wushuang, covering his mouth and urging a narrow smile. Jian Wushuang heard a cold, frosty look and said, "This journey is extremely dangerous, so we must cover it up." Lung Rushuang heard a sneer and smirked. His right hand also waved, and his appearance suddenly changed. I saw a few fine lines on her original beautiful face. The purple fringed dress on her body was also transformed into a red dress, with a sharp chin and a strong Joan nose. The indignant air that can't eat the fireworks on the earth has a little more heroic female spirit. The two stood together, and it was like a couple marching together in the universe. The sword was unparalleled, and nodded with satisfaction. He waved his right hand, closed the spacecraft, twisted his neck, and walked towards the 5 planetary field as cold as frost. The largest city in the 5 planetary domain is named Wuxingcheng, named after the 5 element Shenzong, the strongest force in the 5 planetary domain. There are 4 major families under it, which are jointly responsible for the 5 elements. Jian Wushuang put the Wu weapon sword into the ring of Qian Kuan. After the Tai Luo divine sword was covered with the supreme seal, the seal was more effective than the Shin divine seal. No breath was revealed at all. For the sake of insurance, Jian Wushuang was again in Tai. There is a layer of rust on the sword of Luo Shanjian. No one can see it at this moment. This iron sword with an ordinary and rusty texture will be the Taro sword that has set off a reign in the universe recently. Jian Wushuang wore a large black robe, hid the Tai Luo Excalibur under the black robe, and walked into the 5 elements city step by step as cold as frost. The guardian soldiers of the 5 elements city are 2 monks who have entered the first level to dominate the realm. When they saw Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang coming, they suddenly stopped with the halberds in their hands and asked expressionlessly, 2 people, newcomers to the 5 elements city, all need to register their identity information. May I ask how the 2 names are? Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang heard the words, looked at each other, and then faintly replied, "The sword is not abandoned, and the second series dominates." Ling Ruqing, the first level dominates. After the 2 have spoken, they will suppress the cultivation to the second and first series to dominate the realm, exhaling breath. After hearing the words, the 2 defending soldiers nodded, and after slightly sensing the breath of Jian Wushuang and the coldness, they registered the name and let it go. There were no twists and turns. Jian Wushuang is now re-entering the universe. Naturally, he can no longer use the original name. Even the blood sword and swordsman he used, naturally, he will no longer use it for the sake of insurance. As cold as frost, as his wife. In order to avoid people searching for swords and swords, he also used a pseudonym. In the five-element city, it is quite lively. After all, it is not too far away from the prosperous area of the universe. The streets in the city are crowded with people and bustle. Divine power is transformed into divine knowledge, spreading out overwhelmingly, covering the entire five planetary domain. Under his induction, the strongest in the five planetary domains are just a few top ultimate dominators. Most of them are as he showed, most of the first to fifth dominated. Quietly withdrawing the divine power, Jian Wushuang lowered his head, pulled the wide black robe hood, covered most of his face, barely exposed his chin, and walked towards a restaurant. This time leaving the Temple of Life, Jian Wushuang didn't know where to go. He only knew that he had to see the millions of scenery in the world, to see the joys and sorrows of the world, and love and hatred avenue to Jane. Perhaps when he truly understood the universe, it was when he realized the avenue and broke through the supreme. Entering the restaurant, it was filled with high friends, filled with people from various star domains. They sat together and talked to each other about the recent events in the universe. Jian Wushuang's expression was dull, and he sat next to the window as cold as frost, asked for a pot of spirit wine, and gently simmered. Did you hear? Dragon warships are almost at the Temple of Life. What? It's only been a few days. How could the dragons be so fast? Well, how can the dragons spend their lives as ordinary people? I just don't know how to deal with the Temple of Life. As far as I guess, until now, the Palace of Life has been reluctant to surrender Sword Unparalleled, for fear it will be difficult. Just let me say, Jian Wushuang is an evil star, and the Temple of Life stands tens of thousands of chaos ages. As a result, Jian Wushuang is the only one who has made enemies on all sides and offended the dragons, causing such a disaster. That's right. What is the first genius of the universe? If the Supreme Masters who have the Temple of Life kept Swordsman's sword, it is estimated that he would have died too long. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency. Jian Wushuang is just relying on the Tai Luo Divine Sword. It is estimated that the real combat power is not as high as mine. If I have the Tai Luo Divine Sword, it will definitely be 10 million times stronger than Jian Wushuang. There was a sound of discussion, one after another. Everyone in the restaurant was discussing the birth of the dragons and the sword unparalleled. When almost everyone talked about Jian Wushuang, their tone was full of glee and joy. This is true of the human heart, only to see that others are worse than themselves, and that others are not better than themselves. I don't like sending charcoal in the snow. I love falling down the rocks alone. Chapter 43:32. Where could Long Rushuang hear his husband? As others said, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. When he wanted to say a few words, he saw Jian Wushuang stretch out his hand and pat it on the back of her hand. Anyway, Jian Wushuang lowered his glass and shook his head. Fu Jun, but they say you so. Long Rushuang frowned. Before she finished speaking, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and said, there are tens of thousands of rumors in the world. What do you think of it? It is enough to be good. Well, take a break for a moment or two, and let's leave. Long Rushuang heard the words and thought for a while, then spread his face and smiled, and said, everything is right. A moment later, when Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang planned to leave, an evil young man wearing a genie and holding a folding fan and dressed as a rich man stepped into the restaurant. He first looked at the restaurant full of frowns, and his eyebrows frowned slightly, then his eyes turned, and he saw the cold frost sitting at the window with Jian Wushuang. A flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. Towards the two people, the position is full here, let's squeeze a place together. Don't you mind? The evil young man opened the folding fan and shook it, smiling slightly. Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang heard the words. His brows could not help but wrinkle, and he said, you can sit here by yourself, we will go now. After that, Jian Wushuang and Frost were going to leave. The two left the Temple of Life to avoid the pursuit of the dragons. and they did not want to cause more trouble. Slow. Just then, the evil young man reached out and grabbed the frosty wrist, smiling. I think the two are born. They should have just come to the five planets domain, right? I want to come and the two do not know the five planets domain, so I just sat down and talked together. After speaking, he seemed to have forgotten something, and patted his head. Yes, I almost forgot to introduce him. Master Xia is dominated by Shuanghe, the chief elder of the Five Elements sect, and he is also my father. Having said that, the folding fan in his hand was opened, and the fan was fanned in front of his chest. However, he didn't notice that the coldness of frost had already become so cold when this man grabbed his wrist. She said coldly, "Open." As soon as the remarks came down, the temperature of the entire restaurant dropped by dozens of degrees suddenly like a chilly cold wind, and the evil young man stiffened, and then unconsciously let go of his hand. Lung Rushuang stepped back to Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's smile on his face had completely converged, and the killing in his eyes flashed away. This time, he intends to act low-key, but it does not mean that even his beloved wife can be indifferent to being bullied by others. The evil charm young man gradually recovered after a moment of distraction. As if I realized that the woman in front of me was just a fright, I lost my face and immediately sneered at the table. 2. Don't toast without eating or drinking. Snapped. As soon as he clapped his hands, for a while, 7 or 8 fifth-ranking masters rushed in, first glancing at Jian Wushuang with a bad look, and then arched toward the evil young man. My son. The evil young man heard the words, closed the fan in his hand, squinted his eyes and said, "Surround them."
Yes.
Wow. Suddenly, this group of fifth-ranking masters spread out, enclosing Jian Wushuang in the cold as frost, blocking the back path of Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, the drinkers suddenly shrank their pupils, looking at Xiang Jianshuang in the cold frosty eyes, full of sympathy, shaking his head. Well, these two people provoked the largest second ancestor in these 5 planetary domains, but I'm afraid it will be difficult today. In these 5 planetary domains, the 5 Elements God sect is the only one, and this person is also the elder of the 5 Elements God sect. He has always been much favored. In these 5 elements, he has done a lot of ridiculous deeds. These two people provoked him. You're in big trouble. Yeah, it would be okay if the two were strong. The result is only one who dominates the first series and the second series. I'm afraid it is impossible to escape the clutches of the second ancestor. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The sword had no expression on both sides, looking at the evil young man, said calmly, "I only give you one chance, let it go now." When the evil young man heard the words, he was not afraid, but there was a look of interest on his face, and he replied, "Give me only one chance? Then you listen. My son only gave you one chance. You are now out of the 5 planets area by yourself, leaving the couple around you. This son can still not blame, otherwise." Before he finished, Jian Wushuang had already pointed his finger towards his brows. You have no chance. When the surrounding 5th-level masters saw the situation, they didn't care at all. In their view, the sword is unparalleled, but the 2nd-level masters dominated, and this evil young man has already had the 4th-level masters as the sword. Wushuang is just the 2nd-level master, purely insulting himself. However, the evil young man with a playful smile on his face was frozen solidly. At this moment, he seemed to see the image of the destruction of the world, and his eyes were astonished like ghosts. An indescribable terror struck him. This great horror he had never felt in his father Shuanghe Lord. Even the Lord of the 5 Elements God sect, far worse than that. He wanted to speak, but like a big invisible hand, choked his throat, his face flushed red, but he could not spit out a word. Next moment, Jian Wushuang's fingertips stopped at his eyebrow at a distance of 3 inches. However, a more terrifying and weird scene appeared, and there was no sound. But the evil young man was from head to toe, silent, and directly turned into the most empty nothingness. After only half a break, the evil young man was destroyed. Suddenly, the entire restaurant opened his mouth wide, his eyes dumbfounded, and turned into a dead silence. The masters of the fifth ranks stared at Jian Wushuang in astonishment, speechless. It wasn't until a long time ago that he saw a fifth-level master, and he reached out his hand and tremblingly pointed at the sword Wushuang. And he did not dare to make a channel. You actually killed the only son of Elder Shuanghe? You're dead. And the two people gathered by countless horror eyes, whether it was Jian Wushuang or cold as frost, looked as usual. They couldn't bear a wave in their hearts, as if they had just done a trivial matter. A message was conveyed to the five-element Shenzong in the center of the five-element city at an extremely rapid rate, and at the same time, deep in the universe, outside the Palace of Life. 1, 2, 3. 9 dragon warships sailed slowly towards the Temple of Life. In the end, the 9 dragon-shaped warships, exuding terrifying coercion, quietly hovered in front of the gate of the Temple of Life. The majesty swept across the starry sky, slamming the quartet like a stormy sea, smashing nearly 10,000 miles around, crushing them all, and setting off numerous space storms. Here comes the dragon. Chapter 43:33. When the dragon army came outside the Palace of Life, the entire universe was boiling, and they did not want to miss this shocking battle and rushed to the battle of the appearance of the Palace of Life. Everyone looked at the 9 bone dragon battleships that struck the starry sky from afar. They were all trembled in their hearts, shocked by the coercion of the dragons that day. Especially on the bone dragon battleship, the black muzzle formed by the dragon's mouth was even more chilling. This is the dragon race. The dragons are really great. Just these 9 space battleships, each with a supreme blow. The rank of the rank has reached the limit of the universe law, and because this is the reason for the space battleship, in terms of value, we must far beyond the limits of other cosmic laws. It is impossible to estimate. You say, how many generations will the dragons come over this time? This is hard to say, but based on my guess, I want to face the Temple of Life. How can I get the 4th generation of dragons? The Temple of Life. Countless monks who came from all directions began to discuss. They know that if there is a problem with the Shrine of Life today, they will be destroyed by fear. 9 dragon warships were quietly suspended outside the Temple of Life and did not rush to shoot, as if they were giving the Temple of Life the last chance. The Temple of Life. Inside the Supreme Temple, the hall full of Supreme, all stand upright. Extreme Gav, the dragons are here. Bloodwave Supreme stood on the side of Gafu Supreme and said softly. Gaf Supreme sat in the first position, eyes closed slightly, and the fingers of his right hand gently rubbed the seat armrests. Hearing that, he slowly opened his eyes, and his old and dim eyes were gray, and he could not see the slightest emotion. Let's go and meet the dragons. The words fell, and Gaver stood up and walked towards the Temple of Life. The other 4 Supreme Masters, as well as other Supreme Masters such as King of the Ninth Calamity, followed without a word. Today's incident, there is no bottom in everyone's heart. Even, they are ready to die. Alas, with a soft ring, dozens of figures, including Supreme Gap, appeared in the void outside the Palace of Life. Immediately, there was a commotion in the crowd. Here comes the person from the Temple of Life. The show is about to begin. Look at it, there is no sword without a match. The discussion sounded loudly, and Gawaf didn't manage it. Even the master of the Diwu Shrine on the deck and Longjio, the law enforcer of Dragon Clan, did not manage it, but looked straight towards the middle dragon warship. Looking around, he said slightly, "Guests come to the door. They'll wait for a miss." In the middle of the dragon warship, there was a moment of silence. Immediately, I heard a deep, hoarse sound, like a sound of iron and stone, sounded from the space warship in the middle. "Gav, how about a sword without 2? The voice fell, clearly not using any power, but it sounded in everyone's heart at the same time. Hearing this voice, the 4 chief executives behind Gafu Supreme had their pupils shrunk. This voice is familiar to anyone who has experienced the battle of that catastrophe. Unexpectedly, this time the dragon family even sent him out. Thinking of this, the presence of the Supreme was sinking in my heart. Gav supremely replied, Dragon, it is not my palace of life that is unwilling to surrender Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang escaped from the palace of life that day when we were not aware of it. We, the Temple of Life, are also looking for sword unparalleled. Escape? The voice that had spoken before had not spoken. I saw the dragon ruler Longjio. His eyes narrowed and said sneerily, If you have so many divine beings in your life, you won't be able to see a sword unparalleled? Let him run away? You can just lie to the kids if you use this kind of crap to lie to us dragons? Gav, I tell you, if your shrine of life can't deliver the sword unparalleled today, then be prepared for the whole life shrine to be buried for the sword unparalleled. After speaking, he stood up against his hands, his chest was upright, and he was endlessly overbearing and proud. Although he has only ordinary supreme practice, he is not afraid of facing Gap. Little guy, are you threatening the old man? Gav's supremely cloudy eyes flashed a faint light, indifferent to his mouth. The law enforcer Longju heard that, and his face was even more sneer, but he was not afraid to ask back, What about threatening you? Huh? After waiting for him to speak, Gafu Supreme sighed, and reached out to the Dragon 9 and kept pointing. If your ancestors came to say this to the husband, but a fifth-generation bloodline dragon tribe of yours, would you dare to threaten the husband? Suddenly, countless methods emerged. A giant finger broke through the sky. This giant finger reached thousands of feet and instantly covered the entire starry sky. A million-mile planet was in front of this finger. Small as dust. It is impossible to use any words to describe the horror of this finger. It is a majestic force beyond everyone's imagination. How dare you? When the law enforcement officer Longju saw this, he immediately fell into an ice cellar and was shocked. Under this finger, he actually felt that he was no longer a dragon clan that overlooked the universe, but an ant who could be crushed to death at any time. Looking up at the starry sky, he didn't expect that this governance would dare to shoot at him after their dragon army came down www. Novel. Calm. Just then, the hoarse, old voice from the space battleship in the middle before that continued to spread. Enough. Next moment, then he saw a dragon arm covered with black dragon scales and born with 7 claws. He protruded from the dragon warship and grabbed him with a finger towards GV. The arms of the 7-clawed dragon are covered with scars, full of sword and axe sword marks, and the bones are deeply visible, making it impossible to imagine how much the master of this 7-clawed dragon arm has encountered. This grab was equally horrible. It shattered all the void around it, and where it scratched, countless black hole vortexes were formed. Each vortex formed on this grab. Each vortex turned out to be a universe. Storm. Suddenly, this finger and this claw robbed all the brilliance of the world. Whether it is the 9 dragon-fighting warships, or the Bloodwave Supreme behind the Supreme, etc., all appear to be dim. In the eyes of everyone, everything disappeared, leaving only this finger and this claw. Gaifu, you and I were allied, but the rules were the rules. Sword Wushuang killed my dragon clan, so he had to pay him back. One life is one life, and what my dragons do is not excessive. Gav Supreme heard the words, his eyelids were raised slightly, and his expression was blank. The old man said, Jian Wushuang is no longer a disciple of my life. If you want to find him, you will find him. Huh? At the next moment, the arm of the 7-clawed dragon and the gigantic fingers of the Supreme were slammed together. Suddenly, the universe shook wildly. A startling war has begun. Chapter 43-34. Within the 5 planets domain, the 5-element city. After Jian Wushuang killed the evil young man, he didn't pay much attention to it, and as cold as frost came out of the restaurant, he planned to leave. The 5th ranks dominated, and originally wanted to stop, but after being glanced at by Jian Wushuang, they all stood upright with sweat on their foreheads. Numerous large beads of sweat appeared on the forehead. Go and leave countless discussions. Who is this person? He can actually dominate the 2nd-level Master Shio as a blow. and kill the 4th level Master Shui by one finger? I don't know, but when I passed the city gate before, I seemed to hear this person's introduction. What is the name of the sword? Swords don't give up? I haven't heard of them. I guess they are from other star domains. Anyway, this person is in big trouble. The Lord of the Winds is the only son of the Elder of the Five Elements God sect. The Elder has always loved him. Once he knows that the Lord of the Winds is killed by this person, he will definitely be with this. People never die. Yes, the Elder is the top ultimate master who has been immersed in the ultimate dominating realm for many years. If the sword is not abandoned, even if it is strong, it is only the 2nd level master. It is definitely not an opponent of the Elder. Inside the restaurant, many drinkers looked at the back of Jian Wushuang leaving and shook their heads to discuss. On the Imperial Road, when Jian Wushuang planned to turn into a fascination, when he left the 5 planetary domain, he suddenly seemed to sense something, and his action suddenly abruptly. Did it start? Jian Wushuang raised his head, looked towards the direction of the Temple of Life. His face turned into a complex. If he could, he would like to stay in the Temple of Life at this moment and fight alongside Bloodwave, Supreme, and others. But he knew that he could not do so. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the good intentions of Gafu, Supreme, and others. Father, don't think about it. They will be fine. Lung Rushuang seemed to notice the strangeness of Jian Wushuang, reached out and gently took his fingers, and said with a soft voice. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart, nodded, and made clear. Let's go. At the same time, inside the 5-element sect in the center of the 5-element city, an old man with white hair is sitting cross-legged and silently refining divine power. This person is the same as the evil young father who was killed by Jian Wushuang before, and the elder of the 5-element sect, dominated by Shuanghe. Just then, he suddenly received a message in his mind. Huh? Didn't Tai's Han keep protecting the wind close to him? Doubtful. Lord Shuanghe opened his eyes and read the newsletter. After a moment, Shuang's dominion turned into a rage, and he was about to crack. Finger. Huh. The next moment, Shuang's figure disappeared instantly, turned into a streamer, and shot towards the restaurant. Just a few breaths away, his figure appeared in the restaurant where Jian Wushuang had stayed before. Suddenly, the entire restaurant seemed to be transformed into a sea of blood, which was permeated by strong killings. Shuanghe dominated Tiking's expression to the extreme. First, he looked around the restaurant, then looked at the 5th-level master who was protecting the evil young man next to him. What about the 2 who killed Finger? Huh. The 5th ranks eventually dominated, and they fell to their knees directly in fear, shaking back. Return to the elder, then. That person has left in front of Ban's Huxiang. It seems to be leaving the 5 planets. Want to escape? Shuang's expression suddenly became dark, and he said, Kill my son. You will kill you if you escape to the end of the earth. Having said that, Shuanghe master planned to get up and chase. Just when his right foot just stepped out of the restaurant threshold, he seemed to remember something, and turned his head to look coldly at the final masters of these 5th graders. My son is dead. Do you still want to live alone? By my son. Huh. Suddenly, Shuanghe dominated his right hand, and countless divine powers poured out. In the panic of begging, he directly shot the master of the 5th grade of this title into meat sauce. After doing all this, Shuanghe dominated Lungheng, and once again turned into a streamer, swept away in the direction that Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang left. At the gate of the 5-element city, Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang said nothing and planned to leave. Hey! Just then, a streamer fell suddenly and appeared in front of the 2. The streamers dissipated, revealing the figure of Shuanghe dominant. Meet the elder. Meet the elder. The who guarded the city will see this, and immediately kneel on one knee, shouting in congratulations. Shuanghe dominated with a cold expression. He didn't even look at the city guard, a pair of bloodshot eyes, and looked at Xiang Jianwushuang and Long Rushuang. The old man asks you, in front of Ban's Huxiang, but you 2 killed a 4th-level master in the restaurant? Jian Wushuang heard his frown, and arched his hand and said, Yes, it's me. May I ask you anything? What's up? Shuanghe dominated and heard a furious smile, and Sinhan said, "You killed my son, and come to ask me what's wrong?" Jian Wushuang heard the words and immediately understood that the old man in front of me was afraid that the elder of the Five Elements sect. Everything you want to reason about is that he provokes me first, and I have given him a chance. He doesn't cherish it. That's no wonder to me. Jian Wushuang calmly replied, "Reason? Ha 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 ha. In this world, whoever is strong is the reason." Sovereign only felt a blaze of fire rushing directly from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, staring at Jian Wushuang, saying bitterly, "Boy, you listen. This seat is going to crush your body inch by inch, pull out your soul, burn the fire with the fire day and night, and then deprive the around you, and send it to the world greenhouse every day." Before he finished, Jian Wushuang had already revealed his intentions and said lowly, "You want to die? Huh?" Jian Wushuang's right hand was shot instantly, and he pressed at the old man's head in front of him. A sharp sword exploded instantly, strangling the old man thousands of times. Huh. Suddenly, the bodies of the two rivers dominated the body, as if someone were striking a heavy drum, and the body continued to make a loud bang. Suddenly, Shuanghe dominated his body and trembled madly, and the body was crushed thousands of times by the sword. It was not until after a few breaths that the body dominated by Shuanghe exploded and turned into countless flesh. Beep! At the moment when Shuanghe dominated the fall, the entire five-element city sounded an alarm and issued a rapid beeping sound. The next moment, I saw countless figures, rising from the five elements Shenzong, and rushed towards the sword Wushuang quickly. Whispers. It's not over yet. An air of five elements that seems to come from chaos, gushing from all corners of the five-element city, like a lid, covering the entire five-element city, blocking all the way. Jian Wushuang saw this, his expression suddenly gloomy to the extreme. Suddenly, one of the incomplete three-legged tripods located in the Sword Warrior's Chinkuan ring, Cuckoo, moved. Chapter 43:35. Okay. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and immediately felt the vision of the torn bronze ancient tripod in Chinkuan ring. This incomplete three-legged tripod is exactly the one that was obtained after Jian Wushuang cut and killed the prisoner dragon on the ancient road of Shinkong with a broken leg, and there are countless intricate and mysterious runes of bronze on the tripod. Speaking of, after this bronze ancient tripod was obtained, Jian Wushuang also spent a lot of research and trials, but no matter how he went to test and research, how much divine power was injected into it, this bronze ancient tripod still did not respond at all. His divine power was like a mud ox entering the sea, and he couldn't set off any waves. Over time, Jian Wushuang no longer cares. I did not expect that this bronze ancient tripod that had not been moved for a long time had a reaction in these five elements. How is this going? Jian Wushuang frowned, let go of his divine power, and felt the difference in the five-element city. The next moment, Jian Wu's eyes closed. Oh, just breath. He felt that in the void of the five-element city, there was a hint of Otoki air. The spirit of Otsuki is extremely thin. If he had not killed the Shuanghe Lord, the five elements god sect opened the moat, even he could not feel it. Ojus gas belongs to the innate air of the five elements at the time of chaos, which belongs to the universe yet to be born. At that time, the universe was full of various five-element chaos. It was precisely these five elements that existed at the end. Chaos only gradually evolved, and finally turned into mountains and rivers, stars and black holes, forming what the universe looks like today. The five elements of air are divided into innate chaotic air and acquired air. What the sword felt without both sides was a very thin innate OG spirit. Do not allow Jian Wushuang to think. The countless figures rising from the sky of the five elements Shenzong have fallen, enclosing Jian Wushuang and Long Rushuang in layers. On their white robe cuffs, there was a round of five-element patterns embroidered by the disciples of the five elements Shenzong. They felt the divine power fluctuations dominated by the surrounding Shuanghe, and suddenly a look of anger appeared in their eyes, staring at the sword unparalleled. However, they did not act lightly. It didn't take long to see a majestic, middle-aged man with a pair of thick eyebrows striding towards the sword unparalleled. The middle-aged man had an ugly expression, and step by step, the disciples of the Five Elements God sect retreated automatically to make way for the middle-aged man. Okay. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. This man was trained to be almost invincible. In his previous sense of consciousness, he was the strongest of the 5 planetary domains. Do and guess, Jin Wushuang also knows this person is estimated to be the Lord of the Five Elements sect, the Five Elements Lord. Looking back, Jin Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and he didn't care about it, let alone the 5 Elements gods. Even if all the 5 planetary domains were tied together, it was not enough for him to kill with one sword. Now, although he is still the ultimate dominating realm, he is no longer comparable to the master. Now, his opponent only has the power of supreme level. In the realm of domination, his sword is unparalleled, and he is invincible to all races. After approaching the middle-aged man, he looked at Jin Wushuang up and down, and there was a hint of jealousy in the bottom of his eyes. Then, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and arched. In the Lord of the Five Elements God sect, Your Excellency can call me Lord of the Five Elements God. Dare to ask your Lord what to call? Jin Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. He had already planned to wash the entire 5 planetary domain, but this man had a good attitude when he came up. He had been throbbing and could not help being suppressed by Jin Wushuang. Don't abandon the sword. This is my lover, Ling Ruqing. Don't give up the master. This lord takes the liberty to ask, what is the reason for you to kill the elder of this sect? The Five Elements God said. Jin Wushuang heard the words and replied lightly, this person's words offend me first, then I will kill. Is it okay? When the Five Elements God heard the words, he narrowed his eyes and said deeply, don't abandon the Lord. Just offend the words and kill the elder in my case, and then just walk away. Isn't it appropriate? Jin Wushuang heard the words, tilted his head, and smiled and said to him, so, are you doing justice for him? When the Five Elements God heard the words, his pupils suddenly shrank. He stared tightly at Jin Wushuang, his thoughts flashing in his heart. He is not a stupid person. Since the sword in front of him can kill the elders with one palm, this is enough proof that the strength of the sword is not higher than himself, but he is definitely not under him. After weighing the pros and cons, the Five Elements God said, do and give up the master. How do you like this? We bet on the 3 moves. As long as you take over the 3 moves of the Lord, my Five Elements God sect respectfully send you away. The elders stop it and never mention it again. If you see A and T, take it. The eyes of the Five Elements God looked cold. I'm so sorry, you and your acquaintances. I'm afraid you have to stay in my Five Elements God sect's prison. Oh. Jin Wushuang heard the words. A look of interest floated on his face, and said, gambling is fine, but I want a raise. Raise? What do you mean? The Five Elements King looked puzzled. Jin Wushuang extended his finger and pointed at the Five Elements sect standing in the center of the Five Elements city. WWW. Novel said, if Jin loses, let this fate be yours, but if you lose God, I need to take something like your Five Elements sect. This? The Five Elements God hesitated for a while, then focused and said, yes. Jin Wushuang smiled and heard, good. He could feel that the chaotic inborn OG spirit that he just felt in the Five Elements city came from the Five Elements Shunzong. Although he did not know why the broken bronze ancient tripod suddenly had movement after encountering this chaotic inborn OG spirit, he was absolutely certain that perhaps the way to really open this bronze ancient tripod was innate with this chaos Otoki no Ki. Let's start. Converged, Jin Wushuang said lightly. The words fell, and the disciples of the Five Elements surrounding God retreated, leaving a large area of space. Cover up. Let this person pay his life for the elder. One move. The Lord can defeat this man with just one move. Disciples of the Five Elements Shunzong cheered. Fujun, be careful. Cold as frost said, slightly concerned. It's all right. Jin Wushuang smiled at her slightly, then turned his eyes, looked at the Five Elements God, and said lightly, bring it on. Okay. If you don't give up the sword, then you pick it up. The five elements god took a deep breath and raised his right hand. Suddenly, countless divine powers raged, and in his hands, a horrifying five-colored light ball condensed. The five elements sect, based on the cultivation of the five elements, is the basis of the avenue. In this five-colored light ball, the five powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil are constantly changing, and the blue wood is particularly strong. Chapter 43:36. Next moment. The five elements god shouted loudly and pushed his right hand forward fiercely. Instantly, this five-colored light ball, carrying a mighty might, smashed towards the sword unparalleled. In these five colored of light, the five elements of Jin Mu, Shui Hua Tu, one by one, are endless, constantly changing, and very powerful. Is that so? Jin Wushuang's brow lifted, and an interesting expression appeared in the corner of his mouth. The power in this ball of light was quite good, bringing together the power of the five elements, and even for him, he couldn't help looking at him. The idea of this technique is good, but unfortunately, your understanding of the five elements is still too low. Shaking his head, Sword Wushuang grabbed it with his hands. The sword twirled between his five fingers, like a snake, walking between his five fingers. Immediately, Jian Wushuang's right-hand sword exploded, crushing the five-colored light ball directly. In the face of absolute strength, everything is fancy and unbeatable. Suddenly, many disciples of the Five Elements sect, who were clamoring for cheering, were dumbfounded and their mouths widened. The five elements of the gods, the pupils shrank instantly, and there was a strong sense of fear in their faces. This shot, although he just wanted to use it as a temptation, didn't even want to defeat Jian Wushuang at all. But Jian Wushuang's response is too easy. Two more tricks. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. After hearing the words, the five elements god took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became serious. He drank. Okay. The sword is not abandoned. The second trick is the master's skills. You are optimistic. Mystery, everlasting. Bang. The voice fell, and in a moment, the five elements king quickly twitched his hands. Behind him, a huge round of French-language pictures suddenly appeared. In this French-language picture, a towering giant tree is rooted in the soil, and a dew rain drops from the sky. Under the nourishment of the rain, the towering giant tree formed of gold and iron suddenly grows and grows. Raised, just a few breaths away, it will bear fruit, full of flame fruits. Golden wood, water, fire, and soil are the five elements. This towering giant tree, with Otoki's gas as its foundation, and gold earth, water, and fire as its side branches, together supported this round of five elements. Okay. Looking at this round of FA phase, even Jian Wushuang couldn't help but whispered and moved slightly. He actually saw the shadow of the kingdom of God in the equivalent of the five elements. Although the five elements are far worse than the true state of God, even a frame has not yet been formed, but it is undeniable. This is indeed a precursor to the formation of a mind, the thought of the kingdom of God, but some of the ultimate killings that the Supreme has not yet realized. If these five elements of the gods break through to the Supreme realm, or their understanding of the five elements of the avenue is leaps and bounds, and even break through several barriers, perhaps these five elements can be truly transformed into a mind of God. Good. Jian Wushuang spoke with admiration. Go with. The expression of the five elements God King was stern and pushed forward fiercely. Instantly, this towering giant tree danced like a silver snake, and the five-colored gods of light poured out. Like the rainstorm pear flower needle, thousands of five-colored shengguang pull out countless white marks in the air. Haha! Lord Sovereign has used the magic power at the bottom of the box. This blow is absolutely impossible for this person. Yes, the five elements of the Sovereign Lord. The five elements are interlinked, endless and endless. Unless the power is far superior to the Lord Sovereign, otherwise all attack power will be consumed. At first some disciples of the five elements divine sect who had been hit hard, immediately revived their spirits, and looked at the king of the five elements with full of worship. If I didn't break through the ultimate dominator, I might not be able to hold these five-colored gods for a while, but Jian Wushuang smiled silently in his heart, then raised his right fingers together, turned into a sword finger, and then hacked away toward these hundreds of five-colored light. Now I, in the realm of domination, is invincible. Huh! A bang came. The sword Wushuang finger was cut, and no sword air was used at all, and the majestic power of the majesty was directly used to turn into a white expanse. Broken. This is not over yet. Jian Wushuang's fingertips gently pushed forward, and at that moment, the majestic and mighty power of the match was as good as the tide of the sea. One after the other, floating again behind the five elements king, the five elements are up. Tuck-tuck. After 3 consecutive muffled noises, the FA phase behind the five elements god, after only holding for a breath, fell apart instantly and broke apart. The towering giant tree, swaying in shape, is broken innumerably. How can it be? The five elements god was shocked, exclaiming incredulously. As the disciples of the five element Shunzong said, this style of peerlessness, the five elements are connected to each other. Unless the strength is far beyond him, it will never be possible so easily break such peerlessness. But the man in front of him, but with one finger, not only crushed his 5 colors of light, but also mainly anti-customers and directly defeated him. Such overbearing means, even if invincible, will not be so easy to do. The audience turned into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Jian Wushuang dumbfounded. Their eyes dropped in shock. Jian Wushuang looked at him with a complacent expression and smiled slightly. God, start the third move. However, when the five elements god heard the words, he no longer had any action but sighed. There is no need to compare. The suzerain concedes that this suzerain is inferior to others. Say, the sword isn't abandoned. What do you want from my five-element sect? Jian Wushuang groaned slightly, feeling the throbbing movement of the bronze ancient tripod inside the ring of Qiankuan, and said, It's true. I don't know what I want, but I can be sure that what I want is here. You are within the five-elements sect. When the five elements god heard the words, he could not help but hesitated, and immediately smiled bitterly. By the way, please go to the house with me and choose by yourself. Thank you so much for God. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, arching hands. Let's go. The five elements king with sword Wushuang walked towards the five elements god sect. On the one hand, the disciples of the five elements Shunzong quickly gave way, looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, full of curiosity and awe. Regardless of age, or a sword that seems to be about the same size as its own, how can it be so powerful? The sword Wushuang is behind the five elements god king. The closer to the five elements god sect, the more you can feel that the bronze ancient tripod in Qiankuan ring is getting more excited. It is just like a child who wants to eat candy and is extremely excited. As if there is something with absolute temptation waiting for this bronze ancient tripod. If the sword Wushuang directly infused a large amount of divine power and repressed the bronze ancient tripod reluctantly, I am afraid that this bronze ancient tripod has already rushed out of the ring of Qiankuan and flew towards somewhere of the five elements Shunzong. It seems that this bronze ancient tripod has a lot to do with the innate chaos of Otoki. The sword had no expression on both sides, and the thoughts in his heart kept flashing. After a while, the five elements sect is here. Chapter 43:37. The city of five elements extends in all directions, and the trees form a forest. Among them, in the center of the five-element city, there is a huge mountain gate. At the foot of the mountain gate, the word five elements is engraved. Here is the Taoism of the five elements sect. Don't give up the sword, go in. The five elements king said helplessly. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then took the cold as frost and walked into the five elements sect. In the five elements sect, there is a lush and quiet environment inside. Numerous students have a wise tree swinging with the wind and making a sound of sa, 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 sa. The sword is unpretentious, and it is not anxious to watch while walking. Don't give up the sword. There is treasure pavilion in front. The five elements god said. Okay, take me there. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words, and Shin answered. He could feel that the thing he wanted, or the bronze ancient tripod in his Qinkuan ring, was in the treasure hall of the five elements god sect. From a distance, the time when this treasure hall was built should be a long time. The stone bricks made by Ling Yu have become a little yellowish, and the five elements god led the two men, Jian Wushuang and Frost, to the door of the treasure hall. I saw a layer of light green mask covering the treasure hall, as the five elements god reached out the palm of the hand and pressed on the mask, and for a while, this light green mask waved a wave, and then dissolved enough passage for two people to pass. Come in. The five elements lord reached out and made a pleased gesture. Into the treasure hall, a cloud of turbid air mixed with dust rushed to the nose. It should be because no one has come in for a long time. Inside the treasure pavilion, there are two levels in it. I saw the five elements king introduce, swords will not be abandoned, so you can choose one here. Sword Wushuang nodded and looked at the treasure hall at will. I have to say that the five elements god sect is in the universe, although it is a little-known sect, but there are not many treasures in the collection. Wushuang saw no less than 3. If the sword is not abandoned, what do you think of this jade rui? Although it is only a treasure of Chinese goods, it is fickle and can be turned into any weapon. There is also this shuttle, which can increase the flight speed by 10%. If you leave the five-planet domain in the future, this shuttle will be useful to you when the universe is roaming. The five elements god Jun one by one introduced the sword to Wushuang. When talking about some really powerful treasures, even in his eyes, he couldn't help flashing the pain of the road. However, Jian Wushuang looked like hesitated, his expression was indifferent, and his fingers kept passing across the treasure. No, still not. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and his fingers crossed all the treasures on the first floor. The bronze ancient tripod in his Qinkuan ring did not show a different response. Not on the first floor? Sir, I want to see it on the second floor. Converged, Jian Wushuang said to him. Second floor? The five-element monk was stunned, but the treasures in the second layer were all left by the ancestors of the five-element sect, even if he had no choice but to move. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. After hearing the words, the five elements god could not help but hang a bitter smile on his face, and hesitated in his heart. He even sighed, well, let alone. I will take you to the second floor. The words fell, and the five elements king, with swordsman and cold as frost, walked to a tightly closed iron gate, carefully took out a token, and inserted it into a gap. Click and wipe. Suddenly, the treasure hall vibrated, and a sound like gear friction and a mechanism change was issued. Immediately, I saw this tightly fitting iron gate, and quickly disintegrated, exposing a long spiral stone ladder. The Lord of the Five Elements, while walking up with his sword unparalleled, said, the sword is not abandoned. The treasures in the second layer are all left by the old ancestor of the five elements god sect. The contents are more cluttered, and many treasures are even I do and T recognize it. You CA and T tell whether it's good or bad. You have to rely on yourself. Okay, thank you. Jian Wushuang nodded and walked in step by step. I saw only a dim yellow oil lamp hanging on the second floor, and looked at the old color of the entire second floor. Sword Wushuang stared at it carefully. The personal belongings of the five-element prince's ancestor, such as robes and clouds, have even become most decayed by the long years of erosion. The five elements king no longer spoke, leaving Jian Wushuang to choose by himself. Is this or this? Jian Wushuang's right hand, constantly passing across items, here are the best rules of treasure. There are mysterious little things that he cannot see the calendar, but these are not the goals of Jian Wushuang. The second layer was not large. Jian Wushuang searched quickly, and a look of disappointment gradually appeared in his eyes. He didn't find the one that made the bronze ancient tripod throbbing. The bronze ancient tripod also became quiet. Fu Jun, didn't you find it? Long Rushuang stood next to Jian Wushuang. She accompanied Jian Wushuang to the north and south. After thousands of calamities, naturally she knew Jian Wushuang best. She couldn't guess where, Jian Wushuang was looking for something. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head, and then planned to leave to the five elements gods. Although there are many treasures in the treasure hall, if you change people, you may still be ecstatic, but his sword is unparalleled, and he has the Terra ruins. Inheritance, ransack the ancient road to the sky, and now the most important thing is the treasures, where you can see these things. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang frowned suddenly and saw a half-inch long dead wood exposed from the bottom of the box. What is this? Swordless fingers pointed at this half of the dead wood, and the words of farewell had turned into an inquiry. This one? The five-element prince froze and thought for a while and said, the ancestor said before the fall. This thing seemed to be handed over to him by a deceased person for his help, but the prince did not know what it was. But it looks like it should be just to ordinary mortals. Wushuang nodded his head, reached out his hand arbitrarily, and grabbed this half of dead wood. Huh! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang trembled, and the bronze ancient tripod located in his ring of heaven shook violently and fiercely, like a child who eats food and can't wait to urge Jian Wushuang to take this thing. This is it. Jian Wu's eyes flashed wildly, but his face was calm, and lifted the dead wood. God, I want this thing. When the five elements god Jun heard a word, he did not expect that Jian Wushuang did not choose some valuable magic medicine or magic weapon, so he chose such a black wooden puppet. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows and said, Are you sure? The sword is not abandoned. This dead wood is a mortal thing. There is nothing special about it, or should you choose another one? Jian Wushuang shook his head, and Shin said, No need. Seeing this, the five elements god nodded and no longer spoke. Chapter 43:38. After getting the deadwood, Jian Wushuang didn't stay in the five elements god sect. After a few words of confusion with the five elements god, he left the five elements god realm as cold as frost. In the vast sky, a cosmic boat is galloping forward. In the spacecraft, Lung Rushuang has returned to the town of Tianbei to practice, and strive to break through the ultimate as soon as possible to help Jian Wushuang. A lone sword unparalleled, sitting cross-legged in the cosmic boat, holding the piece of dark dead wood from the five elements Shunzong in his hands, his eyes kept flashing thinking. After his tests and explorations, this piece of dead wood is indeed just an ordinary mortal thing, without any magical power. But when he poured a lot of divine power into it and scanned it inch by inch, he suddenly found some abnormalities. In this dead wood, there is a chaotic congenital Otsuki breath of finger thickness. It is this chaotic inborn Oji spirit that triggered the throbbing of the bronze ancient tripod. The sword's eyes flickered, and instead of rushing to take out the bronze ancient tripod, he poured out countless divine powers, forming a protective cover centered on him, and immediately turning over with his right hand, let Wu weeping sword swim around. Avoid any emergencies. After doing all this, the sword has no reassurance on both sides. Today, he is still extremely hopeless to break through, and realizes the mood of the Tao, and only touches the fur. If he wants to improve his strength in a short time, he can only increase the magic power, yes, or it depends on the magic weapon. For some reason, Jian Wushuang's heart vaguely predicts that perhaps his opportunity for enhancement lies on this bronze ancient tripod. After some thoughts, Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts, flipped his right hand again, and suddenly, the bronze ancient tripod appeared in his hands. The sight of this bronze ancient tripod suddenly appeared, and the vision suddenly occurred. At this moment, the bronze ancient tripod seemed to have a sense of wisdom, like a jubilant child, shaking violently, and the black, dead wood, like a sense of induction, quickly collapsed and disintegrated. Suddenly, the sawdust flew, and a cyan light of the thickness of the thumb radiated towards the bronze ancient tripod. Congenital Otsuki. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank, looking tightly at the bronze ancient tripod. Suddenly, the original ancient simplicity, no matter how the sword Wushuang tried hard and did not react at all, the bronze ancient tripod smashed into a masterpiece. A green light flickered across the surface of the bronze ancient tripod. Even if I saw it, the mysterious rune carved on the bronze ancient tripod was alive, constantly twisting and splitting, and then formed a small sapling shape. OM. The sound of the yellow bell, which rang from the chaos of ancient times, swayed through the Xianhuang Honghuang like a violent blast, spreading everywhere. This voice is extremely ancient. Under this voice, even Jian Wushuang feels as small as the dust. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had already used his divine power to form a closed and isolated space within 10 feet of his circle before letting this voice not spread. Call out. Immediately afterwards, I saw this bronze ancient tripod bounced up and turned into a blue light. Swallow what I gave and still want to escape? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. There was a cold flash in his eyes, and his 5 fingers scratched toward the bronze ancient tripod. Huh. Suddenly, the weeping Wu sword, who was walking around, was beheaded towards the bronze ancient tripod. A dull sound came out, and I saw the Wu cry Excalibur, which contained the power of the universe's extreme treasure, and was struck by this bronze ancient tripod, and then was whizzed and wailed. Okay. Jian Wushuang suddenly smiled angrily, slamming his right hand, and disappeared instantly. In a flash again, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the bronze ancient tripod, and the 5 knuckle fingers extended, grasping the bronze ancient tripod severely. Buzzing. The sound of yellow bells rang loudly, and Jian Wushuang's body trembled. He grasped this bronze ancient tripod, and it felt like there were millions of ancient wild cows colliding with him. Overturned. This bronze ancient tripod is still an ownerless thing, and it is still incomplete, but after absorbing the breath of Otoki, it will fly Wu weapon sword and almost overturn him. How terrible is this? Dragon blood secrets. Regardless of the horror, Jian Wushuang gave a low sigh, and the divine power suddenly burned and turned into 10 times strength. The two continued to wrestle, until after a few breaths, Jian Wushuang was worthy to stabilize the bronze ancient tripod. Breathing a deep breath, the sword held the bronze ancient tripod with both hands and sat down with its knees crossed, and the divine power explored towards the bronze ancient tripod. This time, Jian Wushuang suddenly found a difference. I can see that there is a boundless chaotic space in the bronze ancient tripod. This chaotic space is so large that it is indescribable. After a while, Jian Wushuang retracted his divine power and frowned. The bronze ancient tripod did change, but how to use it is still unknown. After a moment, Jian Wushuang shook his head. It seems that if you want to really use the power of this bronze ancient tripod, you have to absorb more innate chaos Otoki. I just don't know whether this bronze ancient tripod is only interested in Ojus Chi, or as long as it is the innate chaos of the 5 elements. After some self-speaking, Jian Wushuang uttered a smile, and his face raised a smile. However, although I still have no idea how to use this bronze ancient tripod, but just relying on the gravity of this ancient tripod, brutally throwing it out is enough to crush any master below the Supreme, even the face regarding the Supreme, and then motivated by my divine power, throwing this bronze ancient tripod out can also cause great respect. Now the top priority is to find a way to refine this bronze ancient tripod and let this ancient tripod confess the Lord. Otherwise, if you have just thrown this bronze ancient tripod during the battle, you have to wait before hitting someone. Isn't it a joke anymore? Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang smiled a little and suddenly poured out countless divine power, wrapped this bronze ancient tripod, refining 1 inch by 1 inch. And when Jian Wushuang left the 5 planetary domain, in the Temple of Life, a shocking battle has already erupted. This battle attracted the eyes of the entire universe. Howl. A long moon, stars like the sun and the moon, like a 7-claw dragon out of the chaos, soar into the sky and scream. The terrifying sound waves shook for 9 days and 10, and when I heard the sound of the dragon, the crowds watching the battle all bowed their heads. Their hearts were trembling. This 7-claw dragon is covered with black scales, with a touch of gold in the eyes, 2 white beards swaying slightly around the mouth, and endless pressure is taken from him. The blood of the 3rd generation of the dragon family, the contemporary patriarch of the evil dragon family, the dragons. Chapter 43:39. At this moment, outside the Palace of Life, 9 dragon warships traverse the starry sky, exuding a cold luster. On each of the 9 dragon warships, there are dragon people. All of them are the blood of the 5th generation of dragons. The dragon race has developed from the Chaos era to the present. It has been counted from the first ancestor dragon, but it has only developed to the 6th generation dragon race. In addition to the 6th generation dragon race that is still growing, the 5th generation dragon race goes up and is the supreme dragon. A total of 9 dragon warships, 9 supreme realms, stood on the deck. They were born with dragon heads, standing with their hands on their backs, and 2 dragon beards floating near their lips. Their eyes were pale gold, majestic and sacred, and they could not be violated. Coupled with the upstream dragging in the nebula, the coercion shocked the 3 generations of the Dragon Clan Dragon 9 for 9 days and 10 places. This time, the Dragon Clan conquered the Temple of Life, and they sent out 10 Supreme. This is not the end. In the dark of the universe, many Supreme Masters of Diwu Temple are quietly dormant. As long as the Master of Diwu Temple orders, they will kill them and give the Life Shrine a severe blow. Gaifu, do you really want to push the Temple of Life to an endless place for a sword unparalleled? Long Yan's dark golden eyes glanced at Gao Fu. She said in a deep voice. He and Gaifu could be regarded as old friends. In the cataclysm that swept across the universe, the 2 men fought side by side. Therefore, he also knows Gav's injuries best. If Gav now takes a forcible shot and explodes for a while, he will explode and die. Gav's supreme expression indifferent, did not speak. 2 long black handles appeared in his hands. My monk, why not fight? Boom. Suddenly, there was a terrifying terror that swept the world, centered on the supreme gap, and burst out. This horrible coercion is like a substance, forming a shock wave, sweeping the sky and the ground. 8 wastelands and 6 combinations, full of the solemn esteem. Under this coercion, even the 3 generations of the blood of the dragon tribe have been crushed. Supreme Gap, the true pillar of the Palace of Life, is also the strongest person ever recognized, apart from the Lord of the Palace of Life. For the first time, Gav Extreme has fully demonstrated his strength. I am covered, my Temple of Life. Have I ever feared half of this world? The turbidity in Gav Supreme's eyes completely disappeared, just like the bright jade stripped of dust, showing his glory. Behind Gav Supreme, the 4 Chief Supremes, such as Bloodwave and Giant Axe, as well as many Supremes, have also emerged with great power, dominating the quartet and preparing for the decisive battle. Also, Gav, don't blame me for being ruthless. Cold light appeared in Long Nin's eyes, and under the arrogant howl of his mouth, he immediately grabbed toward Gafu Supreme. The remaining 9 5th-generation dragons are also directly transformed into the dragons themselves, with prestige in their mouths, rushing towards the Supremes of the Temple of Life. From the beginning, the war situation was stuck. Kill! Every one of the supreme magical powers released all kinds of glory. The White Tiger Supreme picked up a dragon family and flew fiercely. The great axe turned into a grate of chaos. The axe in his hand opened up the world and severely chopped a golden dragon. At the corner, a long string of sparks was drawn. The Bloodwave Supreme is even more horrible. With a tear of his hands, a sea of blood is directly raised, and several dragons are drowned. However, the most dazzling performance is still the new king of the 9 kings, Smallbug. He had white hair flying, his expression was as cold as ice, and he raised millions of tons of force directly, grabbing the dragon law enforcer Long Jiao, and he was bombarded violently to the extreme. The newly promoted Supreme, he showed no less than the top Supreme. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to be smashed, and countless voids were smashed, setting off a storm. Let's do it too. The master of Diwu Shrine narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand forward slightly. In a short time, dozens of black shadows emerged from the void, and his face was full of coldness. They have been waiting for a long time. The next moment, the shadow flickered and turned into a streamer, rushing towards the supreme masters of the Temple of Life. The ordinary supreme of the Life Shrine failed to respond, and was directly used by a supreme of the Diwu Temple to destroy his heart with a destroying spear. Before he could send a miserable message, he was swallowed by the flying dragons. After the battle, with the entrance of the Supreme Court of Diwu Shrine, it suddenly began to fall. The master of Diwu Shrine looked sneer, raised his head and looked toward the endless void, where the third generation of dragons of the dragon race, Dragon Soul, was fighting against Gafu Supreme. As the third generation blood of the Dragon Clan, and who had participated in the Battle of the Holocaust, at this moment, it was actually suppressed by the Supreme Lord of Gap, and the main hall of the Diwu Shrine saw this. Gave Supreme kill. Today, the Temple of Life will die. As long as the Supreme is resolved, the rest will not be able to achieve a climate. And at the same time, at the headquarters of Judy Pavilion, which is not far from the Temple of Life, the cosmic passage leading to the Temple of Life slowly opened, revealing three figures. Standing in the middle of is a purple-haired, purple-eyed, expressionless, seductive teenager. On his left and right sides, the old man with a chilly heart and a red-faced old man with a stern expression stood on his hands. Let's wait for a long time. The next moment, the cosmic passage closed slowly, and the shadow of the three disappeared at the cosmic passage. The three of them will represent the 9 Emperor Pavilion and help the Temple of Life. This is just the beginning. Far away from the universe, a sword mountain suspended in the starry sky. On this day, several swords rose into the sky and headed towards the Imperial Sword of Life Shrine. Standing at the head is an icy woman wearing a red diamond with a diamond mark on her brows. She is Wu Jianxian, and also the Invincible Supreme, the first female sword god. Behind her, the 7 elders stepped on the flying sword, followed closely by pulling long white marks in the air, making a sonic boom. On this day, the sword air is 80,000 miles long, and the sword is light and cold. In the universe, countless people looked up and were convinced by these peerless sword fairy styles. Wu Jianxian's expression was indifferent. This time to go to the Temple of Life, not for the enemy, but for support. Jian Wushuang, since you have all the inheritance of Tai Luo, count as half of his disciples. So, shouldn't you call this master a maid? Just when the entire universe was boiling, Jian Wushuang was already driving the cosmic boat, left the 5 planetary domain, completely away from the prosperous area of the universe, and entered the wild place of the universe. In the cosmic boat, the sword sat cross-legged, and in front of him, a map of the universe hovered. The stars on the map of the universe have countless lights, and each light represents a star field. Chapter 4340. In front, it should be Huayang's star field. Jian Wu's eyes flickered. According to the introduction of the universe map, the crater of Huayang was filled with volcanoes, flowing magma, and high temperatures throughout the year. Except for some monks who needed to make fire, few people stopped here. Stay. If it is normal, Jian Wushuang will not stay. According to records, the crater in the Huayang star domain was formed innately. Since it is so, then there should be innate chaos and fire in it. Just try it. Does this bronze ancient tripod only need the spirit of Otogi, or just the innate 5 elements? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, drove the cosmic boat, and hurried toward Huayang's starfield. He did not deliberately stop the cosmic boat, but he traveled all the way. He stopped from time to time to see the scenery in the universe, to see the starry sky, the Milky Way flowing, to watch the secrets of the sun, the moon, the stars, and the rush of the world, realizing the true meaning of the avenue. Along the way, Jian Wushuang faintly lingered, and sometimes realized that the avenue, maybe everything in the universe, is the rule of operation. It is nothing but real. However, whenever Jian Wushuang wanted to think deeply, he felt his comprehension, like a dream, like a dew, was a bubble in the sky, and he didn't catch anything. Jian Wushuang was thinking all the way, while driving towards Huayang Starfield. It didn't take long for Huayang Star to arrive. Standing in the universe and looking at the Huayang Starfield, it is a huge fireball. Before I approached, I felt a scorching breath. Jin Wushuang stopped the spacecraft and closed it. He did not wake up to practice in the town sky monument. Cold as frost, his only son walked towards the Huayang star domain. Huayang star field is an unmanned star. When Jian Wushuang stepped into the plane of Huayang star field, he felt a hotter heat wave rushing into the air. Mars was in the air everywhere, and the earth was roasted and cracked. In the cracks in the road, blue smoke was lit. Looking up, there are gushing craters everywhere in the line of sight. Occasionally, volcanic eruptions can be seen. Numerous lavas are mixed with rolling black smoke and then slowly flow, emitting terrifying high temperatures. The entire Huayang star domain was extremely hot, even though Jin Wushuang was a little uncomfortable. After a slight adjustment, no two sides of the sword got used to it, spreading their divine power and heading towards the Huayang star field. I saw that under the great cover of Jin Wushuang's divine power, I knew the entire Huayang star domain at once. The rest of this star domain, like Jin Wushuang's, was full of dry and barren craters, and several monks were hiding in retreat in the dark, refining firepower. These monks are not high in practice, so Jin Wushuang did not bother them, and the divine power just passed over them and went elsewhere. In addition, Jin Wushuang also found that in the most central location of the Huayang star domain, there is a huge natural cave. This cave is extremely huge, occupying almost half of the Huayang star domain, and a large amount of syrup inside it flows like a boiling water, boiling continuously, and a large bubble of fist is pouring out. Branches, like spider webs, split from the Huayang star field and lead to numerous craters. It can be said that the current geomorphological situation of the entire Huayang star field is formed by this magma cave. If there is congenital Dinghua in this Yinyang star domain, then it should be in this cave. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes, stepped on his feet, and shot towards the central cave of Huayang star domain. A moment later, a wild monster with an open mouth opened the cave and appeared in front of Jin Wushuang's eyes. Standing in front of this karst cave, a wave of substantive heat rushed, and the godless body of the sword was unbreakable. Immediately, Jin Wushuang took a deep breath, gushing out of his divine power, and then plunged into the melt in this cave. Numerous melts splashed like a spray, and it didn't take long before they saw the sword's figure gradually being swallowed up by the melt. Inside the cave, the horrible high temperature was enough to melt everything, and the scorching syrup invaded toward Jin Wushuang, washing the sword's body. If it was the ordinary ultimate dominator, it would have been dissolved into a pool of blood by this magma, but under the magical power of the sword, the magma could not hurt him at all. Jin Wushuang continued to sink, and the divine power continued to explore, looking for the innate fire. At the same time, he felt the bronze ancient tripod in the ring of Qinkuan, and he was restless again. And shortly after Jin Wushuang was immersed in the melt, what he didn't know was that a group of uninvited guests gradually came outside the Yinyang starfield. Quick! In the karst cave of Yinyang, the time for the Huiyuan Shanghua, which bears fruit once a million years, is almost up. This time, don't let others take the lead. The 7 masters, each with their different looks, stood outside the Huayang star domain and said with burning eyes. The 7 or 8 who dominate the realm have men and women with very different breaths. At first glance, they are gathered from heaven and earth, not from the same place. Among them, a charming woman in a red dress with a hot body, exposing her fragrant shoulders and beautiful legs, laughed softly. Huiyuanghua was born once a million years and 7 at a time. We have Brother Tuoba this time, and we will certainly be able to win all 7 Huiyuan fruits. Beside this charming woman a tall, burly man in a black robe. When he heard the words, he laughed loudly and said, 7 sisters, rest assured. This time there is this seat. Taking the fire fruit is just a matter of searching. After speaking, he paused and then said, let's go. It seems that we should be the first people to come to Huayang Starfield, and just go to the Huayang Karst Cave first to occupy a good position. Everything is arranged by Brother Tuoba. Yes, after 3 days, Huiyuan Daogua will float out of the magma of Huayang Karst Cave. At that time, 7 of us will shoot all together and directly take down that Huiyuan Daogua. Others also said one after another. After a moment, the 7 of them flickered into the Huayang star domain. They did not stay in the Huayang star domain and went straight to the huge karst cave at the most central location. Then they found a place to sit cross-legged and waited for the appearance of Hua Yuanghua. And this is just the beginning. Over the next 3 days, a master monk came from a distance and stepped into the Yinyang starfield, staying beside the Yinyang cave and waiting for the fire fruit. For a moment, the Yinyang starfield, which was originally deserted, became lively. Among them, there are even near-invincible dominators coming. Next to the karst cave in Yinyang, the atmosphere gradually became incomparably dignified. These powerful men who dominate the realm looked at each other, and each had a strong hostility and fear in their eyes. What no one found was that at the moment, at their feet, in the horrible magma of the karst cave, the figure of a dark-haired woman in black had sunk to the bottom. This is? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, looking at a ball of flame formed by the numerous flame magma that appeared in front of him. Chapter 43-41. Under the huge lava cave, a ball of fireballs with large fists quietly suspended, like the king of flames, separating all other magma. A stream of hot fire separated from the fireball and formed terrible magma. The sword was unparalleled, and in the eyes the mount suddenly surged 3 inches. He could feel that the magma in this cave was formed by the firepower emitted by this big fist fireball. In other words, why the entire Huayang star domain has now become such a grassy situation, all because of this big fist fireball. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's divine power spread out, and he carefully grabbed the ball of fire. Hey! However, he hasn't waited for the magical power of Jian Wushuang to touch this ball of fire, and the magical power was burned clean by the hot fire. The innate air of 5 elements was born out of chaos, and the hegemony reached the extreme, which could not be controlled by anyone. The reason why Sword Wushuang can capture Ojus air in front of it is because Atsuki's air is inherently mild, not the dangerous 5-element air, and this small fire air is only the second among the 5-element air. The 5 elements of the air of armor gold are extremely dangerous. It can be so powerful, and it should be congenital. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he took out the bronze ancient tripod with his right hand. No need for Sword Wushuang to do anything. When this bronze ancient tripod appeared, the group of fireball and this bronze ancient tripod were like 2 magnets attracting each other. When I saw the bronze ancient tripod turning, I saw the group of fireballs. It was the lost child who found his home and flew in. Suddenly, the bronze ancient tripod changed again. I saw the bronze ancient tripod on the tripod. The originally dim and obscure mysterious rune light rose, the red fire light passed through the tripod, and for a moment, the original old bronze tripod was still quite a bit dead. Suddenly, as if come alive rotating frantically in the air, the ancient bells continued to sound. Buzzing. Buzzing. The sound of Hongzhong and Lu was ringing like the cymbals and drums of the ancient heaven court, conveying all directions. Suddenly, the entire magma cave trembled violently. Outside the cave, many waited for the birth of Hua Yuanghua and glared at each other, sternly dominated the powerful realm, felt the shock from their feet, and suddenly changed his face. What happened? What happened? What's the situation? They stared at each other, their pupils shrinking, but never heard of the birth of Hua Yuanghua. There would be such a big battle. Fortunately, the shock did not last long, and then it quieted again. Under the Sun Cave, the Sword Wushuang divine power is released, and the enchantment is automatically formed to seal off all the breath of the bronze ancient tripod. Otherwise, if the temper of the bronze ancient tripod comes, I am afraid that the entire Yinyang star domain will not be able to bear it. The power of the bronze ancient tripod is not fun. On the bronze ancient ding-ding body, besides the small sapling that absorbed the breath of Atsuki, a flame mark appeared next to it. The innate aura of the 5 elements has gained the second. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, divine power immersed into the chaos space of the bronze ancient tripod. and I saw that in this chaos space, besides the quietly dormant Ojus air, countless red gods fired. After I have complete control of this bronze ancient tripod, I should be able to use the 5 elements in it. The sword's eyes flickered, and then the right hand was turned over, and the bronze ancient tripod was put into the ring. After doing all this, when Jian Wushuang was about to leave, he suddenly made a flick in his mouth. What is this? I saw a vine hanging with 7 fireball fruits in a crack in the rock wall under the magma. The vine was hard to break through, perhaps because Jian Wushuang took away the innate Dinghua gas, and the 7th fruit has not yet when it forms, it withers instantly. And this vine also stopped growing completely, and the movement that originally continued to spread also stopped. Hua Yuanghua? Sword Wushuang's eyebrows were raised, and the fire element fruit contained a lot of divine power, which was of great benefit to the magical monks who practiced in the fire. In the universe, it can be regarded as a relatively good Tao fruit. This thing is not very useful for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang just shook his head no longer to shoot, and shot toward the cave of Yenyang. Outside the Sun Cave, the majors from Tianan Haibei, who dominate the realm, are waiting quietly. Counting the time, Hua Yuanghua should have been born. Why isn't it out yet? Yeah, Hua Yuanghua has already come out at this time. What happened this time? Those who dominated the realm frowned. One of them tentatively said, "You said, was the vibration that came out from under the cave a few days ago. Could someone go down to the cave first and take away the fire fruit?" As soon as this statement was made, someone suddenly sneered, "It's impossible. The temperature in this cave has reached tens of billions of degrees. Even if it is dominated by invincible, it can't persist for several hours. It will be burned into ashes by the high-temperature magma inside." As soon as this person had finished speaking, suddenly, the mutation was suddenly raised. Guru, Guru. I saw countless lavas boiling in the cave, as if there were any monsters coming out of it. Next moment, I saw a huge vortex formed in the lava in the entire cave. Is it that Hua Yuanghua is going to be born? This time Hua Yuanghua was born, so many visions have formed. Is this time the number of Hua Yuanghua is much larger than before? For a moment, everyone who was fighting for Hua Yuanghua looked excited and excited. Countless divine powers poured out. They stared at the center of the vortex and prepared for it. Once they saw the shadow of Hua Yuanghua, they thundered immediately to grab Hua Yuanghua. Just when they were stunned and about to move, a scene that stunned them happened. I saw a hacker wearing black robes with loose black hair and a tall, bearded beard, lifted by countless magmas, like in flames, with an indifferent expression, stepping out of the depths of magma. Behind him, the flames raged across the sky. It is the sword unparalleled that changed the appearance. Huh? How is it personal? Who is he? What about Hua Yuanghua? Ultimately dominated by the 2nd level? Immediately afterwards, many of these masters returned to God with a spirit and looked at Jian Wushuang while panicking. A white-haired white robe, a nearly invincible old man frowning. Xinsheng said, "Boy," the old man asked you, "what about Hua Yuanghua? Was it taken by you?" After he finished speaking, the other masters suddenly said, "Yes, boy, hand over Hua Yuanghua." Huh, Hua Yuanghua must have been taken by you. Quickly hand it over. Give up the fire fruit. It'll wait for you to die. Everyone, this man must have used some secret method, sneaked under the molten glass, and took away the fire fruit. One by one, scolded and mixed with coercion, Jian Wushuang's brow could not help but wrinkle gradually, and there was a touch of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 43-42. Hua Yuanghua, I didn't take it, just under this melt. You want to take it yourself? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, pressed his temper, and said calmly, "Did not get it? You said you didn't get it. What proof?" An ultimate master heard a cold hum, and stared at Jian Wushuang, disdainfully asked. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, coldness appeared again in his eyes, and asked, "How do you want me to prove?" The ultimate master immediately heard a sneer and sneered. saying, "It's very simple. Take out your fortune and check for us. If there is no fire fruit, we will believe you." Jian Wushuang heard the words, his eyes flickered, his eyes turned to look at others, and he asked indifferently, "Do you mean the same?" Facing Jian Wushuang's gaze, those masters didn't have any fear. Instead, they laughed back and said, "Okay, hand over Qian Kunji, let's check." "Yes, if there is no fire element, we will naturally let you go. It will not be difficult." "Well, boy, I warn you not to play tricks, so many of us. If you don't hand over the ring, today is your day of burying your bones." The threat of smirk continued to come, and the sword replied without expression on both sides. "I explained it one last time. I said that I didn't take it, or I didn't take it. If you don't believe it, you can go and check it under the melt." After that, Jian Wushuang turned around and stepped on with his right foot, and then planned to leave. Want to leave without surrendering Hua Yuanghua? Not so easy. There must be a secret method to pass this flame magma. We captured him and forced to ask these secret methods. Stop this seat. An ultimate master is Shou Charm, wearing a yellow robe, twisting his eyebrows, grabbing his right hand, and holding out his right hand, grabbing Jian Jianchi's shoulder. This catch of the wind is full of divine power. If Jian Wushuang is really the second-level master, I'm afraid that under this catch, even if not dead, there will be no combat power. Just because I suspect that I took Hua Yuanghua, it hurts the killer. Also, you asked for it. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed softly in his heart. Suddenly, a violent sword force rose into the sky with Jian Wushuang as the center, and it was horrifying in all directions. In this fierce sword atmosphere, the entire Huayang star domain is like disaster coming, and it is booming instantly. Next moment, Jian Wushuang made a sword with his right hand and turned his head towards the ultimate master who grabbed him. An open sky Jianmong cut out instantly, tearing the void to 1,000 feet. This is the ultimate master, who was originally captured by Xiang Jian Wushuang, suddenly changed his face, and his eyes were astonished like ghosts. But it's too late to make a temporary move. He watched with all his eyes, this extremely beautiful Jianmong, constantly enlarged in his pupil, and finally severely chopped on him. God body collapses. Destroyed. Sword spike. The audience instantly turned into a dead silence. Everyone was staring at Jian Wushuang, his eyes full of fear. Until a long time later, I saw a tall and burly ultimate master stepped out. Shun Sheng said, "Don't be afraid. Hua Yuanghua must be in this man's hands. Let's take a shot together to kill this person and get Hua Yuanghua." The voice fell, the others looked at each other, and then bit their teeth, focusing on the head. "That's right. Let's do it together. No matter how strong this person is, but the second level dominates Xiu Wei, it can never be our opponents." Kill. For a while, there were dozens of dominating the strong, even including the ultimate invincible, and at the same time killing swordsman. Countless magical powers blasted out and smashed towards the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang saw this, and his expression became extremely cold instantly. "You look for death." Jian Wushuang Mori opened his mouth. A Wu weeping sword appeared instantly on swordless hands. Swordless man's black hair flew up. One sword was cut off, and he shattered countless magical powers smashed at him. Then he flew out toward the dozens of masters. Kill the strong. A one-by-one killing has begun. The sword light is vertical and horizontal. The sword shadow is like weaving, and it is continuously cut off in the void. Countless blood descends, and the entire Yin-Yang star field has become a field of Shura where the sea of blood floats. The sword, unparalleled sword, is completely opened, just like the bloodthirsty Shura. It is ruthless to slash with a sword, take away a life. For the current sword Wushuang, beating and killing the ordinary master in the same realm is even easier than crushing an ant. No. Don't kill me. Escape. I don't want Hua Yuanghua. Let me go. Countless people are shocked to find that they regard them as soft persimmons they can handle. At this moment, they are like killing gods, killing their lives, just like killing pigs and dogs. Suddenly, wailing sounds begged one after another. The sword Wushuang looked indifferent, and the Wu weapon sword in his hand didn't leave anything. In a short span of time, the whole number was dominated by Tin and was completely killed by Jian Wushuang. In the end, there was only one tall woman who was tall and charming, curled up in a ball, her body trembling, and she looked at Jian Wushuang in fear. Just now, she looked at her invincible brother Tuoba, who was split into two by the black man in front of her. The sword had no sides and no expression, and approached her step by step. As soon as he left the Temple of Life, his mind made a decision. This time, he left the Temple of Life for his escape. But once you take the shot, you need to use thunder to get rid of it. Never allow anything to reveal your identity. No, don't come here, let me go. The glamorous woman looked at Jian Wushuang, who was approaching her step by step. Go to death. Jian Wushuang's eyes were lowered. At this moment, he had already collected the Wu Cry Excalibur, and the blood-colored sword ons on his fingers kept condensing. The glamorous woman looked at the sword without hands, and the horrifying sword mangling turned her mind crazy. Just as the glamorous woman was in danger of life or death, she suddenly thought something and suddenly shouted, "Sir, are you looking for the innate Dinghua Qi? I know there are a lot of innate Dinghua Qi except here." After speaking, she stared at Jian Wushuang tightly, daring to let go of any delicate expression on Jian Wushuang's face, and straightened her drums. In her extremely hopeful eyes. Okay. Finally, Jian Wushuo paused, looked down at the paralyzed woman sitting on the ground with paralyzed chest, and asked her calmly, "How do you know that I'm looking for innate fire?" The enchanting woman looked at Jian Wushuang, who stopped her footsteps and breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that she was right. Chapter 43-43. The enchanting woman did not dare to sell her, and looked at Xiang Jianshuang and quickly explained, "My excellency, I'm just making random guesses, because since you don't see the fire element fruit, you have to go under this cave magma, then it must be under this cave magma, there is something more appealing to you. And the method you practiced is exactly sensitive to the firepower induction. Combined with the situation of the Huayang star domain, you guessed that you are looking for congenital fire." After speaking, the charming woman didn't dare to breathe and looked at Jian Wushuang with a stunned look. It was not until a moment later that she heard Jian Wushuang's voice faintly sound. "You have an exquisite heart." Jian Wushuang's slightly jaw head was considered to verify the speculation of this charming woman. After a pause, he asked, "You said before, you know where there is still a lot of innate fire, but seriously?" The enchanting woman heard the words, and there was a sudden ecstasy on her face. She knew that since Jian Wushuang didn't do it for the first time, she asked him, which means that her life was finally saved. Taking a deep breath, the glamorous woman congratulated, "My excellency, I am from the Holy Land. There is a huge fire pool in our Holy Land, and there is a large amount of innate fire." Jian Wushuang heard the words, and narrowed his eyes suddenly, and smiled and said, "Oh, you mean, let me go to your holy place to get the breath of innate fire? At that time, I will follow you to the holy place. I'm afraid it's easy to get in, but hard to get out?" The enchanting woman heard the words, and immediately knew that her speech was a little naive. She thought about her teeth and said, "Sir, I know that there is a secret passage in the Holy Land leading to the congenital Dinghua Qi. If you believe me, I can assure you that I will never leak your news. After entering the Holy Land, I will take you to the congenital Dinghua without knowing it." Jian Wushuang heard no reply, but turned to look at the distant sky. His thoughts flashed on his face. He has heard of the Holy Land. According to the historical records in the Temple of Life, the Holy Ghost Shrine was one of the top forces in the entire universe before the 10,000 Chaos era, and it has a 10 very glorious past. But with the spirit after the ancestral spirit of the Holy Land fell, the Holy Land of the Holy Land could not stand up. In the recent 10,000 Chaos eras, it has continued to decline, and was even forced to move away from the depths of the universe, came into the wild wilderness of the universe. The Holy Spirit Holy Land is said to be an immortal Holy Land. The ancient Taoism has already been reduced to a third-class force in the universe. It is said that the Holy Spirit Holy Land now has two supremacy. Even if there is an extreme, it is only the lowest. It's a stretch. After a moment, Jian Wushuang retracted his gaze and looked back at the charming woman again and said lightly, "What's your name?" "Heart, sir. You can call me Heart." The enchanting woman quickly returned. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said casually, "Let's go. Dominate your heart and take me to your holy shrine."
Yes.
The enchanting woman couldn't help it and nodded quickly. Jian Wushuang gave her a slight glance and said, "Don't be too happy after going to Lingdi Holy Land. I hope you didn't lie to me, because you can't afford to lie to me." The enchanting woman heard the words and couldn't help but feel cold, and quickly bowed her head and said, "Dare not?" Jian Wushuang said, "Let this heart dominate the way," and swept away towards the Holy Spirit Holy Land. According to the Lord of the Heart, the Holy Land of Holy Spirit is not too far from here, and you can arrive in the spacecraft in more than a month. Jian Wushuang is not in a hurry. While letting Xin dominate the cosmic boat to lead the way, he sits down on his knees, silently refining the bronze ancient tripod. The difficulty of refining the bronze ancient tripod is unprecedented. Since he left the 5 planetary domains, the refining that he perseveres every day is only worth 1% of refining. Now he can only do it barely. Do not let the bronze ancient tripod escape. In the rest of the month, blink of an eye. Soon, a red planet appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. This planet is where the holy shrine is located. "Don't abandon your lord, the Holy Land is here," he whispered. Jian Wushuang heard his words, slowly opened his eyes, and a faint flicker passed from his eyes. In these days, Dominions is quite well behaved, like a tamed kitten, staying quietly beside Jian Wushuang, afraid to speak to disturb Jian Wushuang. "Let's go." Exhaling a stale air, Jian Wushuang stood up and left the spacecraft. This time when he came to the Holy Land, there was no fear in Jian Wushuang's heart. It doesn't matter whether this heart will dominate the Holy Land people after he reaches the Holy Land, not to mention whether there is a supreme existence in this holy place. Even if there is a supreme existence, today the sword is unparalleled, and he would not dare to say that he is superior to the supreme, but if he is going to go, he will not be able to keep the ordinary supreme. After closing the spacecraft, Jian Wushuang and Jixin dominated the Lingyin Holy Land side by side. First, the homage of the Hajj greeted him, and then he looked at Xiang Wushuang and wondered, "Elder mind, what is this?" My heart dominated with a flat expression and replied, "This is my old man. At my invitation, please come to see me as a guest. You don't need to take care of it. Let's go." It can be seen that the domineering heart is dominated by the lingering Holy Land. After she finished speaking, the 2 third-ranked masters stopped asking and let go. Entering the Lingbai Holy Land, 9 peaks of the heavenly mountains came into view. Jian Wushuang looked at the Lingbai Holy Land at will, joking casually, "Are you still the elder of the Lingbai Holy Land?" My heart dominated with a bitter smile and replied, "Without abandoning your lord, as long as the Holy Land is the top and ultimate master, you can serve as elders, and it is not worth mentioning in front of you." Jian Wushuang nodded and stopped talking. Along the way, the two met with a lot of disciples in the Holy Land. They could see that their hearts were dominated in the Holy Land of Holy Land. The disciples stopped when they saw the hearts of the Holy Land. "Congratulations. My heart is dominated by a docile gentleman in front of the sword without double sides." But in the presence of these disciples of the Holy Ghost, they immediately changed their secondary expressions. "Don't abandon your excellency. The congenital Dinghuoqi is just behind these 9 peaks and is guarded by the elders of Jufeng separately. After 3 days, it is my turn. You go to my cabin to rest. After 3 days, when I am on rotation, you will be taken to the congenital Dinghuo pond. Can you see it?" After there were no disciples in the Holy Land nearby, the master of the heart suddenly lowered his head and bent slightly, said congratulatingly, Chapter 43-44. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he groaned slightly before answering, yes. Then, the master of the heart took the sword Wushuang, headed towards the Lingji Jufeng, and walked towards the seventh peak on the left. Before the two reached the seventh peak, they saw at the foot of the mountain a big man like a tower who was constantly pacing, from time to stop and look out. When he saw Jian Wushuang coming to dominate later, there was a stubborn smile on his face, and he strode over. Well, worries, this time you go to Yinyang Starfield to compete for the fire fruit. Are you okay? When the master of the heart saw the towering man, his eyes flashed with disgust, and he returned with a cold face. Elder Lao's Han, if I have something, can you still see me now? The Iron Tower man, who was called Elder Lao's Han, suddenly heard the words, and then scratched his head. He said, hey, what you said? The heart-minded expression of the domineering heart is cold. After he said, let us go. I'll go back to the peak first. Elder Lao's Han nodded, just as he flickered aside. When he was about to let his heart dominate, his face suddenly changed slightly, shouting, slow. Sun Xian dominated his footsteps for a while. Xiaomei frowned slightly and asked, Lang Shan, what do you want to do? I saw the thick smile on the elder Lao's Han's face slowly converge, and looked at Jian Wushuang with a bad look. His voice was somber, hesitant. Who is this guy? On his face, there was still the thick and honest look of half a minute ago. Hearing the questioning, Suxan dominated his face, suddenly changed slightly, a headache, and secretly said in his heart, I knew that there would be no good things when encountering this sister-in-law. After taking a deep breath, Zhanxin said as usual, this is a former friend. I was specially invited to come and meet me. Is there any problem? A former friend? Together? Elder Lao's Han squinted his eyes, and a maze of green beans flashed in his small eyes. Then he looked up at Jian Wushuang and asked coldly, boy, I ask you, what is your relationship with Elder Xian? All the women living in the seventh peak are you doing? As soon as this word came to an end, Jisun dominated and looked at Jian Wushuang, winked at Jian Wushuang, and wanted Jian Wushuang to follow her words. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent. When he heard the words, he looked at him and said calmly, what's the matter with you? What does it matter to me? The elder Lao's Han laughed suddenly and said, boy, Elder Xinshin is a lord who the Lord is going to hand in to me. Do you say that it has anything to do with me? Jian Wushuang heard the words and was about to speak again. Enough. Shishan, don't say I haven't become an acquaintance with you. Even if I am an acquaintance with you, my personal affairs can't be helped by you. Having said that, she grabbed the cuff of sword unparalleled. Don't abandon your excellency. Let's go. The heart dominated the elder Lao's Han and took Wu Jinshuang and hurried toward the seventh peak. Behind the two, the cup of heart beat the elder Lao's Han, who broke away, and his face suddenly became extremely iron. He stared fiercely at the back of Jian Wushuang and Xin. His fist rattled. Bitch, you wait. This one wants you to surrender under me sooner or later. There was a touch of ugliness on the face of Elder Lao's Han, and after watching the film Engraving Time of Jian Wushuang and Xian, he snorted and left. Waiting for the Elder Lao's Han to go far away, the heart-minded master who has reached the mid-mountain position finally let out a long sigh of relief and quickly released the cuff of the sword unparalleled, saying with some sincerity, don't abandon your excellency. It's really helpless to offend just now, and I ask you to plead guilty. Before Jian Wushuang was in Yinyang Starfield, the pictures of one person and one sword slaughtering everyone were vivid. She was afraid that Jian Wushuang would be unhappy, so she would open a killing ring in Ling Di Holy Land. If that was the case, there would be no one to block Jian Wushuang in this huge Ling Di Star area. Anyway, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and asked casually, he is dominated by the heart. The elder Lao's Han just now is your companion? Hearing the master, he sighed and said helplessly, the priest still can't talk about it, but the Lord made his own claim and gave him to me. Speaking of which, my heart dominated the expression for a while. Jian Wushuang nodded and no longer asked for him, as long as he entered the congenital Dinghua after 3 days, and took away the congenital Dinghua. As for any love or hatred between the two, He did not want to understand and felt interest. The seventh peak is several million feet high. The two went up while chatting, but the speed was not fast. It took only a few minutes to reach the summit. This seventh peak is just like the elder Laozhan said. Looking up, as long as the disciples can be seen, they are all heroic female disciples. When they see the elders who want to come cold in the weekdays, they bring men. Entering the seventh peak, the expression suddenly staggered. Who is that man? Are they good old friends with elders out there? No wonder the elders have been hesitant to accept Elder Laozhan if this man looks good. He is indeed better than the rough Elder Laozhan, but it seems to be lower. The second grade dominates the repair? The elder of Xin is the ultimate dominator. This man is not worthy of the elder of Xin. The sound of a mosquito-like discussion sounded, and my heart dominated the flushing of the face. Noise. Don't you need to practice? Chew your tongue here? Pan Xian dominated his face and said loudly. Suddenly, these female disciples who were sacred to the sacred place were shocked, and quickly became birds and beasts scattered. After doing all this, the master of the heart secretly glanced at Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang's face as usual, without any emotional fluctuations, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I just don't know why. She didn't know something, and where did she come from disappointed? Turning left and right, Zhu Xin dominated Sword Wushuang, came to a quiet house with red walls and green tiles, and the entrance was filled with purple bamboo, and said, "Don't abandon your excellency, this is my room. You are here to rest and rest, that is, I will order later and not allow others to approach and disturb. 3 days later, when I take the rotation of the congenital Dinghua, I will show you to the congenital Dinghua." Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. His look did not fluctuate. Then do not abandon your excellency. You have a good rest here. I have to go and tell the Lord Sovereign about the Yinyang Star Domain. Having said that, I was afraid that Jian Wushuang would think more about it, and then quickly added, "Don't abandon your excellency. You can rest assured that I won't say anything about you. Go on." Jian Wushuang swayed, signaled nothing, and then gently opened the wooden door of this quiet house. Chapter 43-45. I saw that the sword light that used starlight to destroy the sky and destroy the earth was almost just an instantaneous time, and then it broke into the palm of the white-haired, indifferent figure. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene happened. This mighty sword that was infinitely horrible and indescribable was split on the palm of this white-haired, indifferent figure, as white as jade, and suddenly burst into sparks like a childish dance sword on the towering Mount Tai. But even this scar of the palm cannot be caused. This white-haired, indifferent figure refused to let it go. Immediately afterwards, a low, icy voice heard from the figure's mouth. "Are you embroidering the needle? Who is this soft sword to kill?" The next moment, the white-haired, indifferent figure closed with 5 fingers, and the star sword suddenly broke, making an overwhelming clicking sound. Immediately, countless starlights shattered and mighty powers were wiped out. This starlight sword turned directly into powder, and the elder Fei Xian, when this white-haired, indifferent figure appeared, the cricket on his face had already been replaced by fear. I saw that he took a sigh of air conditioning and did not dare to pass the channel. King of 9 and 9 calamities. The shadow of a person's famous tree, no matter before or after the supreme. The fame of the king of the 9 calamities was all he killed with a punch and a kick. When Jian Wushuang created a new myth in the universe, King Zhujia also continued his legend in the ancient sky. If it is said that if there is no sword unparalleled, the king of 9 calamities is the most in the universe during this time. King of the 9th calamity, shouldn't you be in the ancient road of Shinkong now? Elder Fei Xian watched King Zhujia tightly and snored. King Zhujia was expressionless and said indifferently, "You're called Fei Xian, aren't you? What kind of ability is it to be a supreme master to bully the ultimate master? If you have the ability, fight with this seat." No. King 9 calamities, listen to me explain. He didn't even wait for him to finish. The king of Juzai stepped on the foot, directly across thousands of miles, and his right palm was raised and photographed towards the elder Fei Xian. This palm comes out. The heavens and the earth turned upside down. The sun and the moon were suspended. Chaos reopened. The entire space was destroyed, turned into a storm center, and countless space debris swept up, as if the wind was rolling down, surging and slamming in all directions. King of the Nine Calamities, you deceive people too much. Seeing that his face sank, Elder Fei Xian retreated backwards while splitting out several star swords in succession, intending to kill and stop the King of Nine Calamities. Ants! The King of Jujia indifferently opened his mouth, but he came hard to carry the star sword, rushed to the Elder Fei Xian, and the palm of his white as jade was pressed down severely and smashed into the white sword. Huh! A roar exploded. This magic sword with the power of the ultimate power of the rule, under the palm of the 9 kings of the calamity, seemed to be unable to bear it and issued a wailing sound, and released from the Elder Fei Xian. And the Elder Fei Xian, his face turned pale suddenly, like a shooting star, instantly fell from 1,000,000 miles high, hit a star fiercely, and even the huge impact force directly shocked the star it's broken. With just one palm, Elder Fei Xian lost. After taking this palm, King Jujia no longer manages it. With the Elder Fei Xian in his palm, the body is on the verge of collapse, and naturally there is the ordinary supreme of the life shrine to solve him. He slowly turned around and looked at Jian Wushuang. His original cold face gradually melted, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The sword is unparalleled. It's been a long time. Jian Wushuang looked at the King of Jujia and sighed in his heart. This guy is still as strong as ever. Long time no see. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at him. The two of them had black hair and black, cool and handsome, and their eyes were clear, and the other hit white snow, with white hair hanging down at will, as if the untouched ant shot the fairy with deep eyes. Jian Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang are also the perfect level of life. They are also from the Temple of Life. They also have their own legendary epics, but this universe and this era are recognized as peerless Tianjiao. Under the shadow of the two, everything on the battlefield became overshadowed. The sword is unparalleled. You can use a body of master to push the supreme divine realm to this field with your own strength. I was not as good as you. Zhu Jiawang smiled lightly, and then came down from the starry sky with a negative hand. Speaking of which, this seed is now more and more looking forward to what you will look like when you break through to the Supreme. At that time, this seat will definitely compare with you again. Jian Wushuang smiled when he heard the words, but did not answer, but the words turned and asked, Zhujiang, when did you come out of the ancient road in the sky? The King of Nine Calamity narrowed his eyes. A flash of narrowness flashed in his eyes, and some of them quipped rarely. Your swords and swords have all received invitations to the grand event of the nations in the ancient road of the starry sky. Will this seat not be available? Then you not bad? After speaking, he turned his right hand, and a piece of white jade appeared in his hand. This white jade is similar to what Jian Wushuang got from Master Lan, but at the edge of this white jade, there is another layer of gold thread. Jian Wushuang heard the words and could not help but said, King of the Nine Robbers, why do you like it more than me? The Jijiawang snorted and said nothing. Speaking of which, he has always been arrogant and indifferent. He never likes to talk to others, but I don't know why. Before the sword has two sides, he will always unconsciously reveal the childlike mind. Passing from the side of Jian Wushuang, the King of Jujia looked up at Supreme Gafu, arching his hand, Master Gafu. Gafu Supreme sat high for 9 days and nodded when he heard the words. His expression had always changed little. At this moment, he was also slightly jaw-headed and smiled softly. It's good to return home safely. The following battles have nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. After only a few jaw sticks, the 5 Supremes that have come together have been stabbed by the 4 Chief Supremes, such as Bloodwave and Giant Axe. They have never been hesitants. Once they have decided to take action, they will directly use the means of thunder and cut off the grass. After a moment, there was only one left over in the entire cold and dark universe. The 5 Supreme Masters had all died, and the star fields around the Palace of Life had been shattered a lot. turning into numerous meteorite fragments suspended in the starry sky. Among them, only those 5 space battleships still stayed there declared the defeat of the 5 major forces. Back to the palace. Gaff supremely opened his mouth. Yes. Bloody Supreme and others were stained with blood, and the congratulations should be. Immediately, the class returned to the palace one after another, and the rest of the mess was solved by the disciples of their own life. After returning to the Temple of Life, far apart, Jian Wushuang saw that Long Rushuang was leaning in front of the palace door and waiting for him, and his picturesque brows were full of worries for Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang returning safely, her tight frown just slowly relaxed. Chapter 43-46. The battle between the Shrine of Life and the dragons swept the entire universe, and almost no one in the universe did not know this battle. Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help but move in his heart. After he came out of the Life Shrine, he was nonstop on his way. He really didn't know much about the battle in the Life Shrine. But this does not mean that Jian Wushuang has forgotten this war because of him. In the entire universe, no one is more eager to know the results of this war than him, and no one is more eager to participate in this war than him. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang depressed the eager thoughts in his heart, making himself look like usual, and asked blandly, "What happened to that battle?" Master Zhu Exine opened his mouth with a smile and replied, "Don't abandon your lord. That war is over." Speaking of the Temple of Life is really tenacious. With so many top powers jointly struggling, the Chamber of Resistance has persisted for a long time. Jian Wushuang heard the words in his heart tightly. Listening to this tone, could the Life Shrine be unable to persist? Immediately, Jian Wushuang forcibly suppressed the trembling thoughts in his heart and squeezed a smile on his face. "You talk carefully." He Xinju dominated Wen Yin and thought for a while and nodded, "Okay, but I don't know much. They are all the most widely spread news in the universe." After speaking, the Master of the Heart slowly talked about the battle in the Temple of Life. She said to herself, when she said that the life and death of the Temple of Life was severe, she did not notice the complexion of Jian Wushuang next to her, and she had already become sad. Speaking of the White Tiger Supreme of the Life Shrine, it is really awesome. One person battles the 3 top Supremes, and even before he dies, he kills one of the top Supremes of the Taishu Temple. By the time Master Sun said that, Jian Wushuang's fists had been clenched, and his nails had sunk into the flesh, and there was no hint of redness. The White Tiger Supreme, he doesn't get along very much, but in his impression, the White Tiger Supreme is an extremely addictive and generous Supreme, and once shot with the Great Axe Supreme and others to save his life. Unexpectedly, even this White Tiger Supreme fell into this battle. Later, the Axe Supreme was attacked by the top 5 Supreme Extremes and was seriously injured. If it were not for the timely support of the Bloodwave Supreme, I am afraid that he has already followed in the footsteps of the White Tiger Supreme. The Master of Xin continued to say. When hearing this, Jian Wushuang only felt a sadness from his heart. Although the giant axe is silent and unspeakable, Jian Wushuang can feel that the great axe has the love from his heart. In Jian Wushuang's heart, the importance of the giant axe is also in the Palace of Life, second only to the existence of the blood wave. Breathing deeply 3 times in a row, both sides of the sword forcibly suppressed the throbbing thoughts in their hearts. Gradually, the Master of the Heart finished talking. She was just the ordinary master of the wild wasteland of the universe, so she didn't know much about it, only knowing the last thing. The war suddenly came to an end somehow, and supreme governance fell asleep. The White Tiger Supreme fell, the giant axe died with respect to injury, the Supreme fell asleep, and there are more dead disciples of life. Jian Wushuang only felt a heavy stone pressing in his heart, especially heavy. Because of him alone, the entire Shrine of Life was almost destroyed. My sword is unparalleled, and I am ashamed of the Temple of Life. Breathing a deep breath, Jian Wushuang made a decision at the same time. Dragons, Diwu Temple, Dairy Kingdom, Qiyang Kingdom, Taishu Temple, Blood Temple. I have sword warriors in mind. Today, my sword Wushuang issued a great wish. In this life, if my sword Wushuang does not settle these 6 forces, I will not be human. The sadness faded, and a sense of killing was struck by Jian Wushuang, pressing his arms and legs in his chest. No, don't abandon your excellency. What's wrong with you? The heart-minded master who was chatting and talking next to him saw Jian Wushuang suddenly feel extremely cold, and he was startled and asked quickly. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his expression returned to normal, and said lightly, "It's all right." I do not dare to ask more, but I nodded and continued to walk towards the congenital Dinghuoqi with the sword Wushuang. It wasn't long before a large lake appeared in front of Jian Wu. He Xinjian said, "Don't abandon your excellency. This access to the congenital Dinghua pond is inside the Great Lake." Jian Wushuang nodded his head without thinking too much. When he stepped on his foot, he suddenly blasted towards this big lake. After a muffled sound, the surface of the lake spread ripples, and the figure of Jian Wushuang disappeared into the big lake. Dominion dominated the lake for a long time, leaving the same, and went in the other direction. What she didn't find was that, a moment after she left, a tall, burly man in black stepped out to reveal his figure from the void. "Bitch, this passage to the congenital Dinghua pond. Do you think that only you know it? Huh, even colluded with outsiders, come to the sect to steal the congenital Dinghua gas. I will report this to the Lord. I see how get it. And that boy, you dare to come to my holy place to steal the innate fire, you are dead." This tall and burly man with green eyes and small bones is running slowly, and his face is full of ruthlessness. It is Elder Laozhan who follows him all the way. His eyes flashed fiercely, and after thinking for a moment, he planned to turn away and report the matter to the Lord of the Holy Land, Gollum. Suddenly, there was a ripple of ripples on the calm lake. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the entire lake's surface exploded, and a large hand formed by the towering divine power broke out from the lake's surface and fought hard towards the Elder Laozhan. This? The Elder Laozhan's face changed suddenly. He raised his hand and waved a magical power, blasting towards this big hand. Huh! However, the magic power of Elder Laozhan banged on this big hand, and it suddenly seemed to be like an egg hitting a stone, and instantly shattered. Then, the big hand was pressed down, and the Elder Laozhan was pinched, pulled back, and dragged in. Among the Great Lakes, Gollum. The lake was calm again, and nothing seemed to have happened. The bottom of the lake. Elder Laozhan looked at Jian Wushuang with a look of horror, lips trembled. "You? Who are you? What do you want to do? Learn smarter in your next life, don't be so curious." Jian Wushuang glanced at him, and under the pinch of his big hand, he directly pinched this Elder Laozhan into a fan powder, which destroyed everything. After doing all this, Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, as if he had only done a trivial matter. Gaze turned slightly, Jian Wushuang looked down at the other side of the lake, a vortex like a starry wormhole, in which a stream of heat continued to blow out. This should be the passage to the congenital Dinghua pond. Jian Wu's footsteps slammed hard, suddenly like a cannonball, blasted towards this vortex, pulling a long string of white waves at the bottom of the lake. Still looking for one, Dal Sun free novel? Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.